التحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. STC Play، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر بالاسم.
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 لا، مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لSTC Play، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. STC Play، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر بالاسم.
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 لا، مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرسه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه اركي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for. But legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي.
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الأقوى راب مصري اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي تي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي.
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الأقوى راب مصري اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Hello and welcome to Championship Sunday. Yes, it is the final day of our Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite Battle Royale Duos tournament. The lion's share of $1 million will be claimed today by just one of our duos. My name is Banks and I am your host, and I am joined on the main stage by my co-host. Look at him, he looks great. Fancy.
أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، حياكم الله معنا من جديد في اليوم الأخير من بطولة Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite في الباتل رويال تورنمنت. زي ما احنا عارفين اليوم بيكون هو اليوم الأخير، وزي ما احنا عارفين أيضا أنه أمس خلصنا نصف المباريات 6 ماتشز كانت جدا شديدة منافسة فيها، واليوم نبي نخلص الستة الأخيرة ونبي نشوف مين الفريق اللي يبي ياخذ $1 مليون أو القسم الأكبر منها، ومين اللي بيقدر يتأهل ويقدر يرجع البيت بهالكاس.
What a journey we have had up to this point. And the question on everyone's mind, who can catch Cammy and Seti? Going into day 2, they are 35 points clear of second place, a great position to be in. But they are the duo with a target on their back.
زي ما احنا عارفين بعد ما خلصنا من مباريات الامس شاهدنا ان كامي وساتي متقدمين عن المركز الثاني، وهم موجودين في المركز الاول بمقدمه 53 نقطه، نقاط جدا عاليه صراحه. لكن بنفس الوقت زي ما احنا عارفين انه الشباب الدوز اللي موجودين معنا هم الافضل من انحاء العالم، فبيكون جدا المنافسه شديده، وما نستغرب اذا في احد يقدر يتعداهم في النقاط في نهايه اليوم.
So, without any further delay, welcome to Gamers8 and welcome to the finals, where the best Fortnite duos from all over the world are going to be competing for dominance right here on the main stage in Riyadh, and for this Gamers8 trophy you can see in front of myself and Fancy. So, I'm going to hand it back over to the Analyst desk to break everything down before we dive into Championship Sunday.
في النهاية حابين نقول لكم حياكم الله معنا في تشامبيونشيب سانداي، اليوم اللي بيكون نشهد فيه مين البطل اللي بيقدر ياخذ أول بطولة فورتنايت معنا في Gamers8، ونشوف وش اللي ممكن يقدرون يسوونه، أو ثاني بطولة بالأحرى. لكن قبل كذا خلونا نروح على طول للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم عن المباريات ونشوف السكور حق كل الفرق، ونشوف مين الدوو اللي بيكون عنده الأفضلية في نهاية اليوم. بالتوفيق لهم إن شاء الله. على طول مع الاستوديو التحليلي.
Welcome, Fortnite fans from across the globe. This is Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite, and we are your Analyst desk. I'm your host, Hello Kelly Link, and joining me for game number 7, we got Takada and Spaceman. And I mean, Takada, we had such an incredible day 1 yesterday, and I know day 2 is gonna just be more of that.
I mean, it's been incredible from the start. From the zero build to now the Battle Royale mode, day 1 looking incredible, and I'm excited to be here for day 2.
Yeah, and this is a day of redemption for a lot of duos. A time to make that last-ditch push towards first place, but I love the way that Banks put that. Cammy and Seti now have a target on their back as they try to hold on.
Well, we saw that in the zero build mode, right? There was a team that was so far ahead of the competition, but every other team was playing catch-up, and they did just that. And when you look at someone like Cammy and Seti showing how good, how incredible they can be, but then right on their heels is Hellfire and Tripper, who got second place in zero build and now currently in second place for Battle Royale.
Look, Levin said it himself yesterday. Cammy and Seti, they're a duo that's known to do very well in day 1, but in day 2, sometimes it can get a little risky. So there are some duos close by, Hellfire, Tripper, and in second. We have Tayson and Thomas in third. I mean, the competition is at an all-time high. You have to be careful.
And the longer the tournament goes on, the more we see personalities of a lot of these players shine through, and it could not be overstated with Hellfire and Tripper. And though they are in second place as of now, they're scrappy, they're fighters, they've made it to the distance before, they're just so close to doing it again.
But let's remind everyone real quick what the format is for this competition. We have 44 of the best duos from around the world, from all regions competing here today, and it's going to be 12 matches, 6 of those already done, which means that we are at the halfway point here, 6 more to go. And the points that we're going to be seeing right now, it's 32 points per victory royale and then 2 points per elimination.
It really all comes down to this. As you can see in the Battle Royale mode, like Kelly said, we had our 6 matches, but the last 6 are just that much more stressful because it's when we crown our champions, the duo that picks up that trophy that we saw. And take home a good chunk of cash. Looking at this prize pool, $2 million. It's $1 million for Zero Build, $1 million for Battle Royale, and for that first place spot, $250,000.
That is so much money. I don't think people really have let it sink in how much these players will be taking home, because first place is $250K, second is $150, and so on and so on. But between 7th, 6th, 5th, all the way up, like you're talking a difference of $10,000, $100K for third place. That has never really happened before in esports.
But I also love the fact that Hellfire and Tripper were unhappy with their second place finish. And imagine if they get a second one again. They're like, $300,000. No, that's not what I want. I want $500,000.
Look, they're competitors, right? It's understandable. They want to get first. They want to take home that trophy that we can see here. I mean, it's beautiful, but getting back-to-back seconds, you can't be mad at that, right? That's consistency.
I think it's the fashion in which they would be unhappy that makes the most sense, because they were so close, 19th all the way up to second, and they had first place locked up until the final game in Zero Build. And right now they're in a similar format where they just got to catch up to Cammy and Seti. If they don't do it, you got to feel for them.
And we already saw Anas and Pink take one of those trophies home, and you know, it was an incredible moment there watching them together and watching kind of the camaraderie that these two had, and especially when we had Pink on the desk and defending Anas, where for some reason everyone seems to undermine Anas, and we showed them there that this duo deserves to be in that first place spot. And I think Seti and Cammy is kind of a similar situation.
But the interesting part about this is Seti and Cammy, they are far ahead now, but literally one match could be the difference. If Seti and Cammy go down early and one of those top 3, even top 5 duos have a double-digit Elim Victory Royale, it's going to bump them to first, so they cannot make mistakes here.
For a lot of teams today, there seems to be this acquiescence that on the last couple of days of a tournament, if we're outside top 10, there's no way we're going to win this. Let's just try to play spoiler. Look at what Hellfire and Trippin just did. From 19th to 2nd, there is still room to knock out the top 5, potentially top 6 in this tournament, and get yourself a more substantial victory here.
But to be able to get to that final victory, they're going to have to be playing 6 games. So let's break down that schedule that we have for you all today. As usual, we have 45 minutes in between each round, but there is going to be a bit of a gap between round 9 and 10, and that's so that the players can relax, maybe recuperate, talk about their strategy a little bit. And if you were in that situation, not during rounds 9 and 10, but between day 1 and 2, what do you think some of these teams are going to be doing?
Refinements. Switching your drop spot completely. I mean, if you're going to do it, it's from one day to another, but ideally, you want to go to a place you're comfortable with. You already know. You've practiced beforehand, but the good news is when you have those little gaps, that time to practice and, you know, review what your opponents have been doing, it can just put you to a whole other level.
I think that's a great word there. Comfortability is going to be huge today, because if you aren't feeling that pressure, it's going to give you the best chance possible to continue to read through your progressions on the field, but also understand how you're going to make those small adjustments as today continues, because our top 10 teams currently who are in this position have had everything working for them. All the game plans they've worked on, all of that practice, it's now coming to fruition. They just got to keep that going.
And we saw that from Cammy and Seti. The 2 victory royales that they grabbed were from games 2 and 6. And instead of grabbing height early, which is what a lot of teams are focusing on, they waited until around the 8th zone and watched for an opportunity to steal height away from the teams.
Cammy and Seti are all about consistency. They don't do things they don't need to do. If they have a very clear opportunity to take high ground, if it's open, if it's free, if it's the best decision in that time, they'll do it. But normally, they just want to play for the consistency. They dominate the mid ground, the low ground. They dominate these late games with top tier players, and they're constantly getting to those last moments with a decent amount of elims. Seti said it himself in the interview from yesterday. His vision was actually getting first place after the 11th or maybe 12th match, because they just want to consistently go up over time. But seeing that after day 1, just 6 matches, they're so far ahead in first place, I mean, they're doing better than Seti himself expected to.
And what's fascinating is when they do make their move in the end game, they're not loud about it on the field. They're very quiet with picking a player off, and then they maintain that high ground for what seems like 5 or 6 minutes as the last zone closes in. So they know when to make their move, they know how to get themselves out of dicey situations, and they keep each other as involved in the action as you would want, and it's been paying off so far.
And we're just looking at some of the highlights from yesterday, and you can see not just from the gameplay, not just from the end games, but also the player themselves, how much fun they're having here. And that's something that we hear time and time again from these interviews, is just how much they're enjoying the tournament as a whole. And here we have it, everyone, our overall ranking, Seti and Cammy with 2 victory royales, 204 points. They are so far ahead of the competition, 35 points ahead of Hellfire and Tripper. And Tayson and Thomas, though, jumping up the leaderboard into 3rd place. We have Analyst and Scram in 4th place. Bad Sniper and Murstache in 5th. And I feel, as you know, an NA talent myself, I have to point out Epic Whale, the only player out of all 20 here to be from NA West.
Yeah, I was looking at the leaderboard. I was like, this kind of looks like a FNCS EU Grand Finals leaderboard. But then you see players like Epic Whale going alongside Malibuka. You have players just a bit further down from North America East, from Middle East, from Asia, all over the world competing. And that's what we love about these in-person events.
What I find so fascinating is outside of Cami and Seti, who are the only team currently with multiple wins, you only have 2 teams in the top 10 outside of Cami and Seti who have a win at all. So it's been all about the elimination race. And if that is the case, those 2 wins might be enough.
But then you look at players like King God and Sei Yoon that only have 9 eliminations, and they're just able to survive to the end game every single time. And this second page here showcasing more of a diverse pool of players.
It's what you love to see, right? Players like King and Seyun coming from the Brazilian region of Fortnite competitive and being in 11th place in a global competition like this against the best of the best all around the world. It really shows that if you're dominant in your region, you can be dominant in the world.
And it's crazy looking at just the names down here. Clicks, Polga, you're looking at King God, Nutify Okus, who started off in 1st place yesterday after about 3 games, and then they eventually dropped down. Acorn, Edgy as well, like Bizzle and Dubs, who found themselves a win. It's been a filtration system for a lot of our squads as they find themselves in day 2.
And you can see from 13th all the way down to about 23 right here, it's only about 10, 15 points of a difference. And as we were talking about at the top of the show, those placements from the prize pool is literally tens of thousands of dollars in difference.
You can never give up in this tournament, and that's exactly what Pinkin and Nos did in the Zero build. We saw them in 17th or 16th place on this overall ranking, but they're just 1 game away to pushing themselves in the top 10, and then players like Vico and Jelty in 24th place there. They have what it takes to bump themselves up, and all they have to do is get one of those big games and then play it with the consistency after that.
It feels like every conversation at this point in this tournament, it's like all they have to do is just one small thing, and that's the biggest hurdle to get over.
Well, we saw that from Epic Whale in Malibuka, where they grabbed a 17 elimination game and they were able to skyrocket themselves and then also hold themselves up there. That was in the first day of competition, so obviously a little different because in day number 2 you have so many more games to kind of even out those statistics that it is going to be a lot harder for these teams to jump up, but not impossible.
I mean, I love that you say that, Kelly. It's easier said than done, right? But we've seen it happen. You mentioned Malibuka, Epic Whale, also Hellfire, Tripper, and they did the same thing from 19th place to 2nd place, going one day to the other. I mean, you can make a comeback if you're able to get those big games, but it's way easier said than done.
And what's interesting is the teams that were making those massive jumps in the rankings are now the ones up top. So will we see them stay there? Will we see other teams come out of no man's land? That's going to be the big question for a lot of these duos today.
I mean, we can speculate all we want, but we really won't know until we get into the games, and we will be jumping into game number 7 in just a few more moments. But I do want to talk about what we expect to see here as far as the meta goes. So let's start with the early game and drop spots in particular.
So you can have multiple different drop spots. You can be in a POI, your point of interest. You can go on the outskirts of the map. And depending on your drop spot, you're going to have a different play style, right? If you are more on the outskirts, you're going to have to use that natural mobility. And you're going to have to find a way to get Storm Surge, whether it having a path already to get yourself a good elevation spot, or just know where your opponents are so you can take some damage, trade some tags against them, and get that damage needed for Storm Surge. But if you're a player that's already in the center of the map, it's more holding your ground because you're more likely to get those zones and kind of take shots at the people rotating in late.
And that's the early game, but the late game, it seems to be high ground wins games. Is that going to be another thing that we're going to be seeing today?
I think 100%, and the mobility will play into that as a factor, but I think it's also about patience, because if a lot of our teams start to make their first moves right as around Zone 7 starting to close in, but players like Cami and Seti and even Hellfire and Tripper will wait for their opportunity when the action's already unfolding to make either their high or low ground move. And that middle portion for a lot of our teams, whether it's ramps or trying to get boards up quickly, is going to be where you're going to be making most of your marginal adjustments. So I think it will come down to a combination of everything together.
Without a doubt. And there's so many incredible teams that are going to be competing today. And having them all here, we wanted to grab some interviews with them. And we have an interview with Ronaldo and Creo.
Welcome back to the main stage. I'm joined by Creo and Ronaldo. Let's just kick things straight off. Okay, Ronaldo, I'm going to come to you first. What's the best thing about your duo?
Absolutely nothing. We're in 43rd out of 44.
But you still got room to make up. You got 6 rounds today. Do you think you can do it? What's your expectation on what's your goal?
Not to get 44th, to stay in 43rd at least.
That seems like a fair goal. Okay, Creo, who is the IGL and why?
Ron. everything's on him. So if we do bad, it's his fault.
So that's the reason for being IGL, so that it all lands on you.
Something like that.
Now, I asked Bizzle and Jukes yesterday, who's taller than you expected out of the pros that you've met here so far?
Ron. I thought he was like 5'2".
You thought he was 5'2". Ron, how tall are you?
I'm 5'7", 5'9", about that range.
That's 2-inch difference, mate. You pick one.
5'7", I'm 5'7", but everyone thought I was gonna be like 5'2", but that's what Dukes looks like.
Okay, so who is taller than you anticipated when you first got here then? And you're not allowed to say 11, that's just a cop-out.
Who is tall? What do you think? I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, like, maybe like Falconer. He's kind of big. I didn't know he was that tall.
They might be 43rd in the rankings, but they're first in our hearts.
You know, they're first in humor, right? Having a good time, joking around, enjoying it, and that's what it's about, right? It's about having fun, but this is a incredibly important competition as well, right? There's a lot of money on the line, so you have to be able to have fun, but also compete to the best of your abilities.
I'm going to reach a little bit here. Listen, this is a scary team because they know that, at least from their perspective, they think it's all over. But if they're playing with house money now and no expectations, they could do some serious damage.
AKA, they have nothing to lose, essentially. Only maybe a few $1,000s. But hey, even getting 44th place, they're going to walk away with 5K here. But that's their goal, not to get 44th. Maybe 42nd is in their sights.
Look, and once you work your way up the leaderboard, I mean, you are making more money, right? So you always have to try and get as many points as possible, and they'll definitely be doing that. The question is, are they going to change up their playstyle, right? Is there something they're going to do differently?
6 games is a lot of games today, and there's going to be a lot of teams who think they can just coast clear and put it in cruise control. It's not going to be that way.
I'm so excited to get into the games, everyone. 6 games today. It's going to be a 12-game total tournament right here. So we are at the halfway point, and this is typically where we see our teams shaking things up, changing the meta, doing whatever they can to grab that top spot. Because remember, it is $250,000 on the line. That is $250,000. That is life-changing money right there out of the $1 million prize pool for our first place team. But with all this being said, there's 2 people I want to bring on to the cast. So, casters, how's it going?
What's up, Kelly? You know, that's a life-changing analyst desk as well, so shout out to you guys.
Panda, it's so good to have you back here on the desk, and from the games that we saw yesterday, I am so excited for what Day 2 has.
I am as well. I think we've definitely seen a lot of improvements over the zero build days. Some players that we expected to do well in zero build now doing extremely well here in the standard BR. So super exciting to see how this is going to play out. We got 6 games on the day, 12 total games for these teams to show that they have what it takes to walk away in the top spot.
But SPG, can anyone take down Cammy and Seti? They're so far ahead.
I don't know. We'll find out. Some teams start off hot. Other teams, oh, man. Some teams start off hot, other teams are closers. We're going to see who the true closers are today. Hen and Queasy typically have a strong Day 2. We'll have to watch out for those 2 and see exactly how they play. Arkram, another player, typically a good Day 2 player. I don't know.
Well, that's a great segue because we're going to be closing things out here on the analyst desk. So you 2, take it away.
We got you. Panda, I know Seti, Cammy, I keep putting their names together because they're just intertwined. Yeah. But how do you think they can do better, or like what do they need to do to continue this success?
You know, honestly, they just need to stay consistent, right? That's all it is. Seti, Cammy, 2 players who, doesn't matter if it's solos, right? Doesn't matter if it's duos. When they're on the title, when they're on the leaderboard, they have a hard time falling. And it's kind of ironic because these are 2 of the most committed players across all regions, not just EU, but every region. So I expect them to continue to do well. Again, they were my prediction going into all of this, so I still think they're going to come away on the top spot. However, there are some teams that we got to talk about. Hellfire, Tripperin, in my opinion, an MVP duo over the last 4 days.
Yeah, those 2 have played so well together. I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell based on their tweets after coming in second in the zero build tournament because they were upset about it. They want that first place, and they're going to continue to come in hot and play so well. We saw it over the past 3 days. We're going to see it once again here today, jumping into match number 1, and it is game time. For everyone that's been waiting, this is the final 6 matches of this Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite tournament. Panda, is there anyone that you expect to shoot up the leaderboards? We've talked about some of these top teams. Is there anyone you think is coming in with a different game plan, ready for Day 2?
You know, one team I really want to focus on throughout the day, it's Malibuca Epic Whale, right? That combination of EU and NA West there. And Malibuca being the IGL, one of obviously the better IGLs in all of Chapter 3, in my opinion. He has a lot of potential to lead Epic Whale to the promised land, but it really depends on their strategy going into the day. They left yesterday in 7th place. However, I can easily see them skyrocketing.
Yeah, they've been a team consistently jumping up and grabbing big matches. This has been a fight that's been consistent over going for the vault. We see Spy and Hero. They've been able to dominate the vault thus far, pushing anyone out, but they haven't dominated the fights, and it's slowed down a little bit. We'll see if these teams continue to fight, because we've seen 50-50s off spawn. Spy and Hero win some, then Bloomy and Arab win some. Looks like Spy and Hero, they have the greater start, getting that vault, getting that HP up.
The story really is, will Spy and Hero continue to be the top team here in the Sanctuary area? Sometimes they don't even decide to fight, right? Obviously, Arab, Bloomy, 2 players that are well known for their insight and mind in Fortnite. However, Spy, Hero, these 2 are truly an up-and-coming, truly understanding team, especially in a format like this. They know exactly what they need to do to execute and be effective, taking one of those top spots. Now, though, the focus is on here because a little rivalry, EU, NA, it's Pink and Anas going up against Duke and Clicks.
Old friends now going and becoming rivals in the game. We've mentioned Pink and Anas. We're not necessarily supposed to play together this season. Pink was supposed to move to NA and play with Clicks. So the strats have been shared. These 2 know each other very well. Pink clearly stated that, you know, Clicks helped him out. He gave him the keys to this POI, and they are seeing success over on EU. Duke and Clicks have also seen success on NA. This fight has pretty much stalled right now. Both teams almost just wanting their piece of the POI to walk on out. Now, a team that's been wanting more space is Arkham and Falconer. This has been a tough story for them. But on the other side, Aquavino, they're just a couple of games away from being in first place.
You're absolutely correct, and I think the tale really is, will Vino and Aqua showcase why they are an FNCS champion team? Because remember, Chapter 3, Season 2, this is your EU FNCS duo, right? Aqua steps away from the game for a little bit, but now back here competing on the biggest stage and showing why he deserves a spot. Huge tags land there for Aqua. Now just looking to get involved here. It is Falconer actually trying to build up, but nothing's going to connect here. Vino now on the opposite side of the wall, just trying to get involved. Now it's all down to this. It does look like both Arkham and Falcon are not in the healthiest position as Aqua continues to press the wall.
And the pinch comes in here by Vino and Aqua. They're closing in. They take down Arkham. Falconer is going to follow right behind. And you can't see me anymore because you're back in the lobby. Aqua and Vino happy to take that first fight after they've not been initially contested. That's a great win for them off spawn, and now we tune back in over to the Joneses.
Yeah, honestly, that's the tale, and the tale continues there for them. But another tale still unfolding here is Clicks and Duke. Again, Clicks giving the keys there to Pink, and now Pink fully taking advantage when he goes up against Click and Duke. Now, here's the deal. Clicks is on the back foot, but despite that, he's still healthy. So just because he's backing up, playing it a little bit more passively, does not mean he does not have an advantage in this fight. So we'll continue to see how this unfolds here, but Anash just looking to get in, looking to square up against his rival here at the Joneses.
Yeah, and not only are they rivals, but they're also right next to each other on the leaderboard. 17th and 16th, going back to back right on the leaderboard, now going head to head within this match. And we see it's stalled once again. Some shots did come through there, but neither team necessarily won that engagement just yet. It's been a tough start over at the Joneses. Some other teams that we've seen success from is Hellfire and Tripper. Now getting into an engagement, not only just that, but spending a ton of materials here over at Coney Crossroads.
Yeah, a ton of material spent, but for Hellfire and Tripper, and it's just about maintaining that consistency. We've seen them going into this second place here on the leaderboard. Two of the most consistent players on the day, but here it is, a switch up in consistency. It's Amar and Vidil. They had a very slow start there to day one. However, doing quite well in the second half of the day, now coming into this with that same confidence. But when you're going up against a team like Hellfire and Tripper, who are one of the top 3 duos here in this competition, it's going to be tough for them to survive.
Yeah, and we do see Tripper and Hellfire already starting to take those pieces from up above. They're trying to close in and give them no room to breathe. And the quicker they do this, the harder it becomes. Already throwing down that wall, looking to get that damage out, put Vidil and Amar on the back foot, but nothing happens just yet. And again, this fight is going to be one that is going to be non-existent. Everyone is disengaging. Tripper and Hellfire know that they need to get out of here. They need to be productive during this time. And if they're not able to get a big engagement starting that fight, it's not worth the effort.
It really isn't, but honestly, it seemed like the focus there in that fight was more about trading than it was trying to get eliminations. So fortunate for some of them, they're going to walk away with a little bit of extra surge damage going into the rest of the game. But for a team like Steady and Cammy, first place still. Their consistency unrivaled, and it looks like they're not slowing down.
Definitely not. Going to continue to look for that position that they want to grab. It's everyone staking their claim within these early zones, and one team they're taking shots at, that's Bizzle and Dubs. They're going to have to stay where they're at or spend some mats to get there, and Cammy and Seti want to just continue to move on into a better spot. Don't want to be in those congested areas. That way you have some freedom. When surge starts to hit, you have to be very wary of teams that are becoming desperate, trying to take fights when you don't necessarily want to. And that's exactly why Cammy Seti trying to move away from that fight.
They're trying to move away, but a team that isn't moving away, it's Tripper and Hellfire. We keep tuning back in, and the action doesn't slow down. Jantel now out. Tripper getting that elimination. He continues to press forward, not only in this fight, but on the leaderboard as more points get added. Here, Tripper now looking to catch him off guard. Huge edits come through, just trying to connect something, but he keeps pushing this other player away. Now the focus is shifted.
Tripper and Hellfire just continue to walk into fights, and it's a different duo every time. Coney Crossroads is the point of contention thus far in this match, and we see they may not know it yet, but there's another duo that has walked into this engagement. Phantom will be lucky to escape this one, and Jelty starts walking over, trying to knock on that door, but quickly realizes, okay, I don't necessarily want to get involved in that. Let's begin our rotation, make our way out of this chaos.
Yeah, and make their way out they will using the taxi cab. One of the few on the map here. It's going to be a good advantage for them to have, but they'll have to keep it healthy. But speaking of healthy, Tripper and Hellfire still very healthy in this fight. This is why they are so good at what they do and why they've remained so consistent throughout this competition. And it's because they know how to be patient. They know when to take fights, but this might not be the time for Phantom to take a fight as he's looking to connect any shot onto this top duo in Hellfire and Tripper.
Yeah, and they know that the reboot card's right there, so Tripper and Hellfire are just sitting on that, waiting for the move to come through. And they did get some big damage there onto Phantom, and as he rotated out, the players rotate right in. They're in the face. Tripper's not going to be able to get that one, but it's only a matter of time. He goes down. Phantom is cleaned up, but it's Tripper now needing some help. Quick use of the armored wall. Give themselves some protection. That is some great recognition to notice that they are in a bad spot. Throw down those armored walls, give you space, get your teammate back in the game.
Yeah, but for teammates still in the game, it's Clix and Duke, one of those teams we were following just earlier before. They're still in it, but finding themselves now fighting another team here as the zone presents itself towards the central side of the map. So this is cool. This is what I like to see. This is a difference in zones.
And I want to talk about this. Look at the two light green arrows on the two hills at Shifty Shafts. That is Queasy, that is Hen positioning themselves up there, knowing that zone has to pull their way somehow. They are playing those zones so well, and this is something we've seen from some of the top duos or trios when we had more teammates over historic periods. Splitting that distance, allowing you to hold, claim more space, and pushing everyone outside of it. I'm interested to see how long they're going to play those two separate hills, but for now, this is a great position for them to be in.
A great position indeed, but also another good position. It's Mansour. This is a player that we have to talk a little bit more about. I feel like we kind of seen him throughout the day yesterday, but never in those highlight moments. This is a change, though, because you know Mansour on the hunt. One of the better players of his region, now competing here against the likes of Clix and Duke. So many other teams now just in the general vicinity but the rotation begins. These players on a journey as to where they're going to end up on the map, and it keeps unfolding in front of us.
It definitely will. We're going to see Dukes and Clicks just start that rotation, start that journey, as you've said. We'll find out exactly if they're able to get in. But during these rotates, it's going to be tough for them. We noticed they were in a fight for a long time. There's no eliminations on them. So that fight that lasted a while off spawn was not successful for either duo besides getting some damage. We see there is no extra shield here for Clicks, so that fight drained them. They are now needing a refresh to try and continue this game because right now they do not have enough in order to make a significant push in the end game.
They definitely don't, but one thing I want to ask you, right? Obviously, they're kind of running low on shield, which means they're not really going to be able to trade tags here for Surge, so they're going to have to do something different. What do you think they're going to have to do differently to just survive this game?
They're going to have to take a fight. It's not even just about the Surge. It's going to be about all the lack of heals that they have. They're going to need that refresh. Their builds are not even that strong. I believe they only had about 50 builds apiece, which is not even close to enough to be successful during these endgames. But knowing those two, they are very skilled fighters. They will be looking for that fight, trying to find a position where they can safely take a fight. There's one moment where, you know, you can take any fight, but there's also knowing how to set up a good fight and successfully get that refresh.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct here, especially for Clicks at Duke. Like he's mentioned in the past, right? You don't understand the stress of going in, 0 mats, 30 people left, moving zones. Like, that's a lot of pressure on them. So they're going to have to relieve that somehow by getting some more material. Now, though, we see another team here that we really didn't get to spend too much time with yesterday. It's Reels. Now, looking to get involved. Rapid just pressuring this other team here, just trying to get any kind of connection that he can, but it's not going to work out as these players continue to push away. But you see, the damage threshold shows they are 338 damage below. So that means they have to get in. They have to get involved. And could this be the demise of their tournament?
Looking for that big edit there. They're able to get a little bit of damage and trying to grab that wall back, which is a tough position to be in. The full commit to this fight now takes both players down. They're quite weak. The damage has been traded, but we'll continue to see if anyone actually goes for this fight. Peak and Rapid, they've been fighting off spawn this entire weekend, going at it over at Rocky Reels. Now they're continuing that, looking for their own angles. We do see Q-Jack able to steal that wall back, not going to be able to get any shots in, and these two have just been hanging out now right next to each other. Zone now is pulling towards the central part of the map, and if I'm Tripper and Hellfire, Epic Kanata, or Epic Whale and Malibuka, this is a great position to be in because now everyone's coming to your homeland.
They are. So it really depends, though, on how they position themselves, right? Because if they move too far away from that area, they could find themselves falling just outside of their comfort zone, which is that loot lake area like you mentioned. But Rapid still just rapidly trying to find any kind of shots that he can connect as Storm Surge just punishing him for the lack of damage that he's done up until this point. So he's going to need to act fast. He needs to find something here close by that's going to help him get above that threshold, or else he could end up going down.
And there's so many players here on this southern side trying to make these plays. This is the opposite side of the zone, but down below, we saw a couple of teams dealing with some surge issues, just trying to get themselves in as Kakarot pays for double pickaxing there. He's another team dealing with some surge. Seems to be a common issue. No matter where you are on the map, you're having to take these fights that you don't necessarily want to. Kakarot, only a matter of time, gonna have to jump in here, and he's one tick away from going down. Bloomy and Arab, they're hearing what's going on, and they're simply just going to wait for their opportunity, but suddenly, Kakarot able to get up above, not have to worry about Surge just for the moment. Nonetheless, I expect the duo right below him understand the position that Kakarot is in, and then force this engagement.
Absolutely. And one thing I want to mention, and it just speaks to them as a duo, right? Arab, Bloomy, when that surge presents itself, they always consistently find themselves above. This is what you love to see. Their intellect and insight and understanding how to get those tags when they can is super, super vital to their success. They just need to maintain that success going through. And part of that success, I think, will be just rotating and surviving, but unfortunately Arab is going to go down. Bloomy now is a solo player trying to hold this team together here as he continues to look back. He knows Kakarot is still there, and Bloomy just wants to do everything he can to end this game for him.
The lobby is unforgiving. That's Hen and Queasy over on the hill just watching these players rotate in late, and they're just going to continue to punish on these rotates. Whether you're going to spend mats or heals, this is not free by any means, and we see Bloomy taking shots from all different angles. He's going to struggle to get into this zone as he does fall. Kakarot will be following in his footsteps here soon. Down both players go. That's what happens when you fight in Storm and late rotate, and we see it not exactly the play. Unfortunate for those two. They're going to be looking to play next match.
Yeah, and another team we got to focus in on, it's Thomas HD and Tayson. This duo coming into day one. In the first few games, they didn't necessarily have the success that they were looking for. A lot of people were looking at them like, okay, maybe their success is just online. But no, they quickly silenced that rumor as they climbed up the leaderboard into third place on the end of yesterday. So I can see this team being another team that can continue to climb. They just need to make sure they do not repeat game 1 and 2 of day one.
Yeah, 100%. They had 4 straight top 10 finishes after those 2 rough starts, 2 of them being a second and a third. So this team clearly knows what they're doing, and they're heating up. A duo that's fallen earlier on, now they're angry. They're continuing to play angry, looking for those fights. It's going to be tough, but you can hear the crowd going. They're rooting for FHD and Yonks here as they're going for another fight within the edge zone.
Another fight, another engagement, and just another moment to put some more points on the board. But if you're Reals, you need to be careful. You cannot afford to spend too much time here on the edge of zone when zone is pulling the way that it is, especially when you got teams like Malibuka and Epic Whale, Seti and Cammy already positioned nicely at the edge. They're waiting for you. They know you're out there, and they're just looking for the opportunity to strike as soon as you rotate.
Yeah, the best teams are really good at zoning off duos or solos, trying to make those late rotations in. They understand how to use the lobby and their own pressure to force players into certain positions, and then they capitalize on that. When you're weak, when you've spent everything, boom, now you're mine, now you're my refresh. Thank you for walking right into my box and providing this for me. I'm sorry it had to be you, bro, but sometimes on the late rotates, that's what needs to happen.
It is, but you know, look, that's the tale, right? That's how these things happen. That's how the game plays out sometimes. Honestly, while you can position yourself really nicely, you can have a nice spot there on the map, that doesn't guarantee that you're going to walk away scot-free. And for a lot of these teams, they've been heavily punished based on that positioning. But one team that no matter where they seem positioned, they always seem to come out on top. It's Tripperin and Hellfire. This team so close there to Baylor and Bravado. They need to kind of be aware, right? They don't want to take a fight and then attract any of that lobby focus towards their way. But at the same time, like, they're in second place. And they're not in second place close. They're down by like 35 points to Seti and Cammy.
You have to be careful. If you start playing like you're from behind by a ton, you're going to make mistakes. And I don't see these two trying to get way too many elims. They're going to continue to play their game, knowing that it's worked well. You're not in second place by circumstance. They've continued to have big matches, put themselves in positions where they need to be. Now we see the zone is pretty much spread out here. It's almost a perfect circle of players all around the zone. The rotates are going to come through, and this south side is going to be a very congested area where players are now going to leapfrog over one another. Take shots, box up, let someone else rotate, take shots, box up, and repeat until you're in zone.
Yep. Looking here, though, you see Blake and Scoped. Actually, wait, is that Pink by himself? Is Scoped and Blake kind of surrounding Pink here? This is interesting. I don't remember a Nos going down.
I think I did see him fall earlier in the elim feed, so not sure exactly what zone. I want to say 3 or 4. Either way, Pink now has to play this out by himself. A duo that, by their own standards, wanted to play better than they did yesterday. By no means was it poor. They had a solid performance, but just winning the 0 builds, they're wanting to win once again. It's going to be a tough ask, though, as we do see Cammy get taken out there by Epic Whale. That is a huge change. Our leader loses one player early on in this match. Not only that, but another favorite is the one to get that elim.
Can I just say, listen, if I wanted to see anybody take out my prediction, it's my boy Epic Whale. The NA West player repping hardcore in the top 10. One of the most consistent players in their region on this leaderboard right now. That's, I mean, I'm just saying. But now looking, though, it's actually Kanata and Janice there. Up top, playing exactly how we expect them to play. You know, Kanata being an NA East potentially champion this season. He's been looking really, really solid here so far, but in this competition, not necessarily performing as we expected.
It hasn't been up to their expectations either. I mean, those two easily can be a top 10 duo, but unfortunately for them, they're going to be gatekept by another team looking to play the high ground. It is going to be Hen and Queasy finally in a position that they are looking for. On front side of first moving, holding the high ground position. We know they're going to invest a ton of materials in this. Hold this at all costs. There is no going down if Hen and Queasy are going to lose this fight. It is going to be with whoever tries to take them out. As we see, Zone is starting to pull through the shifty shafts. Everyone is going to have to make a difficult rotation up, which could be really strong for this high ground team.
It could, and there it is. Hellfire, Tripperin rotating here with the grapple gloves, looking to just getting zone. Now, though, all these other players here close by, so much talent all surrounding them. This could cause them to shift here on the leaderboard.
We see Malabuka is going to start his rotate on this right side. We have multiple players all over the place, and Queasy and Hen are still holding it down up top. We have a bunch of our top duos being on the front side of zone. Tayson and Thomas trying to knock down that high ground position. Hen holding it for now, but Tayson and Thomas are relentless. They'll continue to look for that. Now you know you have a partner looking to fight for that front side of zone. As we're going uphill, this is going through a massive elevation change, and no one on low ground is safe.
No one at all, as you see players like Scoped going down. Malabuka, Epic Whale doing a good job of holding the mid ground here really, really successfully. Now, looking around here, though, this is a team that knows how to control a layer and control it effectively. It's just a matter of will they be able to control it to the likes of Tripperin and Hellfire.
And we've seen they've been going side by side, rotating through this mid ground. Now players here on the low trying to find their own space is Tayson and Thomas. They've been shot down from that high ground play they tried to make earlier. Now gonna look to play low, but it is a dangerous position as we're climbing up elevation, and we see the dominance on the high ground. They're owning this position. It's Queasy and Hen doing what we know they can do.
Doing what they can to stay in it, and it's exciting to see two top teams. You got Tripper and Hellfire there on the low ground, Queasy Hin on the high ground, and you know when Queasy's in the high ground, he does not give it up easily. So it's gonna be exciting to see it happen, but no, Tripper and Hellfire, they're out here of this game, meaning that Hin and Queasy, they're set up for success. They took the loot there with the grapple glove. Now they're gonna be able to have tons of material here to maintain the high ground.
They're grabbing refreshes from up above, and this is what you need. Teams are running low down below. All the materials, all the HP is dwindling, while Hen and Queasy just sit up here, pick up all the elims. You guys fight down below. We'll grab the elims, but another team that is dominating this mid is going to be Epic and Malabuka. They want this victory royale. Now the high ground play comes out by Edgy and Acorn. They're looking to take it. Queasy and Hen are not giving this up without a fight. It is Edgy and Acorn tossed aside. It is Queasy and Hen's high ground for now.
You know when they're up on the high ground, that's not going to be easy to take it. And Acorn and Edgy, unfortunately, using a lot of material to learn that lesson. Now, though, you look at the tail here. Look, Epic Whale, Malabuka going up against Thomas HD and Tayson there on the low ground. You got Queasy and Hin on the high ground. And now Acorn forced to drop down as a solo player. But no, Hin's going to go out. Hin, Queasy, both down here to Edgy.
And we see two duos and a solo fighting for this position. It is going to be Edgy as a solo. Now Acorn, as well as the solo, my apologies, Tayson, Thomas, Epic, Malabuka. The battle is going to be here. Acorn gets to decide which team he's going to take the shots at and turn this fight one way or another. He is the deciding factor. Where will the solo try and make his play? Is it for height? Is it for low? And the two duos either get that massive refresh like that. Down he goes. Malabuka and Epic claim that. Now it's a final 2v2.
And this is a 2v2 here, folks. Malabuka, Epic Whale going up against Tayson, Thomas HD. Your third place going up against 7th place. Both needing a major game here to climb the leaderboard, but Malabuka now raining down, relentlessly pressuring here from above. Will they be able to maintain it though? Because Tayson, looking healthy, gets a nice little refresh and does have quite a bit of materials to make this something happen.
And the heal off here goes to the high ground team. We still have a minute before that's even a thought. Just checking what the inventories look like. The pressure continues from height. They continue to get tags, and Tayson is in a difficult position as they dwindle on mats. Malabuka and Epic can just go back over to all these old builds, while now the team down below is spending more mats than they want. They are going to run out eventually. It is in the play of Malabuka and Epic. Now the play comes up, they're going for height. There's almost no mats here. It is going to be high ground's game to lose.
It is Malabuka, Epic Whale. All they need to do is hold out this team. They have the heals to stay alive. They got Tayson out. Now it's just Thomas HD. Now remember though, Thomas HD had tons of heals to work with. It's the med miss. But actually looking at this inventory, I don't think Thomas HD can out heal them. So even with the med miss in hand, Malabuka and Epic Whale should win this. And there it is, you see it now. 2 floppers, med miss, chunk splashes. It is all but over.
It is only a matter of time. Malabuka is going to be able to outlast Thomas HD and take the first match of the day. Nonetheless, an incredible performance by those two duos. We've seen them at the top of the leaderboards, and they show us exactly why.
That's going to be a huge climb here for Epic Whale and Malabuka. 7th place no longer. They'll now be in the top 5.
You love to see it. A great start for those two, playing versatile positions, making a play for that high ground after they recognize, wait, there's nobody up here. This is free. Now a final 1 or 2v2, which turned into a 1v1 heal off. We did see Epic Whale, Malabuka get the better of that. An interesting game number 1 as 2 of our top duos already staking their claim on day 2.
And a huge stake they put down. And it's a huge statement as well. They're saying, you know what? We're not just top 3 in 0 build. We're here in builds as well. We're making a statement. We're making something happen, and we're going to continue to climb this leaderboard.
And Acorn and Edgy, I expected them to have a good day too. Starting off great, having a 3rd place finish right in the first match. They're a day 2 team. From what I've seen of them on NA, you know, sometimes it starts off to a rough start, but nonetheless, they come back, have a great game. They were just outside of that top 10, one of the highest placing North American teams, full North American teams, because, you know, you got your boy Epic Whale.
Of course.
Nonetheless, they've been doing really well here in this first match. Got to keep it up. This is only the first game, and, you know, is there anyone you saw fall early that you expected to perform better to start the day?
I'm going to be honest, right? We got to talk about Seti and Cammy. Falling a little bit earlier than what we're used to seeing from them. Now, they did have, I should say, a 35-point lead going into this game. However, that lead's going to dwindle just because they went down so early. But for you, though, was there any teams that you were kind of looking at that went down a little bit earlier than you expected?
So we did see Analyst and Scram. They fell a little earlier, but it's only 1 match. It's not going to be the end of the world. We saw Tayson and Thomas have a bad day, but let's go learn from some of these players and see what they have for us.
Epic Whale, Malabuka, welcome back to the main stage. And the first victory royale of the day that was potentially a little bit unexpected. A heal off at the end. I mean, how did we get down to that point? I know Malabuka, it was you, but Epic Whale, talk us through like those potential wins at the end of those kinds of games.
I mean, it really just starts off with a really good early game and mid game. We were able to keep our mats really good throughout the early mid game. And we had really good surge. And then when it came to end game, we were sitting comfy, just tarping, going for eliminations whenever we needed to, but we didn't really need to that much. And then at the end, we were on mid ground, and we looked up, 2 teams were fighting on height. So we just got ahead, took it, and then that's how it happened.
في الجيم الاول شهدنا ماليبوكا وإيبك ويل ياخذون على طول الباتل رويال، لكن السؤال كان ايش اللي صار بالكوميونيكيشن في الدائره الاخيره، بالذات انه شفنا الجيم ينتهي عن طريق الهيل اوف، فكانوا بكل بساطه يقولون الايرلي جيم والميد جيم حقنا كان مره كويس، ما احتجنا ان نستعمل ادوات الهيل اللي معنا، فكل اللي سويناه انه حافظنا عليهم واخذنا الاليمينيشنز متى ما احنا احتجنا ناخذها، ويوم وصلت للدائره الاخيره استعملنا الهيل لما بالاخير قدرنا نفوز لان احنا مجمعينها اصلا من الايرلي والميد جيم.
Well, I think I can safely assume that that is exactly how you wanted Championship Sunday to start. Now, I spoke to a few of the pro players before, yesterday and today, and a lot of them have said that it's not the stage and it's not the audience that are kind of making them feel a lot of nerves. It's actually the presence of all the other pros in the arena, that kind of energy. Are you feeling any of that pressure?
Nah, we don't get nervous, bro.
سألنا سؤال على طول على موضوع انه هل الشيء اللي يخليكم توترون مو المسرح مو الحضور مو الاضاءات اللي موجوده عندنا، هي بس كلها على المحترفين اللي قاعد تنافسهم في الجيم، بس كان الجواب يقول لا احنا ابدا ما نتوتر وابدا ما يعني نزعزع من المكان اللي احنا فيه.
5 games left, okay, until potentially lifting the Gamers8 trophy, the lion's share of $1 million. Are we leaning towards going more aggressive or more passive for these next 5 games?
Just whatever the circumstance calls for. If we have to play aggressive, then we're really good at that. But if we don't have to, then we're also good at just playing end game.
Adaptable, I like that fancy. Sorry, you go ahead.
خلصنا من الجيم الاول وكان عندنا 5 جيم الان، فكان السؤال هل الاستراتيجيه اللي تلعبون فيها بتكون باسف اكثر ولا اجريسيف اكثر، لكن كان جوابهم انه لا احنا بالعكس نبي نشوف وش اللي موجود عندنا في الجيم، نبي نشوف وش الجيم كيف بيكون وبعدها نبي نقدر نقرر الاستراتيجيه حقتنا اذا احنا اللي بنلعب اجريسيف او بنلعب باسف، بس كله بيعتمد على الجيم، ما عندهم استراتيجيه ثابته.
Well, congratulations on kicking off the day with a victory royale. Everyone in the Gamers8 arena, please put your hands together for Epic Whale and Malabuka.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to be throwing back over to the analyst desk. They're going to talk about what we just witnessed here, and then we're going to throw into game number 2 of the day.
على طول اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور نتوجه للاستوديو التحليلي اللي يتكلم عن الهيل اوف الرهيب اللي شفناه في نهايه الباتل رويال حق الجيم الاول، وبنشوف ايش اللي ممكن يصير في الجيم الثاني. عندنا الاستوديو التحليلي.
Thank you so much, Fancy and Barney, and congratulations to Epic Whale and Malabuka. I mean, we've been talking about it not just since yesterday, but the entire competition, that this looks like a star team, and it being an international team is kind of showing up everyone else.
This is incredible, right? Like, I don't know where we are right now. Seeing Tayson and Thomas go up against Malabuka and Epic Whale, a duo that you would never expect, the two regions coming together in the last 2 versus 2. Even the names before that. I mean, all of these players are the best of the best, but seeing a duo like Epic Whale and Malabuka come out on top, it's heartwarming.
It was almost the perfect endgame between these two squads. One team had the low ground, something they have utilized all weekend. The other side, Malabuka, Epic Whale taking that height advantage, and finally they get the win that they were due for what seems like 20 matches now. They eventually close it out, and at the biggest time for them.
And for it to be a heal-off too, which I'm actually trying to remember if we've seen a heal-off yet, and I don't think we have, at least not in the sense that we just saw in game number 7. But if we're speaking about height, we got to talk about Hen and Queasy. They were holding height so well for so long, a team even trying to steal it away from them, but failing, but then it just kind of fell apart so quickly.
Look, we know how dominant Hen and Queasy are with high ground, but they're also against the best of the best in the world. So they were able to hold it for a good amount of time, but ultimately, when the mats ran low, when the situation did not go into their favor, it was just very difficult when you're playing against the best of the best.
I think that's the big thing. We had gotten to a point in the endgame where everybody was low on mats, and it was like a 10-man foot race towards the next zone, and they're just trying to keep themselves involved. But with that, it came down to who not only has the mid game, but who were the first players on the ground to establish some of their presence. Again, it was once more Thomas, HD, and Tayson, and they found ways just to stay consistent near the end.
And as we saw earlier, or I believe what our casters were saying, is that Hellfire and Tripper and the team that was in second place going down a little early, but they were able to grab a handful of eliminations. And if you're not going to be able to make it to the end game, that's kind of the situation that you want.
Right, Elims will give you a good amount of points. It is 2 points per elimination, but also Seti and Cammy, they went down earlier than you would expect them to do. I mean, they are one of the most, the most consistent duo in these late games here. So now, them going down early, I want to see how that's going to affect the standings, because they were very high up in first, and now that Epic Whale, Malibuca, and Thomas Tayson were the last two duos alive, which were also close to that top 5, Epic Whale being in 7th, Thomas Tayson being in 3rd, I believe. Now, I mean, it's going to be closer than ever.
It's absolutely going to be a nail-biting race between maybe our top 6 teams, but I think it is big that Cammy and City did get a couple of eliminations, which will help them because they are usually an endgame team. This time, though, it doesn't go their way.
Yeah, it was almost a 30-point difference between, actually it was more than 30, it was 35 points between first and second place right there, so definitely that lead is going to be dwindling just a little bit. And here is our match ranking brought to you by STC, and Epic Whale and Malibuca with 7 eliminations and that victory royale, going to have 46 points going at a game number 7 there, and obviously Tayson and Thomas that was in 3rd place before that game, 7 eliminations, 2nd place. I don't know if they're going to take over Cammy and Seti, but they might be taking over Hellfire and Tripperin.
Look, with only a 3-point difference from the 2nd and 1st place spot, both duos had a pretty equal game, but for Acorn and Edgy, they were on the lower end of the leaderboard, so with these 38 points they were able to rack up with those 5 eliminations and the 3rd place, they're going to be definitely feeling happy now.
And if you're Tayson and Thomas, you're glad that the end game strat worked and staying low on the ground got you 7 elims, but looking for our teams 11th through 20th, I mean, similar situations where we start to see the drop-off in the elimination count. Most on the page goes to Epic, and looking at the deal, and you got 4 at most, so it's really come down to a disparity between these duos.
What I'm looking at, though, is Seti and Cammy with 0 eliminations, getting 18th place right there, only a total of 13 points, and we know that 1st place spot was over 40, so Tayson and Thomas might not just be beating out Hellfire and Tripper, and they might be taking over Cammy and Seti.
I want the curse to be broken. Seti, Cammy, you always do so good in day 1 and day 2. I mean, it's not starting off great, but this is just the beginning. 5 more matches, the curse can still be broken. Seti and Cammy can still make that comeback, but looking even further down here, there's more names. But at these overall rankings now, they are still holding that 1st place spot.
It's only 14 points.
They literally, yeah, the difference was down by 20 points now, from 35 points to 14 points. The gap is closing, and speaking of the gap closing, the 2nd and 3rd, it is only a 3-point difference there. And we do have Malibuca and Epic Whale now climbing up. I mean, this is actually an incredibly close race, all the way down from 1st to 9th.
Acorn and Edgy as well, now in 8th place spot, bumping themselves up the leaderboard. I see Bad Sniper Mustache down there in 10th. I mean, this whole leaderboard has been shooking up just from 1 match, and with 5 more matches to be played out, I mean, I cannot tell you what's going to happen next.
Yeah, and the spread's less than 10 from 7th with Aqua and Vino all the way up to Malibuca and Epic Whale between these squads. So there's a lot of room for movement. And if you're Malibuca, Epic Whale, 8 points may not seem like that much, but 1 bad drop and all of a sudden you're looking at a further leap for catching up to Tayson and Thomas HD. So it's going to be an interesting next couple of games.
There are 5 more games to go here, and we've already seen top teams topple. Which teams, though, in our 2nd page here can climb up the leaderboard right now? Steno and Lush, the team that was doing so well during our 0 builds, grabbing 3 victory royales, still showing up today. Same thing with King God and Siyun. They had a great performance yesterday, not grabbing even double-digit eliminations after 7 games, but who needs elims when you're able to make it to the end game every time?
You can see the difference of cutoff in points here as well, as King and Seyun were in 11th going into the last game, and they did go down extremely early this match. It was in the mid-game, and they only got dropped down 2 positions to 13th place, so you don't get punished as hard in this 2nd page, but if you want to get into that top 10, you can't make those mistakes, and you need to get to the late game.
I think Steno and Lushi's performance, at least being in 12th so far in Standard, is a bit of a surprise for this duo, given how good they were in the 0 build. They've translated it quite well. They just need to keep up that pace. 21 through 30, though, any specific names that are sticking out to you, Kelly?
Well, you know, I was going to speak for Takata there and seeing Vico and Jelty. I know that they can grab a VR. We saw them grab 2 VRs in the 0 build mode, and I want them to do it today.
I want them to do the same thing, but it's about consistency, right? They've shown that they can get the victory royales, but they have to show that they can maintain the consistency, that they can constantly get to this end game, get a good amount of elims, and do something similar to what Seti and Cammy have been doing.
Yeah, consistency is going to be the big thing for a lot of our top 4 squads, and building upon the lead they have now is going to be really important because players are going to get better and more creative and crafty as the day goes on, so you don't want to have to be playing catch-up in games 5, 6, and 7.
I want to talk a little bit about Acorn and Edgy there, the team that was able to grab 3rd place. They tried to steal height away from Hen and Queasy, but failed. What was their falling grace there in that moment?
Look, the difficult thing with this is you're going against Hen and Queasy on high ground, right? Like, this duo is dominant. That is their home, right? They were feeling great up there. So they know how to counter those aggressive plays from the duos down below. Acorn and Edgy made an attempt. They weren't successful, but it's all about adapting from it, right? They have to see what they did wrong, and now that they have that little break in between matches, they have time to think about it. You know, if they're put in that situation again, what would they have done differently?
And there was a moment where Hen fell a little bit too early down into a gunfight and eventually fell, so I think losing numbers certainly helped in that case, but they were really the only team up there. There was no one else contesting. It was just a middle surge from everybody else, and in the end, sometimes it just doesn't crumble your way.
And that's why Thomas and Tayson, who again, situational awareness is so important in the end game here. They saw no one has height. We can now take it probably, and that's what they did. That's how they were able to hold out all the way until second place, and then grabbing incredible performance.
I found that end game so interesting because Malibu and Epic Whale, they had the advantage. The zone was pulling up a ridge. They had more materials than Tayson and Thomas, so Tayson and Thomas were kind of at an all-time disadvantage there, but they were still able to stay up a long time. They had the heals. They went for the heal off, but they didn't make it happen, but they still did the best they could.
Well, I do want to correct myself. It was Whale and Malibuca that were actually able to take height at the very end there, not Tayson and Thomas, but still like doing such a good job on the low ground there and grabbing that second place spot. Going all the way down to a heal off, one of the first heal offs that we have seen, everyone. And that was just game number 7. We still have 5 more games to go here, everyone. But before we do that, we have a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Season 4 and chapter
4. No, chapter 1. Season 4.
Okay, season 4 and chapter 1. Season 7, chapter 1.
Oh.
Close.
Chapter 2, Season 2.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, everyone. And joining me here is the dynamic duo of Shia Wager and Levin2K.
I mean, it's going to be awesome to be on the desk. We're going to be casting a little bit later, Levin, but right now the action, Kelly, is looking just so hot.
It's so hot, and I know that game number 8 is going to be the same way, and we're going to jump into that real quick. So just quick thoughts on that last game that we saw.
Height type of fight, it was really nice, and then the kind of breakdown of 3 teams towards the end, Levin, that was just really awesome.
This has been such a great competition because we're constantly seeing all these titans of the world, right, going at each other in these final moments. I was literally on the edge of my seat throughout the whole endgame.
And Epic Whale and Malibuca finally grabbing a victory royale, and I've just been seeing so much love for Epic Whale on social media.
Yeah, it's just in terms of adapting, in terms of the region that he comes from as well, smaller one overall in the world, but at the same time, he's repping that NAS flag proudly.
Yeah, and look, for the longest time, a lot of the top EU players have given him that respect. It's the reason why Malibuca was actually quite excited to play with him, because he's not no slouch, and he showed that timeless amounts of time throughout this competition.
Yeah, he was kind of at the forefront, there was a spear, he was the iron, the metal at the head of it in that last play as well. Man was so aggressive so far, no build, and overall here today too, Standard Battle Royale. He's been absolutely amazing, Kelly.
But can they do it again? Game number 8 is ready to go, so let's head on over to Panda and SVG.
Hey everybody, I'll start waving the NAS flag for everybody. Now, welcome back. We're going into game number 2, and I mean, you're the NAS expert here, Panda. It's got to be awesome to see Epic Whale continue to perform. I mean, how are you feeling about those two after match number 1?
I mean, he's just showing why he is one of the best players in the world. No region can truly define his skill, and we're seeing that here as he's partnered now with Malibuca. But you also can't take anything away from Malibuca. Him being, again, one of the best IGLs in the game. Like, there's no question about that too, especially here in Chapter 3. So I'm excited to see them continue to play, but I don't think this is the last VR we see them achieve.
Ooh, okay, big words. We'll see, we'll see. Another team that we, always have to bring up, Thomas and Tayson. Amazing to see this performance here at an in-person event because, a lot of people like to claim, oh, they've only done it online. They are putting away all the haters. Anyone that's like, they can only do it in that kind of event. Nah, in 3rd place, solidifying themselves. Another strong game. This is now 4 straight matches, 5 actually, with the top 10, including 2 seconds and a third over the past 5 matches. This team is roaring right now, and if nobody's ready to stop them, it'll be interesting to see what exactly they finish in.
Well, the main team ahead of them that could stop them is Cammy and Seti, but we did, as we mentioned before, see them go down earlier than expected. So this is the time for them to strike, right? Both them and Hellfire and Tripperin went down relatively early in that end game. So for Tayson and Thomas, you're seeing this, right? And you're like, okay, how do we continue to close this gap? Because currently it's only 17 points between 3rd place and 1st place, meaning it should be kind of a cakewalk for Thomas HD and Tayson if Cammy and Seti continue to perform like that. However, we know those become Legends players. They definitely don't slow down.
They're not going down without a fight. And one of the cool things we saw from Thomas and Tayson last game was they looked to go play height, then claim low after they were tossed aside, as we do see Amar go down there. But it was an interesting back and forth. They went to try and make a height play, didn't see the opportunity, continued to play mid, then claim low, showing the versatility of that duo, and that's looking dangerous. One thing that I did just see, I think a Nas just got knocked, and Pink followed through. Oh, look at, we just saw Hellfire and Tripperin go down as well.
Our 2nd place duo is down and out here of this game. That is massive. That could cause probably the most significant shift here for Tayson and Thomas HD, depending on how they perform.
Now we do see our leaders doing what we've seen from them a couple of times. It's been tough for these teams at Rocky Reels because Cammy and Seti occasionally, not every game, it's like a surprise attack. They're gonna come in, they're gonna take your grapple gloves, and they're gonna deal a lot of damage on you. So that is tough for the Rocky Reels team, but awesome for Cammy and Seti to start off that quickly.
Listen, obviously this being our top team, we're gonna have to pay close attention to them, but this is also scary for them as well. Remember, Tripperin, Hellfire in 2nd place, they were kind of that buffer zone for Cammy and Seti. Now, they're down and out, which means one of 2 things. Cammy Seti, they can easily continue to create that lead, that space between them and everyone else, But if I think Thomas HD and Tayson have anything to do with it, they're not going to let that gap grow. They're only going to shrink it, and they're going to continue to push to make that happen.
And we do see another fight getting brought out right here. Bizzle and Dubs getting in some action of Chapix and Z Andy. We were talking to the FaZe boys and having some difficulty dealing with this team coming in quickly and looking for these fights. It's tough when you aren't in a position and you're doing split drops like Bizzle and Dubs are. You get caught out in poor positions just like we saw there. It's a risk reward of having all those materials, all that extra loot versus being together, and you know, sometimes teams take advantage of it.
They definitely do, but one player getting taken advantage of there, it's Macwood actually going down here to Seg and Rapid. These two have continually fought here, and it looks like they're just going to continue to get the better of Macwood.
And that's another team splitting up. They're not necessarily looting the same area. Macwood and Threats are splitting the southern and eastern side of that POI chonkers all the way down south. And, you know, Rapid Peak haven't necessarily been going where they just fought, so that is a big switch up, which they get caught out, and someone did their homework, realized that Macwood may be out all by himself, able to clean him up. Likely Threats will be able to get him back in the game, because I doubt Peak and his duo will be able to sit there for too long. But now we have another fight going on right over here, and this is the top performing team that I did not expect to be on top of the leaderboard. It's Steno and Lou showed us in the zero build how good they are, and now in the build mode showing us it's no joke. They are an all-around good duo.
It doesn't matter if it's Fortnite Zero Build or Fortnite Battle Royale. This team continues to perform, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down as Arab and Bloomy now forced on the back foot. Trish trying to survive. Lush getting in there. Oh no! Immediately getting taken out, and Arab now getting the full elimination and the refresh he needed to hold on. But now, will Steno be able to come back here as a solo? It is looking close. Steno just trying to connect shots. He does get Bloomy down. Now it's all up to him, and he gets it. Steno takes out both Arab and Bloomy.
Little 2v1 light work there for Steno. He's done that before. We see now able to get that reboot card, bring his teammate back in the match. What a great play when the pressure is on, when the spotlight is on you. He stands up, he bangs his chest, lets everyone know this is my game and I'm here to stay. That's been quite the performance. I mean, hey, we just talked about them outperforming expectations, and then right there, standing up, getting a quick little 1v2 to clutch that up. An interesting and terrific play by Steno.
Definitely agree. Now Lush is going to have to get back in the game. But one team we got to focus on here in the Rave Cave is Thomas HD and Tayson. They're continually doing well here in the Rave Cave after those first two games yesterday. So I'm liking the fact that no matter how contested the POI is, they're still going to be able to come out on top. But another contested POI here, it's Epic Whale and Malibuca now taking the fight onto Hero. It looks like this is interesting. So I know Hellfire and Tripper and Land in this area too. We know they've gone down early, but I'm curious, could this be the reason? Could there have been a shift here as to who was landing over at Loot Lake?
It has to be Hero and Spy. We're able to get one of the elims, and we see 3 elims here on Epic and Malibuca. So the fights came through. Epic Malibuca got one of those elims on the Thomas and Tripper, then Hero and Spy got the other one. So a switch up in drops. This is typically what we'll see from teams not performing as well as they would have hoped, trying to change things up, get themselves some momentum, and put themselves in a much better spot than they were previously. Although it doesn't always work out. Sometimes you're going against some top teams, as we see Hero and Spy did go down there early.
They did, but one team that's holding on and not going to just go down, it's Cammy and Seti. You see Cammy taking a lot of damage there in that moment, but still, they survive, using the material as needed to just move, right? But they also have a really good path. I've noticed that no matter where the zone pools, they always have a way to refresh material, no matter how much they use, which is why I think they stand out so much as a duo. Like, there's no other teams mapping out exactly where to loot, no matter what direction you pull from your POI.
Yeah, it is such an interesting strategy, and maybe it's in their brain where they know, okay, X and Y. Oh, we just saw Cammy go down. He gets knocked there by Balor. That is huge. But what you were just saying, they know exactly what to use on certain rotates, because at the end of it, there's going to be wood, there's going to be brick, but Seti's down too. Our top duo is down. Our top 2 duos have fallen very early on in this match.
This is wild. Balor and FKS catching Seti and Cammy off guard, right? We were just talking about how low they were on materials, how they needed to get a refresh, how they had mapped out their path. And unfortunately, on that path, they could have never expected to see FKS and Balor just ultimately catch them off guard. So now, first place, second place are out. If you're Thomas HD, if you're Epic Whale, if you're either of these teams, you are looking and hunting for the opportunity to take first and second.
And I'm looking at the leaderboard right now. Pretty much everyone from 9th up has the opportunity to outplace at least second place. One solid match, a 50-point game, which is not out of the question. You get 32 just for the placement. Then you grab about 9 elims. You're right there in that top 5. That is exactly where everyone wants to be. And hey, if you're a fan of Fortnite, if you want this to be close, this is exactly what you want. Obviously, you don't want to see some of the top contenders go down early, but now the room is open for anybody that wants to claim it.
What was a 35-point lead going into the day now continues to dwindle as our top teams are out, but players now here understanding the opportunity that's in front of them. They're going to continue to push. They're going to continue to get as many points as they can on the board, but now the zone pulling further south. So those teams landing Chonkers, landing Synapse Station, landing Greasy Grove, they should have a bit of an advantage here in this game.
You got to be kicking yourself too if you're Seti and Cammy, because this is a zone that's favorable towards where they land. They're able to get tags and put themselves in a great position. Unfortunate, sometimes FKS, Balor, they make sneak plays. We've seen it plenty of times in FNCS. Players are waiting for their opportunity, knowing a player will make a certain rotation. That's doing your homework. That's understanding how the game is played. It's not always about being the most mechanical player. Sometimes it's understanding that you can just simply make a slower play, wait for the players to come to you, and take advantage of it. Now we see FHD and Mansoor coming in behind this fight, stealing whatever extra loot is here, and beginning to make their rotation.
They are just continuing on. You know, for Mansoor, we've talked about it in Game 7. Now in Game 8, still surviving, doing good, putting points on the board, which is what we love to see here. This team knows how to make plays, and they know how to put points on the board. But when you're put in a setting like this, an international in-person event, it's definitely a different experience to anything they've had online. So adapting to this obviously is very, very difficult for a lot of these players, but they still showcase that they know what they're doing. They can still show up no matter the environment.
And one tough thing is a lot of players just play the game. They don't necessarily have a plan. What they're doing is just going from step 1 to step 2 to step 3, and they don't know what that next step is. Other players, they've set up that 10-step plan, putting themselves on a path to success, and that's what we're seeing the difference is. Those players that understand this is a long haul, we need to do X, Y, Z on this path, and if we can do that, we can accomplish our goals. It's a back and forth that really separates those top players from the rest of these lobbies.
It definitely does, and one of those top teams that we see have great games and then not so great games. It's actually Jelty and Vico. We saw them win a game yesterday. We saw them win games in Zero Build. So they know how to win, but it feels like they're just not as consistent as some of these other teams, which is why they're not in the top 10 right now. However, they do have that pop-off potential. They know how to come back in situations like this. So I'm curious if they're still going to be able to do that here in this game. But Queasy Hen, stacked up, ready to go, as we are expecting, looking to just commit to some surge tags. You see 35 damage above is not a lot for them to work with, so any shots that they can connect is going to be vital to them being successful in the mid and late game.
And this is a bold play by them. We see Queasy is not even on this hill with Hen. He's on the hill down to the southwest. We saw them do this last game, but last game there wasn't Micho and Milan in between you and your duo, so Hen's going to have to rotate as a solo. Queasy has to provide that cover fire to allow his teammate to do that. Looks like for now it's going to go unpunished. It's a bold move by these two to continue to do this, but it's a great play for Surge and to allow themselves different dominance over areas. They're not doing this on low ground positions. They're taking massive hills to gain all this information and set themselves up for success later on.
You know, one thing I do want to mention, I feel like if it were any other team, or almost any other team here than Milan and Micho, I don't feel like Hen would have been able to rotate unpunished. I don't think he would have been able to move like that. So I'm kind of interested, or honestly, they should feel blessed, but I'm interested to see how this is going to continue to play out for them, because with Milan and Mitro close by, it's only a matter of time before they attempt to strike.
It is. Both teams are going to have to make these rotations down to the south, and we can see it's almost all the way to Rocky Reels. There was also that team coming out of Storm. I believe that was Adapter and Kakarot. And if you just look at that north side of zone, there's a couple of arrows in the Storm, a couple right on the outside. So those are fights, those are shots that are going to be taking place. It's not simply just one team that's sitting here. It is multiple teams now looking to hold these players on the outside of Storm. Mitro Milan should have taken advantage of that opportunity, but now I think they're going to be forced to fight Adapter and Kakarot, while Malabuka, Epic Whale, Queasy Hen just sit here and enjoy the view.
Yeah, and they are enjoying the view. You see both the teams already in zone, just pressuring back into Storm. And now Hen, Queasy, actually pushing in. This could be not only a bad thing for Queasy and Hen, this could be a good thing for Malabuka and Epic Whale. If they continue to watch this fight and pressure them inside the Storm, not only could this fight end early, but it could end in their favor.
And I think they saw that they got the knock there on the Mitro, knowing it's one final player remaining. These two can easily take a 2v1 if they're given the possibility. Milan running out of time here. Some shots do come through. There's no heals. He's going to go down. Queasy and Hen will be taking those ones home and putting them in the back pocket. A nice little refresh, but even more so, those points, those are vital. That's what Queasy and Hen want. They want the extra points. That is how you push yourself up a leaderboard, making these plays, and they will go unpunished for it, as Malabuka and Epic Whale have moved on from this position.
You know, as much as I wanted to see them kind of hold Queasy and Hen, it's fully understandable as to why they're moving, right? They cannot afford to spend too much time on the edge of zone like that, and it's better to get really nice positioning inside or on the dead side of zone than it is to continue to focus on what's going on in Storm, because realistically, you don't know what the outcome will be as long as you sit there. So good play on their part, but one team struggling here. It's the team that we actually watch take out Seti and Cammy. It's Balor and FKS here, finding themselves having to rotate a large distance and just move. They're trying to get the feet under them to just start booking it, because the last thing they can afford to do right now is take any unnecessary damage.
And these rotates are so difficult as everyone is trying to get surge damage, whether it be the players rotating side by side with you or the players already on the front side of zone, along with you knowing that you need to grab that damage. It's a difficult position to be in, and we see the shots need to be taken. Whether or not you're super healthy, just like Dubs, he has to be taking shots and taking risks, because otherwise Storm will be taking him down, or the Storm Surge. So we see he's waiting for his opportunity here, but this is only a matter of time. Down he goes, and I believe that's going to be Scram and Andalex that can clean that one up. Yes, it is one of our top 10 teams able to grab that one. Now putting themselves a couple points higher on the leaderboard, and the late rotates are frequent and all over the place here on this north side.
They're all over, but for these players, it's not over yet. You see them just looking to connect something. It's Draftel and Cal now just trying to continue to climb. I think one of the things about this team is we've seen them quite a bit, but it's never truly in those final moments of a game. So this is their moment to try and mitigate that, try to change that. However, with what we've seen so far from the stuff that they struggled with, it's going to be tough, especially when you have so many incredible teams close by.
5 players need to go down before we get to that 54 player threshold for Storm Surge. So several duos are dealing with that issue. Everyone's looking for their tags. We see Queasy and Hen have made it into the zone. They are clearly above, but even though they just got that Elim, Andalex not super healthy there. He had to now be forced to take a fight. Storm Surge was hitting Kai. Merstash and Bad Sniper understood that. They're jumping right in. They're trying to grab this damage. Now another team is going to clean that up. That's Cal taking down Kai. Merstash and Bad Sniper being able to grab a couple of eliminations, and need to be careful because this is a whole different duo down below.
Yeah, and knowing Nema, he's not an easy player to take down, so it's going to be interesting. Will he be able to hold on here? You see him building out here, just trying to take as many of the resources in the area as possible to solidify his spot on the edge of zone. But looking at this, look at all of these players just trying to protect themselves as they move forward here in game number 8.
And we do see this is a team below on Surge. We are at that 54 number, so it's not going to be currently ticking. But by the time we get to 44 for Fort Zone, it actually is going to start ticking. So it's a constant number of players being taken out. Analyst and Scram need to start making plays here. Just sitting here waiting for an opportunity is not going to be enough. Those fights happening right in front of them are prime chances for them to grab some damage, and they need to be careful. They haven't taken any of these opportunities put right in front of them, and now this could come back to bite them.
This could, and I think they're going to have to push Lecce and Swilliam here. There's no other option for them to get damage. As you can see, everybody else is more or less based up successfully and comfortably. So for them to continue to push, they're going to have to get damage somewhere. But now we actually see them opting in to back out. They're not going to try to take this hype fight with Swilliam and Lecce. So that could be bad for them, but it also could be good because you see what is happening to Lecce and Swilliam now.
You can't be going in there, and that's actually Andalex is going to be cleaning up. Swilliam, Steno is going to fall as well, so a number of elims coming through as fights are being forced. It sounded like we had a couple of our top teams getting some elims there, and a couple of Falcon players picking up some elims, and you can hear the crowds loving that one.
They're loving it, but what I'm loving is also seeing Tayson, Thomas HD there in the elimination field feed, picking more up. They're not slowing down either. Again, both Thomas HD, Tayson, Epicwell, Malabuka, these two teams continue to watch how this unfolds because remember, first and second, they're out. They're up for grabs right now, and these two teams are looking for that top spot.
They are, and another team is Okis and Nut. They've been a team that performed incredibly well on the first half of day one. Fell off a little bit, but now we're right back in striking distance. They're currently sitting in 9th heading into this match. They've played high ground, and they've looked for high ground several times during these tournaments. I would expect them to try and go back to the well because it worked so well before. Now we'll have to see whether or not they set themselves up for an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, it's all about the setup here for these players, setting themselves up in zone, setting themselves up in a place where they can truly be successful, and that's what we see a lot of these teams trying to do. But actually, I saw there for a moment, it looked like Blake and Scoped going for the high ground.
Maybe making a play for it in fit zone. They've seen the success of other teams doing so that early. It isn't typically what you would advise, but hey, thus far it's worked out for a lot of duos, and Tayson is continuing to punish players on the backside of zone, getting a refresh that they don't necessarily need, but you ain't gonna say no when a team goes and grabs it. Speaking of the high ground, who is up there, Panda?
It's Aqua and Vino, baby. Aqua, the World Cup champion, known for his time on high ground, has it, claiming it, and it doesn't look like they're in a position to slow down.
They have so much to sustain this. They have the grapple gloves. They have the materials, and we already see they're positioning themselves to hold this down. They are not giving this one up. Just like we saw from Head and Queasy in the former match, they want to invest everything possible to play this position. Vino, Aqua already standing their ground here on high ground and making sure no one takes it from the backside.
Yeah, and look, if anybody knows how to hold the high ground, it's Aqua, and that's why we're seeing just this as Vino now going to be able to pick up Blake, and it does look like Scope's coming through there for Lush, so that's going to be huge pickups there for these teams. But now Thomas HD actually taking quite a bit of damage. This is huge. If Tayson and Thomas HD go down, it's only up to Epicwell and Malabuka.
Yeah, and we do see Queasy and Hen right under that high ground position. A play will be looked to be made. That's later on, though. They're going to wait for a weakness. They will find their opportunity because Vino and Aqua still locking it down up above. But another team trying to claim all this position here is Malabuka and Epic Whale. They know that they can pop off, grab whatever position they want on this leaderboard, and they're already moving through this mid ground and beginning their dominance of the end game.
This is awesome to see. The FNCS champions, Aqua being a World Cup champion. I can't stress enough how talented these players are, especially when they have the high ground. 4 eliminations is just a start here for them because they will not stop until this game is done.
And we do see the mid rotates coming through, but actually Malabuka is going to fall there. That's to Kanata. So with points to claim, Malabuka is going to go early. It's now on the back of Epic Whale, and he wants to try and find something, but no, there's a potential revive. He could get his teammate right back in this if there's no pressure. That will be happening early. That could be a big play as we look down to the low ground, and a team that does it perfectly. It's Tayson and Thomas.
Tayson and Thomas, but Malabuka not going to be able to get back up. Epic Whale here very, very weak. No shield. The armored walls come out to protect him here for a moment, but he only has one moment. You see him, Chugs flashes in hand. That's it for him. And unfortunately, with those tags there, it does look like he's going to potentially go down. But Aqua and Vino, not necessarily in the best spot. You see 3 builds, no builds now left for Aqua as Epic Whale goes down to Thomas HD.
And it's Z-Andy and Chapix trying to claim that high ground, but Z-Andy gets paid for that big time. That's the refresh that Aqua and Vino needed to hold the high ground. Chapix trying to do this 2v2. He does hold height, but this is only a matter of time before Aqua and Vino try and bounce back and grab this all themselves.
Yeah, but look, it looks like they were forced down, but as I say forced down, it's Chapix who ends up getting eliminated. Vino now, no material as well. They're going to struggle to maintain high ground. They're going to need some kind of refresh if they want to keep it. However, Thomas HD, Tayson here on the mid ground, now just trying to push in anywhere that they can. Thomas goes down. Tayson all by himself here, just trying to hold on.
How did Nut get on the high ground? He just walks up. He's as a solo. He's now looking to make a play. He wants it all. It is his game now to lose. He has a few materials to sustain up there. Whether or not he can do it comes down to him, but it's the low ground. It's the chaos. Vino somehow stays alive, but now he goes down. That's Tayson cleaning that one up on the backside of zone. He's got nothing left to his name. Can he find the ceiling? It's Aqua in his sights. Is he able to get that big shot? And yes, he does. He takes him down. But it's Edgy and Acorn that clap back, and now it's a 2v1.
It's NA East, baby. All the players left from the NA East region now. Edgy solo on the low ground. Nut left as a solo player up top. 1v2 here as Nut, the controller demon himself, looks to clutch up this game.
Take a breath, find out this is a solo. Edgy's gonna look to bait this, try and give Acorn an opportunity. Nut drops down, big damage from him. It's Acorn and Edgy putting the shots on. No, he goes down, but it's Acorn right there waiting to clean that one up. That is a solid 2v1 to close out that game.
You love to see the excitement there from Edgy and Acorn. 2 players there from North America East, dedicating, showing why they deserve to be in this competition.
Panda, I told you, if there's someone to watch out for on day 2, this is a day 2 team. They figured out how to play this lobby, understand where to position themselves. They were jockeying for that position there on low ground. Ultimately, they are the ones that come out victorious.
And I'm not surprised. You said it. I mean, you literally called it at the start of the day. You said, look, if there's any team to make a comeback into the top 10 that's from NA, it's going to be Edgy. It's going to be Acorn. And they're doing just that here with a massive win to clutch up here in the start of the day.
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, there's a lot of teams to talk about. We could go on forever, but we have to tip our hats to Tayson and Thomas HD, able to get a top 5 within that match when the top 2 teams above them fell early. Epic and Malabuka may also have taken first and second, so it could be Thomas, Tayson, Epic, Malabuka, and then everyone else down below. Seti, Cammy, it is now your turn to come back.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Looking at this right here, 8th place Acorn and Edgy were when they went into this game. At 170 points, or actually, 170 points, honestly, after that game, I could even see them being past Seti and Cammy. It's going to be very, very close, and really, it's going to be up to the analysts to break that down in just a few moments. But man, game number 8, we only have 4 more matches left. This is it of the Gamers8 event, the biggest in-person event we've had since the World Cup. Man, the hype here is unreal.
It is. You could feel it. You walk into the stadium, you're walking around the hotel. You can feel how intense these players are and how ready they are for these moments. So it's awesome to see it happen. Let's go check out what they have to say for us.
2 down, 4 to go. I am now joined on the main stage by Acorn and Edgy. Congratulations for taking that victory royale. Now, I just wanted to quickly ask, we're backstage, these guys are all front of stage. Sometimes we hear on the comms a lot of players getting really loud, like, you know, doing huge call outs and stuff. How vocal are you guys on comms, or are you guys pretty chill?
We're pretty vocal, I'd say. Like, we were screaming right there. I could hear it at the end of the stage, you could hear that. Pretty damn loud, I can't.
رجعنا لكم مرة ثانية في المسرح مع ايكورن ايجي بعد ما خلصوا الباتل رويال الثاني لصالحهم. كان سؤالنا الأول إنه كثير احنا نسمع الكوميونيكيشن حق اللاعبين إنه في صراخ قاعد يصير في خلف المسرح، فكيف الكوميونيكيشن حقكم؟ هل هو عالي ولا خفيف؟ فكان جوابهم إنه لا، احنا كنا قاعدين نصرخ، ولو ترجع للبث المباشر بتسمع صراخهم أيضا طالع في البث من المحللين والمعلقين.
Now, I've been speaking to a few members of the audience, and a bunch of them have a couple of questions, so I thought I'd relay one of those questions onto you. Now, due to points in these kinds of scenarios, in these tournaments being so vital, okay, do you change your playstyle depending on who remains when it gets to the final circle? So I assume you're keeping an eye out for all the eliminations that are going on throughout the game. Do you change it up, or do you just stick to your game plan?
I think we just kind of focus on our own game and just focus on what's going on at the moment. Like, I feel like when we focus on other people, it's just a distraction, and we'll play worse. So we're just focused on our game, focus on forget what happened in the last game, just focus on the game at hand and just play the best we can.
كثير من اللاعبين والجمهور كانوا يسألون سؤال دائما نشوف اللاعبين يغيرون البلاي ستايل حقهم في النهاية. هل في السيركز الأخيرة أنت تغير البلاي ستايل حقك بناء على من اللي باقي عايش في الجيم، باقي ما بعد أخذ عليه الإليمينيشن، ولا إنه البلاي ستايل حقكم يعتمد على لعبكم أنتم بغض النظر عن من اللي عايش باقي في السيركز الأخيرة؟ فكان جوابهم إنه لا، إحنا دائما نركز على جيمنا، إحنا ما نركز على جيم الخصم وما نعرف مين اللي يكون متواجد، لأنه ما يهم النقطة هذه، إحنا بس نشوف وش اللي ممكن نسويه إحنا كلاعبين ونقدر نستمر على النقطة هذه.
Well, I can now tell you that after that victory royale, you are currently in 6th position, okay? So you've really bumped up the table. There's a possibility that this trophy could have your names on it by the end of today. So just maybe give us a little bit of a hint, or the crowd as well. What's the best thing about your duo?
It's got to be the chemistry, you know what I'm saying? We don't even got to talk sometimes, and we're just on each other. We know what's going on. You know,
Yeah.
we're just one brain, man. Just one brain.
Literally right after the last game, we were both we just realized after that game we weren't even calming at all. We were just doing what felt right, and we're just one brain.
زي ما احنا عارفين هم الآن بعد ما خلصنا من الجيم الثاني هم قدروا يصيرون من التوب 6 اللي هم ايكورن ايجي. وكان سؤالنا لهم انه ايش الشيء اللي يميزكم عن باقي الدوز، وايش الشيء اللي يخليكم تقربون انكم تاخذون الكاس؟ فكان جوابهم انه اكثر شيء يميزنا هو الكيمستري حقتنا. حتى في كثير من الايام ما نتكلم مع بعض، ما في بيننا كومز، ما في بيننا اي تواصل، احنا بس قاعدين نركز على نقطه واحده اللي هي كيف احنا نسوي الشيء اللي احنا نشوف انه هو الصحيح، ودائما احنا نكون كاننا عقل واحد مع بعض.
One big brain. That's exactly what we like to hear. Well, congratulations once again, Acorn and Edgy. You guys have been fantastic. And good luck for the remaining games that we've got for the rest of the day. Everyone, give it up one more time for Acorn and Edgy. Let's go. The crowd is pretty good today, I've got to say, Fancy. I'm going to throw it back over to the analyst desk so we can bring us into game number 3 of the day.
والعافية أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور. على طول على سير التحليلي نتكلم عن الجيم الثاني ونبدأ الجيم الثالث معنا، ويصير ما بقى لنا إلا نصف المباريات حقت اليوم عشان نعرف مين اللي بياخذ الكأس ومين اللي بيكسب القدر الأكبر من جائزة المليون. على طول مع سير التحليلي.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk for Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite, and I still have Shia Wager and Levin2K joining me, and it's Acorn and Edgy, the team from NA East, showing up with that VR.
That was just really nice and clean towards the end as well, Levin, when it came to how they won that game, staying slow, secure, low ground style, silent almost, but then really loud in that interview.
Yeah, they were incredibly fluid throughout that end game, right? They're so on point with each other that they don't even need to speak in their own words, right? So very much visible in their gameplay, always tight together, always staying on each other, making sure that they're there to back up their teammates.
Well, we always talk about how mechanics are important, but more so important in the solo competition. When it's duos or trios, it's all about that synergy.
It's all about efficiency as well. You not only have to trust your teammate, but Edgy going up like that, Acorn knowing that he can back him up. We talked about kind of their telepathic connection overall, right? It just showed there in the final moments, and that's what you need. 6th place kind of overall. Banks mentioned it. I want to see where they go.
It's such a basic fundamental, but it's something that goes undervalued. We've literally seen some of the best teams in Fortnite history ever break apart simply because they couldn't follow each other well.
Yep, without a doubt there. And going into game number 9 now, I'm excited to see if they're going to be able to continue this. But one team that has been continuing it time and time again, Thomas and Tayson, that solo clutch that almost won him the game, but just falling a little short.
The slide, Levin. The slide on the Aqua, I wish we saw it. That looks so good.
Honestly, in that moment there, you just think to yourself, Tayson, you're not going to do it, right? You're not going to do this, right? But he is living up to the moment right now. Takes on that Aqua. At that point, he sort of ran out of gas, but eventually, we are going to see more and more of these moments.
It's also just not fair having both those players on one team. A lot of the times you have, like, you know, the weak spot of the boss. Tayson and Thomas, one goes down, the other gets buffed. And both of those guys are impossible to deal with.
I mean, it's so, like, we've seen them be a duo a long time time in the past and then them breaking up, joining back together again. I'm wondering if maybe in the next season we're going to see them join back up, but maybe not.
Listen, sometimes people say sometimes, very sometimes, breakups make the relationship stronger. Don't heed my advice, you know, do what you got to do back home, but I feel like, Levin, that is the case for these guys.
Look, I wouldn't blame them, right? Thomas HG especially is such a prized position in Fortnite. Literally, I've seen a bunch of different players eyeing him up, making Jay Thomas. Next season, bro, if you're looking for a duo, I'm here, do you know what I mean? So I'm sure, you know, my guy Trippin will be doing everything he can to hold on to Thomas as a teammate, but I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever.
I mean, well, with the performance that we've been seeing with Hellfire and Tripper in here, although going down just a little bit, I mean, yeah, I can understand Hellfire wanting a top player like that. And here we have our match ranking brought to you by STC. Of course, Akron and Edgy with 5 eliminations, and that VR going to be pulling out 42 points. But look at the other team that has 42 points, Tayson and Thomas. Although Okus and Nutify grabbing second place, but just 2 eliminations.
Yeah, I think one of the big things too on this board, Senna Lucia is still kind of holding on. This game was a bunch of situations where a bunch of these top 10 teams, Levin, they kind of disappeared. So we can see people like Okus holding on, Senna as well, just mentioned, Analyst up in the business. I'm concerned also for Chapix and Zandy specifically, because these guys are really falling down.
Yeah, I'm even more concerned for Trippin and Hellfire, right? They were looking so good, came in today in pole position. Going down off spawn in that game is going to be just catastrophic for their points in the standings.
We're going to be pulling up our overall ranking in just a moment, but we do want to look at our second page here for match ranking just to see where those teams do lie out. And we have Epic Whale and Malibuca, also a top team that was in a prime position before, going down in 11th, but they grabbed 6 eliminations, so still able to grab enough points to hold them up.
Yeah, Malibuca and Mustache side by side, even if they can't play together. But this is also just strengthening Levin's point, right? I still don't see Tripper and I still don't see Hellfire. Now, these glasses aren't prescription, correct me if I'm wrong, but like that is so concerning. We can see that points are so close, maybe 20-point, 10-point gaps, Levin. You miss a game, you may as well be on the bus home.
Yeah, 100%. I think we will see eventually on the overall rankings the effects of that. But even for the teams who maybe didn't quite make it as deep in for the Epic Whales and Malibucas, getting those amount of eliminations is key in just keeping you in the running.
Another team I'm not seeing here is Cammy and Seti. Where are they?
Yeah, for them overall, when it just comes to how things look, consistency, always kind of pseudo-king. Sometimes you're not always at towards the top of your situation, the top of your game, and that's just tough for this duo overall.
Yeah, so obviously, you know, they started off so well, and we know day ones typically are the better day for them, and not just because, you know, they have some sort of curse on them or something, but day twos are harder days, right? People go home, they VOD review, and so there is an understanding of where teams are, the timings in order to be able to catch people out, and you see them here, 36th in the match rankings, you know, 0 limbs, 0 points. That is not the kind of game the first place team needs to be having.
Another team that was doing really well was King and Seyun there, who also dropped down quite early in that competition. Still able to grab some placement points, but just not enough.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing on this day overall as we see the big rankings is there are a bunch of changes in mid-game fights, how people are basing up inside that 5th zone. When it comes to patterns, it's not going to be the same, but look at this difference. Tayson, Thomas HD, first place by 22 points, Levin.
This is huge. It is honestly a massive moment for them because this is a team with so much expectations. We talked about Tayson being considered the GOAT in EU, being considered someone who's done it all online. Can he do it online? Thomas HD, we obviously saw his teammate and that's pick up, you know, a victory in the 0 build. Can he now do it in the build? There's so much on the line for this duo.
And we said this day 1 of 0 build. So many people gave their predictions for being Tayson and Thomas, but we were just confused, right? We were talking about the normal build mode here. Here they are in first place with such a good lead and 36 eliminations as well. Seti and Cammy dropping down into 4th place. Alex and Scram actually jumping up into 3rd place. But look at this, we got Acorn and Edgy and we got Epic Whale representing North America.
Yeah, a big rock splashing the pond is Tayson and Thomas HD, but as a result, the waterfall effect. Look at everyone fall down. You mentioned Hellfire Tripper now down in 7th, Steno also low, Henning Queasy all the way down here, Okus and Nut with that 2nd place, they rise, a big flow after that.
But even with those teams falling, it still remains relatively close, right? It doesn't take much for them to put themselves back into the running. And for Tayson and Thomas now, it's about not slipping up, not tripping yourselves over as you head towards those final hurdles.
It is just a 7-point difference between 3rd and 6th place, and that is tens of thousands of dollars between those points.
And I could translate that 7-point difference to something in real life. That's inches, centimeters, maybe the length of your hair if you have a buzz cut, right? It is very, very short in terms of a difference of a game. That is maybe just an Elam, as Kelly even said towards the end, Levin. That is huge.
Yeah, and for a lot of those teams, are we? They're very capable of getting a couple elims when it matters, right? And so, you know, want to keep your arms distance away from those teams in the standings, but that isn't easy. We've seen that these games are so intense in the final moments. You literally can't slip up, you can't make a mistake, you will get caught out.
Without a doubt. And I do want to talk about Nutify and Ocus, the team that's got second place in that last game. They're still holding strong in 10th place, or in the top 10. What are they going to be able to do next game so that they can grab that much needed VR?
I think it's just try to adapt and keep playing your game. One mistake I see a lot of players make overall when they start to get ahead is they try to do more. They try to do something different from what happened in the game where they won. I want them to just stay to that game plan.
Yeah, clearly playing on height has been working for them. It's not something you associate with, you know, two controller players or even any East players in a lobby filled with dominant EU teams, but it has been working. They're sitting in 8th place right now, and if they can continue on this pace, at this point, even this now in this competition for them is a big dub.
It's huge because it's not only about going for the win. Every single placement, you get better by the end of these 12 games, $50,000, $75,000 of a difference all the way towards that top 3. They just need to keep playing better.
Yep, that's the name of the game, and that's just 8 games down. 4 more to go here. But everyone, we do have a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about game number 9.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
I don't think my duo partner. I mean, he's been one of the best players for a long time. I picked him because he has winning capability. I wanted to win, and that's why I picked him.
Okay, so basically the first time was because it was really like, I didn't have really much options, to be honest, at the beginning. But then the second time, he's been one of the best players since ever then. Like, he improved a lot, and I would say he's one of the best right now, so that's why I picked him.
Bom, eu trouxe o notebook, tá ligado? E aí a gente combinou de ver cada dia que passar do evento, a gente vai rever a transmissão, tentar, tipo assim, como o replay fica salvo na minha conta, eu vou pegar o replay e vou tentar a gente assistir o replay, ver voz e tudo mais. Estamos estudando aqui algumas coisas durante o dia, estudando o mapa e estudando também loot pool e tudo que vai acontecer, tá ligado?
A gente tá já falando sobre estratégias, a gente tá vendo muito vídeo também. E o bom é que a gente é amigo, então a preparação fica mais fácil e a gente sabe como jogar um ou outro, então acho que isso é o essencial. How we prepared it, we haven't actually started because we want to go to the gaming center, but like it hasn't worked our way.
We practiced a lot in the no build, so yeah, it's gonna be fine.
Back everyone to the analyst desk here. We had Levin and Shios jumping up for a little bit, and then it's going to be Spaceman and Takata joining me right now. And Spaceman, I mean, you know, we're showing up right now with Acorn and Edgy representing North America.
I mean, it's not only an impressive victory given the status of how that game was closing out, but just by the rankings themselves, you're looking at some of our top teams drop down. Cammy and Seti, who went from like a 2-point lead down to like a 20-point deficit. Like this is massive.
We talked about it yesterday, right? Everything has changed Tayson and Thomas in that #1 spot. I know EU fans are feeling incredibly hyped right now, but also for Seti and Cammy, you brought it yourself. They're down in that leaderboard, but the good news is we're shortly reaching that halfway point, and these players still have a lot of chances, you know, get back up in that leaderboard.
Well, a team that doesn't need to worry about getting back up is Epic Whale and Malibuca, showing off in zero builds, now showing off in Battle Royale. Is there anything that can stop this duo?
It doesn't seem like it. They've not only made great adjustments, but again, I'm very impressed with their pace of play. They're keeping it patient and waiting for their opportunities to strike, whether it's become resource management or knowing to play off the refresh and taking high ground. All of that came to effect in our final couple of games, and they've proven that those adjustments from zero build to the couple starts of these games are actually working out.
What I find so fascinating about that duo is it's not like they've had a long time to practice, right? This is a newly formed duo. Malibuca and Epic Whale have not had a lot of time together, and they're doing incredibly well.
Yeah, there's so many interesting stories in that sense of Thomas and Tayson being a duo, splitting up, now joining back together, having that innate synergy. But when you compare it to someone like Epic Whale and Malibuca, not having that, showcasing that their mechanical prowess is what's holding them up.
Yeah, and we've heard a lot in interviews where players have said, you know, we have this chemistry, we trust each other, and that does go a long way, but there's also been a lot of duos and just the permutations of these squads who they have broken up because they didn't necessarily trust each other and that synergy didn't work out. So it seems that that intangible chemistry has paid dividends for a lot of these teams.
I mean, it's so interesting, right? We have Tayson and Thomas that used to play together, but in this most recent FNCS, they're not playing together, right? And then players like Epic Whale, Malibuca, newly formed, doing well. I mean, you never can expect something in Fortnite competitive.
But when I'm looking at my top 10 right now and just seeing the chemistry that all these duos have between Andy and Scram, Cammy and Seti, Aqua and Vino, Acorn and Edgy, Hellfire and Tripper, there's so many incredible teams here showing that it takes everything. It's not just one facet of the competition that leads you to victory, it's all of them.
That's exactly right, and I don't think it's any mistake that our top teams within that 1 through 10 spot are players that have a lot of history and chemistry together. Like, the synergy goes a long way, because when you have to rely on each other to basically hit a mind meld, like what we like to call it, where you're thinking without talking and you're able to communicate, those are the moments where that chemistry comes in and helps you survive an endgame.
I want to bring up a duo that does have good chemistry, even in the zero build mode, right? Hellfire, Tripperin, and they were dominating at the start of this day too, but now I believe they're in, what, 7th place?
Correct.
So they've gone down a bit in this top 10 leaderboard, and they kind of have to make a comeback if they want to live up to what they did in the zero build mode.
They have plenty of opportunity to make that comeback, though, and a team that's making a comeback right now, Ocus and Nutify. I mean, again, another NA team here, showing that it's not just all EU teams in our top 10 right now, but with those few games left, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, and we were wondering when some of the squads that did well yesterday were going to come back and make the resurgence, because now it's time to catch up to our top teams who are just treading water. Ocus and Nutify, a perfect example, having much better performance in game number 8, and going into game 9, this is a big opportunity for them to get more points.
I mean, momentum is so important in Fortnite. We saw Acorn and Edgy, not in this last match, but the match before that, they got 3rd place. They got top 3, and that kind of felt like a confidence booster, because the game after, they ended up winning it. So that's gonna hopefully happen with Ocus's Nut and Well.
And I mean, I can't just imagine being a caster right now, being able to cast these incredible games. And with that being said, let me bring back Panda and SBG. Gentlemen, this must be a bit of a bittersweet moment for you, because this is your last game to cast.
Yeah, it's tough, but hey, it's been amazing to get to cast with this guy and watch you guys break it all down on the Analyst test. So, I mean, it is bittersweet.
And Panda, I'm sure you're feeling pretty good right now about all of our NA teams that are showing up.
You already know, NA West there, 2nd place. I know it's Malibuca too, don't get me wrong, but Epic Whale's showing us that, you know, NA West has talent, and they're excited to showcase that here in such a big stage. But look, one thing I do want to talk about is Thomas HD and Tayson, right? We continually talk about them and their performance in the start of yesterday, and now such a dramatic difference. So I'm excited to see them really live up to the hype, step up to the plate, and do well in this tournament.
With only an 18-point, or I say only, a huge difference between 1st and 2nd place, 18 points. I mean, SBG, what is it now that Thomas and Tayson are doing differently?
It's just been able to grab that low ground. We saw them set the tone and understand grabbing this position is going to make a difference between us being able to get those mid-level placements and then going for that position to try and get one of those top placements. There's a big difference between 10th and 2nd, obviously. Yeah. But the heavy hitters, they're throwing punches. It's a heavyweight boxing match right now, and we're seeing everyone throw their blows, and it's going to be a matter of who can take those hits and then come back even stronger next time.
Yeah, it really comes down to these next few moments. While it is SBG and I's final game casting, there's still 3 more games left after this one, and I believe we have a special surprise for them. I'm not going to say anything. We'll just wait until you see the next 3 games, but it's all about the here, the now, and match 9.
And one thing that I would like to mention is what we've seen from Thomas and Tayson is incredible. They've been doing so well, and I want to see them keep that up because it is so difficult to be consistent in these lobbies. We've gotten pretty favorable zones for them to play that low ground position, but a duo of their standard knows how to play the elevation changes when they come. They're going to position themselves for success game after game. And hey, if there's nobody that's going to be taking that low ground besides Acorn and Edgy, they're finding some room to coexist and just slaying out down there.
Absolutely, but we see it now. The bus path has presented itself, and these players are launching out into the world of Fortnite. Will there be some changes, though? One thing I do want to talk about, and I noticed it in that game, Pink and Anas going down early. Does that mean Clix and Dukes winning the off-spawn engagement at the Joneses?
I don't know that it was a win off-spawn. I believe that positioning and the dominance of the off-spawn pushed Pink and Anas to make a play that they didn't want to, and then the third parties finished that fight. So a little bit of combination. You know, you might be able to call that a win. It's tough sometimes when it's not a clear victory as we do tune back in, and there's been a change over at the Daily Bugle. Macwood is a player who's landed here almost the entirety of this chapter. Now telling Threats, it's time to come back. We're going to the Daily Bugle, and this is RPOI.
And as we're talking about Duke and Anas ends up going down in the elimination feed to Dukes. Clix is knocked, I believe, as well. So that fight is really starting to pick up. A Thomas HD, our first place person. He is down right now, but he's not quite out yet.
Now I'll have to see if Tayson can do something special. That's been his career of doing special things. He does go down. So once again, the leaders of this lobby fall early. Last game, it was Seti and Cammy. This game, it's Thomas and Tayson. No one is safe.
No one is as safe indeed. Continually, we see our first place team dropping. It is actually Kai and Draftel picking up those eliminations, and you hear the crowd. They're excited, they're chanting. That is a huge moment for them.
And we've seen this fight happen a couple of times. It hasn't necessarily been the standard of off-spawn at Rave Cave. Sometimes they've just traded some damage, one player runs away. This time, the fight happens, it's an absolute finish. And Thomas and Tayson now have to rethink their strategy here for the 4th game of the day, 10th overall, which is going to be coming up after this. Now we're seeing what's going on over at the Daily Bugle because this switch up has been a massive change. If you're Jelty and Vico, you've been dealing with contests this entire tournament. You got to be feeling pretty comfortable, although Macwood and Threats, they're not somebody I'd want to be contesting me.
Well, I want to say this. So Jelty and Vico have been the clear winners of Daily Bugle on all 3 days that we've watched so far. But this could be the one team that dethrones that champion team to land there. Because remember, Macwood Threats, they truly understand how to play Daily Bugle. Macwood specifically being the one that just knows it inside and out. So it'll be interesting to see if Jelty and Vico can continue to hold them off. But now another team just struggling to hold off. It is Hellfire and Tripperin. Remember, we've seen them go down early twice. Now here, they understand that this 3rd game of the day is so vital and crucial to them staying on top or close to the top of the leaderboard.
And right now, they're looking to make a statement. These two, Phantom and Gentile, they're coming into Tripperin and Hellfire's house. Tripperin and Hellfire need to turn them aside to dissuade them from continuing to make these plays, because if Gentle wins this one again, they're coming right back. We do see Tripper and Hellfire are currently winning this battle, but quickly things can change. We're seeing Tripper get on the backside here, hit some shots, not gonna be enough. He gets one knock. Who's gonna win this battle between the two of Hellfire and Gentle? Hellfire is gonna get that finish and look to get his teammate back up here to try and turn this into a 2v1.
Honestly, the longest Jintel takes. Oh no! Hellfire actually picks it up. Jintel doing a good job here of trying to make something happen, but just couldn't.
1 HP. Hellfire was 1 HP. That was so close, but clutching it up. We see that. Now another fight happening over here. It's Chapix going down as well as Bizzle. It's Dubs versus Z Andy right outside of the Synapse station. Sounds like the FaZe boys have tried to turn this around, take a play out of Z Andy and Chapix's book, go right down to the Synapse station and try and get this team down. But no, the only one going down there is Dubs as Z Andy cleans that one up.
Man, that was looking good there for Dubs for a moment, and then all of a sudden, Z-Andy just strikes. The way that that shot hit was just so significant, there wasn't much Dubs could do. But significant speaking, it's actually Spy and Hero yet again finding themselves somewhere else on the map.
It's always tough when that happens, and we get to see what happened between Hellfire. One more time, 1 HP. You can't get any lower than that. Able to clutch it up. I mean, I'd be sweating that one. That is not fun.
Not fun by any means, but it looks like Refsguard's having some fun picking up 2 eliminations there. That's a good start for them, and a really nice refresh to the story, because remember, Refsguard, Kovacs, they've been 2 notable names that we've continued to watch time and time again, but not necessarily the team that we've seen on top. However, this could continue to change. If this is a big game for them, they can move from 20th place potentially to 15th, then potentially in the top 10, and continue that slow incline into the leaderboard.
They performed very well in the 0 builds, and on day 1 of the Battle Royale mode, we saw them take positions to try and win games. They performed fairly well. It hasn't been as much of a success as they would have hoped. They want that victory. They want to be holding that trophy at the end of the day, and already putting themselves in a position to do just that. Now another team that is in a similar position as Refsguard and Kovacs, that is going to be Kanata and Giannis, a team that we've wanted to see and expected success out of, coming from Greasy Grove. The 2 players from NA East, EU clashing, or combining together, I should say, to hopefully put themselves up to leaderboard, but hasn't had the success that they've hoped.
Well, remember, the story was them colliding first. It was, in fact, the moments where they actually competed against one another at Greasy Grove in what was a very competitive event. And now they find themselves here on the opposite end. They're together, duoing together, and they seem to be getting the better of Greasy Grove. The only issue is I feel like they're struggling a lot in the mid game, which is unusual for Kanata, but when you're on a stage like this, when you're in an international setting with all of these just incredibly top tier talent members as players, it's tough to continue that consistency.
It is. I looked like one of these 2, Anas or Pink, was able to get some elims earlier on. I believe one of them went down as well, so that fight turned into a reboot, now turned into another fight after the reboot was brought through. Pink does have those 2 elims, so able to get them off spawn. Now trying to find their position as more teams start to rotate into the Joneses, and Pink and Anas going to be completely fine with hanging out down below. They have their damage with 2 elims already. They're fine with everybody else dealing the damage, and we just hang out.
They do hang out, but honestly, that raises the question, right? They got 2 eliminations. Who are the eliminations on? Is it Clix and Duke? Is it another team that potentially came into their area and caused a bit of a fight here early on? That question will be left untold as we watch them continue to try to rotate. Now, actually, looks like so many teams here in the area of the Joneses just trying to get the tags where they can, and unfortunately, they could fall victim here as the storm push now coming out of QJ.
And we see Anas playing outside from the bush. He's hanging out. This is a favorable position. Typically, the rule is you don't want to take trades with somebody in a bush because you never win those. Looks like there was somebody that fell. So now Anas and Pink trying to clean this one up. They are playing this a little more patiently than the other team. Actually, it seems like everyone's playing this patiently, not necessarily wanting to commit to a fight. As we see the disengage comes through, everyone's super healthy, and we're gonna fight in another zone. We will be seeing where this zone is pulling, and this is once again a very central zone. It seems like this entire tournament, besides a couple of matches, has been right in the middle of this, and Tripper and Hellfire, you see the first place team go down early. Now it is time to reclaim that top spot.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams here, Cami Seti being one of them as well, they're going to be looking, vying for their chance to climb right back up the leaderboard where they belong. They know that that is their spot for them to regain. It's just a matter of time and being consistent. We know this team to be consistent, but the first 2 games of today, unfortunately, they just struggled.
And Tripper and Hellfire have to be careful. Baylor and FKS made a play on the Seti and Cami last game that took them out early, and it looks like they're sneaking, trying to do the same here. This could be another huge swing. Baylor and FKS are playing the heel right now, taking down some of the top teams, maybe not on purpose, but they're just trying to do whatever they can to find elims. They're doing so by playing patiently, not necessarily trying to jump in boxes, being the most mechanical. Hellfire and Tripper, and before they even realize what's going on, quickly get out of there. And Baylor and FKS have to set up the trap for another person.
Yeah, listen, one thing led to another, and Hellfire, Tripper, they didn't have to worry about it. I'm curious, though. I feel like they have no idea this team is close by, so they definitely need to be careful here. But looking at what they have in the inventory, looking at the vehicle they have, this is their game to come back. They have everything they need to be successful. It's just a matter of, will they be able to execute on it?
I think they do. This seems to be their game now. And I believe we've seen the success of them over and over again. Now we're checking in, seeing how this fight happens between Fatch and Carey, Amar and Vidil. A tough spot to be in. Both teams need a lot of points to put themselves up where they want to be. And Vidil is trying to cover for Amar, who is quite weak. Fatch and Carey not going to be able to finish that one up. They're going to start their rotate in. And that's enough for that one. Vidil putting pressure on, but this fight appears to be over for the time being.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? We saw Fatch and Carey struggle a bit there in day 1. Now looking to kind of change up what they're doing here. And it's interesting that it actually has led them to find Amar and Vidil at this point in the game. But Amar needs to be careful. He's got 3 HP. Now, he does have an inventory of heals, but he's actually opting to save them. It almost seems like he's prioritizing what could be a potential heal off in the future. But no, as I say that, the med kit is down there for him to take. So makes perfect sense why he was holding off on the chug splashes. But nevertheless, they're still in the game, still trying to do stuff, and still gonna have to move.
Those chug splashes are just too valuable to use at this point. If you're not getting pressured, you can take it a little more slowly and wait for that opportunity to use those, because using them that early on, they are the quickest heal, especially because they have that splash heal ability to get your teammate and yourself healed as quickly as possible. It's both shield and regular HP where both players are going for it. It's an interesting play, but something that we've seen a lot of top players using is now Cami, Seti, they're looking for revenge in this game, want to reclaim that top spot and put themselves where they think they belong.
It's not where they think they belong, it's where they belong.
Okay.
Right? We know Seti and Cami to be some of the most consistent players without this entire event. You look at their DreamHack performances, their FNCS performances, everything leads to us saying that they are the, if not the most consistent duo on EU, maybe even internationally.
Hey, most people would have said they're the favorite coming in. I mean, obviously, we have teams like Taste and Thomas, Tripper, and Hellfire as well. We can name a number of them, but I would have to say that Seti Cami likely the large favorite coming in, and they've done nothing but prove that everyone was right. They've played so well, a couple of down matches, but I don't expect that to continue. These two are not ones that let themselves continue to fall. They will continue to rise, and that is the only thing that matters here is Storm Surge beginning to hit some players around. This could be an opportunity for Seti and Cami to watch this, grab a couple more points if this fight continues, because Seti and Cami, we see that blue house in the background. They're hanging out, watching every move that goes on here, and once this fight starts, it will be that third party that comes through.
Yeah, they're just hanging out, having fun, and they want to be number 1. That's what it is here as they continue to just wait this out. But other players that aren't waiting it out, it's FHD and Youngs just diving in here. And Dawkins gonna go down. It is FHD almost getting that full elimination, but it was actually Surge that ends up taking him out.
That's tough, not able to get enough damage quick enough, and it's gonna be Malfin and Doken taking that one down. And We've seen this one before. It's FKS and Baylor hanging out nearby. They're not looking to sneak though. They're in their own builds. Everyone knows what's going on at this point, as we do see Cammy picking up an elim there. Chapik's going to be able to get the other one on that duo, so a little bit of teamwork from a couple of other duos, getting some elims, putting themselves further up the leaderboard. Now, we'll see where this third zone is going to pull and force our players to decide how to play this game.
It's kind of interesting, right? You see Baylor and Co. They continually find themselves connecting with one of the top 10 teams. And it feel like after them taking out Steady and Cammy, they've grew this new level of confidence in any fight that they take. Because when you take out the top team, that means you know what you're doing, right? Like, it's no easy task by any means, but wait. What am I seeing? It is Pilkey and his teammate here going for a bit of a unique play.
All right, I have to ask you, one, have we ever seen this at this level of competition? And two, do you think this is gonna work?
No, this is not going to work. And no, we haven't seen it at this high level of competition. But Pilkey and SJ looking to change things up. They haven't necessarily had the most success of the teams here, but they're looking to change that here with a bit of a different strategy. Again, we haven't seen this in top-tier competitive play up until this point, so this could be a changing factor.
They are well below on Storm Surge. That is not going to be something that they even try and worry about within this match. They're just going to try and get themselves in, out-heal the Storm Surge. And this duo, how they got here was through heal off, and it's been nerfed multiple times since they've been able to qualify. They're actually really close. They might secretly be able to sneak in here unless Storm Surge causes any issues for them.
Yeah, and here it is, Storm Surge now causing a lot of damage coming through. You see they're 510 damage below. So unless the players down under start fighting and start relentlessly fighting, they're going to be suffering from what is a very, very dangerous surge. So they have to be active. They're going to need to do something to mitigate that because they just do not have the heals to completely tank that.
And this is not a zone where we typically see a lot of fights happening from players due to rotates. There will be a couple as we see Giannis and Kanata take down a duo, but when zone pulls to a POI with lots of buildings and natural cover, players have that cover and won't be forced to fight or get tagged up on their rotates. So all these players are simply just going to be looking to get themselves into a position because it's a lot harder to find those tags as everyone's moving through. Obviously, Storm Surge is forcing a couple of fights throughout the map, and Pilkey does go down there. Someone looked up and saw that. That was only a matter of time. Hey, valiant effort, right, Panda?
A valiant effort indeed. You know, look, it was a choice. It was an interesting choice, but as you can see, it didn't necessarily work out. However, is that just Pilkey down? Wait, is his teammate still alive?
He might be. That could also have been the play there, is to allow one teammate to go down. That's one less person that has to worry about Storm Surge. And if that's the final person for Surge, hey, sometimes you got to make sacrifices. They are heal-off players, understanding that not everyone can stay alive within these final zones. We do kind of see in the corner that Aqua just peeked up, not able to recognize that that's going on. These two, Aqua, Vino, once again, looking to play that position, looking to sustain and hold the high ground very early on. And hey, why not, man? It's worked for them several times. Once they position themselves up, cross your fingers, you get some booga zones, and you're chilling.
You get some booga zones. But look, speaking of the opposite of chilling, it's Mustache and Bad Sniper there getting pressed. Fortunately, does have that armored wall. Going to keep them a little bit safer here as we go and prepare ourselves for the 5th zone. But Aquavino, they're in a spot where we know them too well to be.
And they pulled zone.
And that is prepping for high ground. And they were blessed here. With all that usage of the materials that they just put forward, they're able to now hold that spot and honestly be set up for success here going into these final moments.
And they're quickly able to recognize that someone was trying to chop them. So instead of just simply waiting for them to get chopped out, they hear the shots coming from down below, hear their build's getting broken, and they're like, all right, we'll just go reconnect. It's no worries. You guys maybe make me waste a couple of mats. We do see SJ go down there, so the ultimate tower from the sky, that is no longer going to be happening. A couple of players may see that up above, but nonetheless, it is going to be the ultimate tower built on Aqua and Vino's high ground.
Yeah, the tower indeed, but so many other players still now have to make their way in. Cammy, Seti actually being one of those players. They actually look to be set up quite nicely here. They are going to just create some separation. Now looking back, it could have been Malabuka there if he spent even more than one more moment there focusing in on him. That could have been bad for Malabuka, but Cammy now just being patient. This is what we know them to do. This is why they're so consistent. They do not take unnecessary risk, and they're so calculated in every move they make.
Such like an opposite here. No, not taking risks, and then we see Vino just hopping in the box, grabbing a couple of elims, and he knows, hey, I'm one of the best fraggers in the world. I'm gonna go get those elims, make sure me and Aqua can stay on the high ground and continue to put themselves where they want to be. That's the perfect combination. That's why those duos work so well. Here's a team that's been relatively quiet as far as what we've seen from them. Nonetheless, they were in the top 3. So maybe we are being quiet about Scram and Analyst because they have dominated here and put themselves in a position to now overtake Tayson and Thomas in this match.
Yeah, while all that was going on, we see another couple of eliminations coming through there for Malabuka and Epic Whale. It's actually Nema and his teammate both going down there to the duo, so that's the points they need to continue to climb. Remember, second place going into this game, and they want that top spot with Thomas, HD, and Tayson both out of this one.
And Zone is going to pull down to the east, so we'll see how these duos go and move through this. It's an interesting position to be in because there is no elevation changes. This is a great place for low ground to be able to hang out. It's also a great place for high ground to slay out and grab a number of eliminations. We see high ground is still going to be held by Aqua and Vino, putting themselves in a position. We see Trippern go down. He is going to get knocked. I believe Hellfire is still up trying to find his way through this lobby, but it's Aqua staying on the backside, waiting for the opportunity to move forward. Does not want to invest too many materials without knowing that he'll get them back.
I mean, and that's the play to make here in these final moments, but Analyst now struggling, not too much left here. He's gonna need to refarm. Good play on his, and good identifying that early on so he can get that refresh there just a little bit. Just a couple more mats. It's definitely going to make an impact. But now Vino Aqua on the high ground, looking to pressure teams down below. Again, I can't stress this enough. This team is dangerous. When they have the high ground, very few teams can ever even compete to take it.
We see Hellfire get eliminated as well, so both Hellfire and Trippern are out. There's some room to move on this leaderboard. It is so close between our top teams, and this is one of them trying to make some movements. It's Andalex and Scram looking to claim this top spot with a couple of the duos going down early. They're already grabbing some elims. That's the refresh they need. They notice where this is going. This is a very low ground dominant position where they can slay out on that low ground, but it's Cammy and Seti realizing the exact same thing.
You got Cammy, Seti still in the game, Hellfire, Trippern still in the game, Epic Whale, Malabuka still in the game. So many of the top 10 here just trying to perform and try to make something happen. Analyst being one of them here with Scram. Huge shots come through, but nothing's really going to connect. It's actually Vico just above, barely scraping by, so very, very close action here for Analyst. He just needs to continue to hold on. But speaking of holding on, it's Vino actually getting challenged for high ground. Aqua potentially up top, but man, Vino now connecting a massive shot to continue the story of high ground, but no, he goes down.
That is going to be a big elimination there. That is Chapix taking him down. They've been the thorn on the side of high ground, now going to be able to claim it themselves. Aqua goes all the way down to the ground. He runs out of materials, and he's now looking at this game from the opposite side. We do see that Chapix was able to claim the high ground. It actually appears that Seti wants to take it back, but no, turned aside. Chapix holding his own, grabbing it all himself.
It's an interesting play there from Cammy and Seti. They didn't have it. They knew they could look for it. And while they're not necessarily the team we always see on high ground, there are no slouches. They can easily take it if they really want to. But Bad Sniper now losing his teammate in Mustache is going to pick up an elimination and just try to stay alive here on the low ground.
We see the continuance of this mid-ground. Seti and Cammy will be looking for a play to win this game. They know that space must be claimed. When you're trying to grab a position, it's one more zone. Otherwise, you have to move out. Someone that's getting pressured here, that's Queasy and Hen. They're on the back foot because Malabuka and Epic Whale, they're turning everyone aside. This is their space. They're knocking on doors, kicking them down, and saying, get out me lobby.
Get out of the lobby here as Chapix and Z-Andy just continue to press forward. Epic Whale's down. Malabuka very weak. Does get a knock there, and that Siphon now comes through. He sees the Chunk Splashes in hand. A huge refresh for him, so he should be able to hold on as a solo player and just try to make something happen.
And back to Seti and Cammy continuing their dominance on this mid-ground. They're taking out everyone within their lobby. They want every single elimination, and it could be time for that high ground play as Z-Andy and Chapix are running low, but no, the grappler brings those mats back in. It stacks them back up, and they're ready for the rest of this game, but it is all our heavy hitters within this match. Acorn and Edgy have something to say about this game. They're putting themselves on low ground, but no, they're gonna get turned aside. That is a tough position to be in.
A tough position to be in indeed. So much still going on here as we look at it, break it down. Acorn still alive as a solo player. Cammy actually getting an elimination there onto Queasy. Chapix getting an elimination onto Hen. So much still happening in these final moments. A 2v2 situation here on the high ground. It's Z-Andy. Chapix going against Cammy and Seti. Who will end up coming out on top? Cammy goes down. Seti is a solo player just trying to clean it up. We hear it. We see it. So much still left to go.
Can the final play be made? The drop down comes through. Z-Andy is going to fall, looks to make a play, and he does. He's able to clean that one up. It's Seti and Cammy falling in second, but not before reclaiming a ton of points. We've seen Chapix and Z-Andy make these plays. They're turning right back. The high ground is right on their side.
It's on their side, and boy, did they earn it. They did everything calculated and effectively there in those final moments. So super exciting to see them be able to hold it down, bring it in, and hold that high ground the way they did, because that is no easy task.
No, it hasn't. They've tried and went for the high ground a couple of times and turned aside a couple, gotten it a couple others, now able to reclaim that for themselves, taking it at the right time. Hey, unfortunately for Seti and Cammy, they don't win the match, but nonetheless, they're able to win a ton of points. We saw them slaying out, getting all those refreshes in the mid-ground, and then claiming low to get and secure that second place.
Yeah, you know, that game was so chaotic, but it was so beautiful. What a way for us to finish casting, right? So many of the top teams that we wanted to see were present there in those final moments. On top of that, Tace and Thomas HD both out very early in that game. So a massive shift indeed is coming to that leaderboard. But man, it was definitely incredible.
It's been every game, I feel like. We get to watch the Titans of Fortnite just throw their jabs and see who is going to be able to stand all the blows that are being taken and hit. Now, we did also see Acorn Edgy able to sustain themselves all the way through to one of those final zones. Again, a team that didn't necessarily get a ton of points, but able to keep themselves up there where, hey, it is anyone's tournament now.
Yeah, it was definitely the KO blow there to Tayson and Thomas HD to go down super early. But regardless of the case, there's still so many other games that they can come back, because there's still 3 more matches here. 3 more opportunities to define the final moments there on the leaderboard. Will we see Tayson and Thomas HD come back? Will we see Epic Whale Malabuka climb to the top spot? So many questions unanswered so far, but we're so close. We're so close to seeing who's going to claim that top spot. $250,000 in that beautiful trophy.
And the best part is we get to sit and watch these players put on the performance of a lifetime. I mean, from what we've seen, Thomas, Tayson, they're trying as hard as they can. Seti, Cammy, now Chapix and Z-Andy. They're a new challenger approaching and pushing themselves up the leaderboard with that victory royale. It's been quite the battle of all of these teams, and no one has clearly definitively put themselves ahead of the pack. It may be one moment, but after that, that's it.
That's it. But hey, that's it for us. We're going to go ahead and throw to our players over on the stage.
3 down and 3 to go. Chapix and Zandy, congratulations on that victory royale. I mean, with a crowd like this right now, surely it feels good when you claim that victory royale, you get that last elim, and you hear that surge of energy from the crowd. Chapix, I've got to come to you to ask you about this. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels good, but it's not over yet, so we need to just keep staying focused.
شابكس وزاندي قدروا يجيبون الباتل رويال الثاني مقارنة بالأمس يوم شفناهم يجيبون الباتل رويال الأول. كان سؤالنا الأول لهم إنه مع تواجد الجمهور ومع تشجيع فالكونز في الهوم تاون حقهم في الرياض، هل الشيء هذا قاعد يساعدكم في الجيم؟ جوابهم كان إنه باقي، إحنا صحيح إنه الشيء هذا يساعدنا بس إحنا باقي ما بعد خلصت البطولة، باقي ورانا 3 أيام فراح نركز على الشيء هذا.
I've had the opportunity to sit amongst the crowd in between some of these matches, and some of them are asking a few questions, and they want to know if there's any kind of versus, let's say, between mouse and keyboard and controller. And I know this is like an age-old discussion within Fortnite, but actually, it might surprise you to know that almost 40% of the players who are competing here on this stage are controller players. Is that a surprise for you, or is that kind of something that happens in this level of Fortnite normally?
I mean, I don't know. What was the question?
There's loads of controller players competing right now. Is that something that usually happens at this level?
I don't know. They just got invited, but the controller players are usually really bad. You don't see anyone in the top 10, but that's about it.
زي ما احنا عارفين اعزائنا المشاهدين انه في حوالي 40% من اللاعبين المحترفين اللي موجودين عندنا في المسرح يلعبون على الكنترولر ما يلعبون على الماوس والكيبورد، فكان السؤال اللي هل احنا نستغرب من الشيء هذا من منظوركم انتم كلاعبين محترفين؟ فقال لا بالعكس، اللي الناس اللي يلعبون بالكنترولر هم لاعبين جدا سيئين وما تشوفهم اصلا في التوب 10. تصريح جدا قوي صراحه.
Well, 3 games remain before the trophy gets designated to a duo and also the lion's share of $1 million. Let me know. Is it going to say your names on top of this trophy?
Hopefully.
Okay, well then there you have it. Men, a few words, they do all the talking on the battlefield. So give it up one more time, everyone in the arena for Chapix and Zandy. Thanks very much for joining me on the main stage, guys. We are going to be throwing it over to the analyst desk to break everything down before we dive into the next game of Championship Sunday.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور. راح نتوجه الان للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم عن الجيم الثالث وايضا نجهز للجيم الرابع ونشوف خلاص ما عاد صار بقى الان الا 3 ايام وبعدها راح يتوج الفائز، فعلى طول على الاستوديو التحليلي.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, everyone. I am your host, Kelly Link, joined by Spaceman and Takada, and it was Chapix and Zandy grabbing the VR for game number 9.
Yeah, I think the most impressive part in the end was Zandy's resolve and a lot of the chaos. He drops down towards the mid-ground, and he was able to get the refresh with some of those mats to keep the play alive, but he found Chapix in the end, and those eliminations did come through. It was a great rotation and a counter swing to get back into the play.
Look, he also almost needed to connect that last shot because he was taking storm damage little by little, and although he had the shield, I believe he was just 2 ticks away from going down to storm there.
But we gotta go back even further there with it was Seti and Cammy who kind of showcased that you can't just take height at zone 6. You have to wait for the right opportunity, and that's exactly what Chapix and Zandy did. Not grabbing height until around the end of zone 7, maybe zone 8.
And we saw Seti and Cammy kind of box themselves in on their rotations to get themselves ready for a retake. That retake opportunity just never presented itself, and that's where Zandy really took basically capital the entire play and moved in for the essentially following eliminations, but it just didn't align for Seti and Cammy, and they found themselves on the ground.
But a duo that I'm very impressed with, Acorn Edgy. They've done it once again from the 3rd place 2 matches ago, winning not the previous match, the one before that, and now getting a top 4 finish again. I mean, they are consistently getting to this late game, and they are playing it very well.
I'm also looking to Seti and Cammy, who ended off yesterday in the top spot, dropping down just a little bit. I believe they were in 4th place before that game, or I'm sorry, before that game there, and now still holding out strong. Everyone was asking, where are they? They grabbed 2 VRs yesterday. Why can't they do it again? Showing that they can.
And for a lot of our teams, I would say respectively in the top 4, maybe top 5, now at this stage of the tournament, it's all about endgame, right? Like eliminations are great, but now it's just about, can we survive for the multiplier alone? And if you can, there's a good chance, like for a team like Acorn and Edgy, that you could get top 3, maybe top 4, and that difference of money is insane.
Right, setting yourself up for endgame, and it's so much more difficult here in this 2nd day because a lot of the duos from day 1, they've been putting in the practice behind the scenes to change up the strategy a little bit. So if you had a strat from yesterday, it might not work today, and you have to change and adapt to make sure you're doing everything correctly.
We have to go back all the way to the beginning of game 9, though, with Thomas and Tayson going down first. possibly?
Yes, it was one of the first eliminations we saw. We were literally walking back to the room to watch the game, and as soon as we sit down, Thomas, and they're down. They're down immediately, and we're like, Tayson, anybody gonna help? No? Okay, well, this is an unfortunate start.
Look, it's an unfortunate start, but seeing that how far up they were on the leaderboard, they can take a match like that. Seeing that we're at the halfway point with still 3 more matches to be played out today, they could do it.
It's not the halfway point, though. This is the 3/4 of the waypoint, though, and this is when you don't have those games. Look at Chapix and Ziandi, though, with the 11 eliminations, as well as the Victory Royale, getting 54 points, some of the most points that we have seen out of a single game. Seti and Cammy, though, going in with 43 points. Acorn and Edgy, once again, grabbing that 3rd place spot, but with only 2 eliminations, that's not the lead that they're looking for.
Yeah, it's certainly not. I mean, that 54 points just stands out, even if it is a bit of an outlier for this entire tournament, but it was so impressive, the Victory Royale, to get on top of the bonus of those 11. All the way down, though, the next closest are around 9, Spy and Hero. Other than that, some of your top teams aren't really getting enough to contribute towards that performance, and that's only helping Chapix and Ziandi.
But what I'm noticing right now, I'm sorry about that, Takada, is that a 5th place finish with 9 eliminations is more important than that 2nd place finish we just saw.
That's what it's about, right? Not only getting to the end game, but playing those end games in a way that you can secure those eliminations. We see the dominance from the low ground duos that get more of those eliminations, but if you're able to do it on a constant basis, it's really what's going to get you a good amount of points every single match.
Yep, and here we have it, our 2nd page of rankings, and each one of these games matters so much, and seeing Hellfire and Tripper in there, you know, not where they want to be, but also not in the worst position.
They're not, but it's also how quickly they've fallen down, and they're struggling to maintain just a doggy paddle at this point. Like, the lake is pulling them under, and they have not been able to contribute back into that same swing.
You know what? It's possible, all right? They're having some unfortunate matches here. You said, Kelly, it's not the halfway point of the whole tournament, but it's the halfway point of day 2. And knowing a duo like Hellfire and Tripperin, they're the type of players that can have a big comeback. And with 3 more matches to do it, they just have to play it correctly.
And I just want to remind everyone that this match ranking is brought to us by STC. Thank you to our sponsor there. And just looking down here now on the next page of our match ranking, and Threats and Matt Wood, a pretty big name right there. Arkham and Falconer and okay, so they weren't the first team to go down, but the 2nd team to go down of Tayson and Thomas, not where they want to be.
2nd, 1st, I mean, you went down quickly, and that's on 4th.
Wow.
44th is
Speaking
bad.
of going down quickly, Tayson and Thomas in 1st place before that game, now all the way down in 5th place. Seti and Cammy, though, jumping back up into 1st place, but there's only 8 points that separate 1st and 2nd, that being Malibuga and Epic Whale. For whatever reason, Mali and Whale cannot break that 2nd place spot.
And there's also a tie between 3rd and 4th right now in points overall. So for Analyst and Scram, again, 1 game could be the difference, but for Acorn and Edgy, they're just trying to hold on with their fingertips.
Look, looking at duos like Hen Queasy in 8th, Tayson Thomas in 5th, Aqua and his duo partner in 6th, I mean, you might think that they've kind of fell down in the leaderboard a little bit, but the difference from 8th place to 3rd is just 9 points. That's less than 10 from 8th to 3rd place spot. So the leaderboard is so close that it can change incredibly in these next matches.
Oh yeah, and there's still 3 more games to go. We just saw a team grab at least 50 points, if not more, and do that 3 times over. That's 150 points. Now, that's probably not going to happen for just 1 team there. But looking now onto our 2nd page right here, Steno and Lush, a team that showed up so hard in our 0 build, also showing up quite strong in 12th place. Knight and Roadshark representing North America as well there. And we, of course, have Kanata, one of the best players in NA East, joined by Janice in 14th place.
It's a 70-point difference for Anas and Pink to get within the top 10. That's, again, that's like maybe 1 early mid-game great push together, but for Baz Sniper and Mustache, another duo that I thought might be performing a little bit better. A lot of our successful 0 build squads are now struggling to at least get themselves back in contention for the final 3 games.
Also looking even further down the leaderboard, we see some players like King and Seyun who have been getting into some difficult situations in the early game, causing them to not set themselves up for that late game. You want to be getting into the late game with a good amount of resources, shields, ammunition. You need to be set up even with damage, and if you have troubles in the early and mid game, you're just not going to be able to do that.
And this is why grabbing those eliminations as well is such a nice buffer to be able to hold you up into our top 10 leaderboard right now. King and Seyun, who did a good job making it to the end game most games, dropping down into our third page right there because those elims are not there.
And those elims late in the game give you the resources like the shields and health that you
Exactly.
need to stay alive. And a couple of times in these games, we've seen it come down to a heal off. And when that's happened, it's been a 2-on-1 situation where you play mathematical difference, you're probably going to win that engagement regardless.
And also, now that we're getting closer and closer to these last matches, I would not be surprised if some of these duos start doing a completely different strategy, way more aggression, maybe just playing it way more passively if they want to hold the place on the leaderboard, but there's definitely going to be changes.
Well, let me ask a follow-up question to you then, Takada. Is this aggression coming out in the early game to hopefully take away those players that are kind of taking them down early, or is it going to come towards the late game, maybe sticking to the low ground to grab those easy elims and to clean up the board?
It's going to be to set yourself up for 3rd and 4th zone storm surge. You want to get that damage early so you don't have to be put in the situation where the time limit is running out. You're on the clock and you have to get the damage quickly. They want to prepare themselves from that either in the early mid game, so in the late game they can focus strictly on rotations, staying up as long as possible, and securing as many points as they can.
But as we know, those mid-game eliminations come from those rotations, and that comes down to a little bit of RNG where that zone does pull. But everyone, 3/4 of the way down in the competition, 3 more games to go here. But we do have a bit of a longer break right now, but when we come back, we're going to be talking about game number 10.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Mitra, I'll start with you. What's Milan's offense?
Offense is probably like 85.
Solid score, but not quite top. Is there a reason?
Well, he can practice a bit more for that.
What's Mitra's
Fair enough.
offense?
I give him a 90. He's good at offense.
Milan, what's Mitra's defense?
I would say like 80.
So better offense. Is Milan a better defender than you?
Probably like 85 too.
What about the building? What's Milan's building?
I would say 90.
Well, insane. I think I'd shift lower, to be honest. I'll take it though. Mitra's building is like 60.
What about Mitra's composure?
Mitra's composure is not that good. I'll give him 50. Pro stops building endgame.
What about Milan's composure?
Like 75.
Mitra's adaptability.
He adapts pretty quick. He always plays a lot. I give him like 85. He adapts good.
What's Milan's adaptability?
Like 70.
70.
Just normal.
And last but not least, what's Milan's mental? Like, is he tilt-proof?
Oh yeah. I would say 90.
90?
Yeah.
He's not tilt proof. I give him like 30. He gets mad real quick. You actually give me 90.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk for Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite, one of the largest Fortnite events that we have had in quite some time. Joining us now on the desk for the first time, it is Rome. Welcome to the Analyst Desk.
It's absolutely a treat to be here, and that was a treat to witness the hometown favorites, the Andy and Chapix, being able to take home the victory royale. It was absolutely beautiful.
I mean, you love to see it, right? But What's up next is the important part, right? The last 3 matches of a 2-day 12-match tournament, that's where the nerves get to an all-time high.
The final stretch, and you know a lot of these teams during this longer break are going to be reviewing, going to be looking back to what they did wrong, what they did right, and what changes they need to make.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, one of the teams that is definitely going to be regretting how they played out that Game 9 is going to be Thomas and Tayson. They are going to feel so bad for going out early. We thought they went out first, but ended up going out second. Either way, they're going to be tied with 0 points, so it's essentially the same. They're definitely going to be switching things up. I want to see how they're going to be playing this game number 10.
Yeah, I think they're going to be more worried about what they can do next, right? Now, going into the next match, is the same thing going to happen as last game? Are they going to have to refine something, make a little change so that doesn't happen again?
Speaking about changes on the desk, we're going to be changing things up here and having a Telestrator segment with our one and only Takada.
Thank you very much, Kelly. So I want to go back to the basics of Fortnite competitive. There's a lot of factors that, you might not have seen before, especially behind the scenes. So I want to talk a little bit about congested side of zones, dead side of zones, like we like to say it. It goes from the early game to the mid game to the moving zones. You always have a congested side and a dead side, but it's what you do with that information that's important. So if we look here, this is the first zone, right? So this is the first zone of the match. It's almost closing. Players are scattered all around, but look what happens when the zone closes here. So when second zone appears, it's gonna pull to the northeast side of the map, and we can see it here. So now, all the players from these POIs around the map have to rotate into zone. They're gonna be rotating, trying to get into the zone, boom, 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 and it's gonna cause one of the sides of the zones to get more congested than the other. So if I split the zone in the middle, then all these players that are rotating in, they're gonna be going to this side of the zone, and it's gonna be more congested. There's gonna be more players on this side. However, if you're experienced in Fortnite competitive, you'll know which side you want to go to depending on the scenario. So if you decide to go to the dead side, for example, you have enough damage done and you don't have to get any more tags, you can rotate along the edges, make it to the dead side of the zone. It could be north, it could be south. You could use natural mobility, you could use the rifts up top, you could use anything. And then you get to this side here, which you can see there's not a single player here. The zone just pulled, so now players will know that this is where they need to go. This information can be crucial when you need damage or you don't need damage. If you get those early game eliminations and you already have enough tags and you want to focus more strictly on positioning and not losing shield while you're rotating, you can take the safer route. But if you need those tags, you need that damage, those eliminations, you can go to the congested side. This even happens in moving zones, in late games, but it all just depends on what you need and your play style.
Takada breaking it down once again. Thank you so much for that Telestrate. And obviously, rotations is such a pivotal part of the competition. From early game, moving on into mid and late game, that is what will allow these teams, like Takada said, to grab those much-needed Storm Surge tags or to make it into position towards the mid game so that they can set themselves up towards the end game.
Precisely, and the team that's currently in first, Seti and Cammy, they find themselves with an 8-point advantage over the rest of the lobby. Feeling pretty good, but those rotations are going to be extremely important for this duo specifically. They do not want to get in situations where they're congested, having to take fights that they just don't want to. It might end up being very troublesome for them, so I'm going to be looking for them to have very, very solid rotations these final 3 games.
I will say, an 8-point lead might sound nice, but between first and 8th place, there is only a 25-point difference. That's not even a victory royale, Takada.
And we've seen what can happen in these matches, right? If you get a double-digit ELIB victory royale, that's going to be more than 50 points. And that is a huge bump up the leaderboard, and it's what some of these duos are doing. So you always have to be at the top of your game. You have to be careful, and you have to be ready to stay on top.
Just looking at some of the highlights that we have from games number 7, 8, and 9. Malibuca there grabbing an incredible victory royale as a solo player. Of course, Epic Whale representing NA West, but there's so many teams. And honestly, after day 1, I thought this was just going to be an EU competition. But between Acorn and Edgy, Nutify and Ocus, that is not the case anymore.
Yeah, they're showing that literally anything can happen here. And I mean, if you want to go back and look at the history of this whole event, Lucy and Steno had a 34-point advantage heading into day number 2 of the 0 builds. Guess what? Seti and Cammy had a 35-point advantage heading into today. So right now, the fact that they're only up by 8, oh man, they are going to be sweating it out.
Second portion of day 2, the excitement, it's at an all-time high. The best of the best competing
regionally from Europe, NA East, NA West, Brazil, Asia, Middle East. I mean, all over the world, the players competing in the same stage on the same playing grounds. I mean, this does not happen often, and it is amazing to see these duos that are succeeding and also having to adapt and overcome these challenges.
Yeah, and we've seen Seti and Cammy show us in day one that they're waiting to take height once they are able to find an opportune moment, stealing that height away from the other teams. And that's what we saw Z, Andy, and Chapix do just in the last game. So again, just like what we saw from the first 2 days of competition, it is all about adaptation.
Yeah, precisely. And, you know, another team that I'm noticing adapting is going to be Okus and Nut. They're starting to creep up. They're in that top 10. They finally cracked it. That right there is going to be my dark horse team right here out of these 10 teams remaining.
Look, seeing how there's only going to be 3 matches left now, I'm excited to see which are going to be the duos that make those impact plays, that make that high ground retake at the perfect moment, granting them the position to get the Victory Royale and bumping them up the leaderboard. Because when you only have 3 matches left, these VRs, these big point matches are just that much more important.
We saw it. Thomas and Tayson, who had first place after game number 8, going down early, now into 5th place. And I know I've said this so many times, but this is a difference of hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Literally so much money on the line, and that's why that's going to be hurting them. I know their hearts sunk the second that they got eliminated. That had to have felt so bad. They're going to be switching things up, but I mean, if we're looking at consistency right now, Epic Whale and Malibuca, they have been so consistent in all 3 of these games so far today, and they're not looking to let up whatsoever.
Guys, the let up is not going to be happening whatsoever. We only have 3 more games to go, but we do have another quick break. When we come back, we're going to have more.
Okay. Dude, no, I'm Alright, almost there. I got a couple. I have reasons to. That counts. I don't care what you say. That counts. We have 2. Give me a second. Oh, that was crazy. That's 4.
5 seconds.
How many? I don't even think we. That was like 9 if we cheated. So 12.
Alright, whatever.
And we are back from that quick break, everyone. We are your analyst desk, and we still have Rome and Takata breaking down all of the action, and we're gonna have game number 10 in just a few moments. But first, we wanna remind you all what these players are competing for. It is a $1 million prize pool for the Battle Royale mode, and the lion's share of that goes to first place, and it is $250,000. But look at the difference between first and fifth place, $200,000 difference.
That is so massive. So if you're looking right now, Cammy and Seti in first, and Thomas and Tayson going to be in fifth, and that is a lot of bragging rights, but so little difference. It is going to be coming down to the wire with all of these top 5 teams playing so exceptionally.
This is life-changing money. I mean, just saying it seems unreal. First place takes home $250,000. Even just all the way down at 44th, you still get $5,000 every single placement. Every single point matters in this tournament.
And it's not just this money that we're competing for, it's a $2 million prize pool as well. So many teams walked away hundreds and tens of thousands of dollars richer from the zero builds mode, everyone. But we know what we're here for. This is Battle Royale, 3/4 of the competition, 9 games down, 3 more games to go here. And we're gonna be picking an MVP towards the end of the day, and it's a little bit early, but I want to ask you right now, who do you think is an early candidate for MVP?
Ooh, that is a very good question, but right now my answer is going to be Hellfire. I've seen the way that Hellfire and Tripper have been playing, but Hellfire has absolutely been having incredible plays. In my opinion, had one of the best clutch-ups so far of the weekend in that last match when he won that 1v2 inside the box, was able to revive Tripper as well. That was just absolutely incredible.
He literally went down to 1 HP. I cannot believe it, Takata. What about you?
Look, that was one of the most nerve-wracking clutches I've seen throughout this whole tournament. Hellfire, great pick, great candidate for an MVP spot, performing well in the zero build, but also in the Battle Royale mode. But what I really am waiting to see, we just have 3 matches left. These last moments are the most important for these players, and we're gonna get down to that 6th match. There's gonna be just a few duos up, and I wanna see a clutch play come out from a player in that situation to bump them up the leaderboards and possibly even pick up that crown. And that player, that's going to be my MVP.
You know, I actually want to hear the answer to this question from 2 other gentlemen, and they're going to be your casters for the final 3 games. It's Shayo and Levin.
Yeah, look, Kelly, thank you very much. It's been such a long competition so far, and I think so many different players have shone in different moments. For me, I feel like I'm riding with you guys a bit. I think Hellfire has really stood out in both the competitions.
For me, it's Seti personally, Seti and Cammy. They're both kind of active and actionable going over towards the end game, but for some reason, he's just standing out, getting towards the end game spots.
Yeah, for you guys though, right? Do you feel like in these last couple games there is an opportunity for anybody to maybe have a sneaky performance and put themselves in that competition?
Well, after seeing the first place team go down in 43rd, I think there is still so many opportunities for things to be shooken up in our leaderboard.
And really, that's why I said that Okus and Nut are my dark horse team. They're sitting in 10th place right now, but they were able to pick up the Victory Royale in game number 1 yesterday. So this duo, they know how to win. They know how to clutch up. I can definitely see them having a very, very icy performance in one of these final 3 games.
And I've been loving the momentum of Acorn and Edgy. They had a nice top 3 game, and since then, they've been popping off from the Victory Royale to another top 3. They have been on top in all of these last matches, and if they keep that consistency forward, I would not be surprised if they keep going up in the leaderboard.
So basically, for you guys, any NA team is going to play this. Fair play. I did expect that. No, I think those teams are definitely solid, and they have stood out at times, and obviously teams in and around that top 10. But they're going to have big performances, right, to really put themselves in that conversation.
Well, if we're going to talk about NA players, then we have to talk about Epic Whale, joined by Malibuka, one of the best European players to compete that we have ever seen. What are your thoughts on this duo? Still holding out strong in 2nd place, but not being able to break into that 1st place spot.
It's a strawberry milkshake situation for me. It's sweet overall when it comes to looking at this duo specifically. I think the biggest thing on day 2 for them, though, they're not really standing out as much from all the other 3 days of competition, zero build or not, Levin.
Yeah, I feel like they've definitely had better moments, stronger moments where they've looked more powerful in these end games, but I would never count them out, right? Malibuka especially is a player that has shown so many times in EU that he can have 4 bad games, give him that 1 game, and it will be a proper good game. So never really count these guys out.
And we do obviously have to look to the duo that won the last game, Chapix and Ziandi, kind of stealing a play out of Seti and Cammy's playbook right there, waiting for the right opportune moment to steal height. Can they do it again, though?
It feels so weird to say, you know, a playbook moment is Seti and Cammy taking height, right? Like, this is a team who literally a week ago, you'd never really associate them with height. But you're right, Kelly, they've been so strong, and Ziandi and Chapix also in that game, incredibly strong on height.
They absolutely needed that. Towards the start of day number 2 in general, they were kind of sleeping overall, right? But they're actually waking up now. These last 3 games, they just stay online just like that. Kind of almost giving me a heart attack, though. Chapix going down to fall damage almost, and even Ziandi with that nice clutch shot, but we'll see what happens, Kelly.
Guys, we're not going to be snoozing anymore because game number 10 is ready to go. So 11 2K and Shia Wager, take it away.
Thank you so much, Kelly. This is the moment we've been waiting for, and it's so close right now. Standard Battle Royale Fortnite, Shia Wager 11 on the mic, and almost every single team is tied in the top 10.
Yeah, literally, game after game, this leaderboard is so volatile, right? We're seeing the first place team drop out, teams even coming from outside of the top 10 looking to get involved in it. It literally is going to come down to these final games.
I've got a telescope, I got like a magnet detector on the ground. I've got 17 people in my ear filling me information as to who is where in these teams, because Lebanon can go any which way.
Yeah, and for these players, right, they will probably wish they had the same things. It's so hectic all around the map, right? You literally cannot anticipate some of the changes and things we see all over.
Yeah, we can talk about some of the teams already that started off the day in the lead. Seti Cammy looking so good overall after day 1. Kind of teetered off, but they have a chance right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think they do need to find a bit more rhythm, right? But obviously they had a bounce back game and made it all the way deep in there. Queasy and Hen are a team who maybe are they going to come in and finally be the height team I think many people expect them to be. Can Thomas and Trippin bounce back? There's so much in question as we head into these last couple.
Yeah, Thomas, Trippin in specific as well. Both they're 2 separate teams. I want to focus on Tayson and Thomas in specific. They're the chasers, and the gap they have to close, the sprint they need to make is around that 32 points between Malibuca, Epic. We all that big chase overall. 242 for them. It's like 42 almost all the way up to 280. Is that enough of a gap to close for that team?
Is it enough for anybody, really? I don't think you can call it safe, right? We've literally seen some of these teams have leads quite similar and lose them all in a game, right? You go down off spawn and all of a sudden you're sort of sitting there waiting for 45 minutes to see if you can now push yourselves back in.
It's not even about the points on the board overall. It's also about the personality for a bunch of these players coming in. Doesn't matter where Aqua is on the board. You can expect him to just cause chaos all the way on height. He's been quiet for a few games, but he starts out there all the time, Levin. He's kind of the first boss teams need to take down.
It's weird you say that, right? Because I've been actually sort of perplexed by how cool some of these teams have been, right? Even in these high intensity moments when you're winning games, having really deep, good games, second place finishes a bunch of elims, and they're just sort of, you know, keeping their composure. But I guess that is the right thing because you can't lose your head. It's so tight up there at the top.
It's not even that. The pressure, the stakes in play. This is an international tournament. On site, the players can see each other, smell each other while they're playing, and at the same time, $1 million on the line, $250K for first place. That's the equivalent to a major regions FNCS. The big money, the big prize for some players. It's the first time they're seeing it with their eyes.
Especially for the ones who maybe didn't quite have an opportunity to taste some of that big money from the zero build competition, like the Thomas and Taysons of the world, right? Can they now have their redemption, their comeback, their big moment, their homecoming per se? You have to take this opportunity. It's the only time you're going to get it.
It's an absolute clash as well for a bunch of these teams. We mentioned overall Acorn and Edgy. NA's kind of, you know, poster children right now when it comes to being really good in this tournament. Seti and Cammy, who are in first place, they play the same game. The slow ground style of survival. Edgy has been known for it over time with many different teammates on a lot of different regions. Now here internationally, which one of those teams takes the crown when they go head to head?
For me personally, and maybe I might sound biased here, but Cammy and Seti certainly are going to be the team I look out for. Of course, they have been so composed. They are a fluid team for sure, and adding height potential to their repertoire just makes them such a multifaceted threat that for me, it would be foolish not to pick them.
Yeah, the most interesting thing I've seen so far, just in this specific season in Chapter 3, is the way the 5th zone kind of influences the entire game. Whoever starts on height, it feels like Levin, is the captain of the lobby. How much control they have, that depends on the duo.
But you also have to make sure you're at the top of your game. We've seen teams get chopped out. It wasn't too long ago. We saw Hen and Queasy, Aqua and Vino even in dominant positions to hold on to height. One player gets chopped, one player gets taken out. It is so easy in this lobby to lose those strong positions. And so, again, having to be at the top of your game.
Yeah, and for you, when I listen to your voice, Levin, I hear music. I'm reminded of rhythm inside the overall tournament, right? Games 4, 5, 6, I feel like that's where you get into offbeat types of tracks. That's where crazy things start to happen. We've seen games where the top 5 instantly go off spawn or before the 5th zone even starts, and then everyone else climbs. And that type of potential, there's teams I'm looking at, like an Austin Pink, 17th. 3 good back-to-back games. They can maybe even make that gap if things like that start to happen.
Are they going to be able to deal with Clicks and Dukes off spawn though, right? That is a battle of the ages. I'm sure so many people around the world watching on closely for that. 2 players who potentially would have been playing with each other, now battling it out for the POI of their choice. But even for the teams maybe in the leaderboard, in that top 10, who have managed to find rhythm and need to continue that, the likes of an Analyst and Scram, right? This is a team that I don't think many people would have had on their radars as a potential winning team, but they hit their rhythm and they hit it early and they've not slowed down since.
Yeah, Analyst and Scram in specific, there's been talks backstage of some people, you know, who are kind of new to watching things. Is Analyst considered one of the greatest right now? Because I'm seeing some crazy things coming out of this specific player. The combination with Scram, amazing to watch. They need to set themselves apart though. I feel like so many of these teams, they're all playing so well. It's just not absolutely amazing enough that the players are just, or just the plays are at like a 10 out of 10 rating and no one's really standing out as a result.
Well, that's why we save it for the last 3 games, right? If you're going to do it at any point, it has to be in these last couple, because this is the moments that make legends, right? These are the moments that solidify your legacy as one of the greatest Fortnite players to ever play the game. And for sure, Analyst could be the kind of character that comes through and really shows off the French dominance.
Yeah, you're talking about the greatest of all time as well. A lot of times when you come into that narrative, oh, you got to win on a LAN, you have to win on site, always gets propped up. Tayson has been a part of that conversation for ages. There's potential for that right now.
Yeah, and I think he realizes that, and he is someone who loves a challenge. He loves people that doubt him, and I think people saying in the first 2 games of the Battle Royale mode, oh, Tayson's a fraud, Tayson, he's no go, not my go, he can't do it, and LAN, I think he responded to that incredibly well. He's been so consistent since then, and having Thomas HD by your side is never a bad thing, right? So both of these 2 going at it, definitely looking to try.
The thing with Tayson and Thomas, though, I would say almost like crowd surrogates in terms of who wants to be the winners of this competition. They have lost 2 of their 3 hearts, 2 of their lives, I feel like, in this competition. So far away now from that podium, the top 3. They need to just be perfect in these last 3 games. And if I know that team, I feel like their flavor is always solo clutches, 1 player going down. I haven't seen solos winning in Standard Battle Royale so far today, Levin. It's been a duo type beat.
That's the challenge for them, right? A lot of the teams they're competing against are teams who are uncontested. Don't have to worry about the off-spawn battles. If this team continues to be consistent and they can't win those battles, it might end in tragic fashion for them. So, you know, fingers crossed they have the better drops and they are ready to sort of get the loot gods, right, are the ones that need to bless them today, because if they don't, it could be a real sad finish.
Yeah, right now, too, when it comes to Tripper, Hellfire, they've been looking so good the entire competition. Honestly, for me, competitors for MVP, the thing is that flame is starting to just fizzle away now, right? Towards at least these first 3 games, they're teetering inside that top 10. It's been lower and lower each and every single game. If this is one where we need to come back from any player, it has to be this duo.
Yeah, and we've seen Trippin have crazy clutches in the previous season. Of course, he plays with Thomas HD, and so doesn't necessarily get the credit for his great clutches, but he has that potential, and Hellfire has just been in top form this competition. They started in 2nd place. Can they start pushing themselves back up towards that position?
That's the big question. Also in Saudi Arabia, some of the places, some of the teams that are rocking in here is kind of on home soil. They still aren't done yet. Every single placement you see from 44 all the way to 1st, there's big jumps in prizing. So the competition, even if you can't reach 1st overall, it's not over yet. GOAT status on the line though. Some people with a comeback story, and then you have Seti and Cammy, the only ones playing maximum defense on top in 1st place right now. It's all here in the last leg of the race.
It's all about this moment. It's all about these drops. Can you make your most of your chance as you hop off of the battle bus? And certainly will be a hot one for sure. As you head all around the map, these battles are so intense.
And Thomas and Tayson, when it comes to game number 3 overall that we just saw, I think they were in it as much as we were, Levin. Maybe just 3 seconds, maybe close to 0. They didn't get a chance to play. They've been sitting around for 50 minutes due to that halftime break, waiting for a chance to rock at it again. Off spawn for them is going to be absolute trouble.
Yeah, and off spawn for Pink and Anas against Clicks and Dukes is one that is very hot and intense. One that isn't really friendly. It started off very friendly. 2 players who very much are familiar with each other in Pink and Clicks, but now having to battle it out, all in the name of winning the Battle of the Joneses.
Yeah, so much on the line with future FNCS. There's even the Invitational coming up. You want to have a controller of this overall POI. Janice, though, active. Vino down. Aqua. It looks like they're fighting a double front type of war right now, and they're winning.
Yeah, it seems like a three-way battle over there towards the south of Greasy, and not one that Vino will be very happy about, of course, having to leave Aqua in a clutch situation. but already we're seeing how intense these Osborne battles can be with all these teams desperately needing to stay alive.
Seems like a lack of patience for Sub. They're ready going for the all-in overall, all across the map. That could be dangerous for some of these teams that need a little bit of a setup, need to first get their loot ready and then go. They're not really good at those adaptive types of fights, but we've seen crazy clips from Cash Cups. We've seen multiple seasons of clutch plays. I'm pretty sure everyone is on the line, ready to go for that though. Tripern down, Phantom also gone. Is that a full conversion? On the duo is the question. I'm not sure where Hellfire is. He's still alive on the top right. He needs to clutch this one.
You say alive, but barely, right? Not working with much HP whatsoever, and the time is ticking with no materials. It's literally going to come down to his shotgun aim and this med miss to have any hope in the 2v1.
Hope kind of diminishing overall because looks like a teammate's brought back into the competition. Gentle gets Phantom back into the land of reality, and they're going to be looking for the next shot into this one. It's Hellfire gone. A top 10 potential fizzling away.
Another game where it doesn't quite go their way. The emotes come out. That's going to sting for the next 45 minutes. They have to sit there and ponder where everything went wrong, and things also seemingly going wrong here for Amal as he falls down. Refscard isn't working with much, and
no way!
Isn't working with anything. He gets taken out, and look who it is. It's Mitro and Milan. Who else other than them to rock up and spoil the party?
Mitro to the moon, but what does that mean for Refscard? A top 20 type beat, a chance to maybe come back into the competition. He raised the hand, and Milan just said no, drown. There's no chance you're coming back in the last 3 games.
There was a lot going on there, and I promise you I was not expecting it to be the Dutchman to roll through and absolutely close the situation. Duke's now having to try fend off as a solo and doing a good job so far.
Nice.
And taking out both Spy and Hero. I know match for the King Dukes. And so now opting to run away because Fahad and Mansour still on the chase.
Has high rarity loot right now, so that damage, it will be on the side of Duke. Bravado looking for his chance to really get into this fight. Duke, though, effective from all different sides. It's a whole duo he has to kind of fight with. This is going to be tough so far. Mansour on his walls. He's also running out of mats. This is the last leg for Duke. It looks like a chance to maybe come back into this game. And he's going to be stopped in his tracks.
And that's a painful, painful way to go down after winning a 1v2. Getting swept up just like that can be one that sits on your mind for a while, but he can't afford it to linger in his head. Pinken and Nash will be very happy to see those two going down in the feed. The less they are successful, the more it benefits them. And so far, these two at the Joneses will be pseudo-victorious, not directly winning the battle, but winning the war right now. Q-Jack, Nator, they could potentially be a team to get involved in this, though, and you can see already looking to take shots onto Pinken and Nash, but they're too aware.
They've been the speed bump inside Gamers8 so far, both in Zero Build and in Standard Battle Royale on both days so far. Any team that clashes with them, it seems like their tires get punctured, their momentum gets stopped. They're a very, very tough force to overcome, and they're in the very dead center of the map, so we'll see exactly who they affect over at Rave Cave. Thomas HD and Falcons Tayson on home soil, ready to see exactly what they can do.
We saw them go down in this battle earlier today, and that's something they won't want to repeat. Kai and Drafter will do everything they can to make that happen, though. The cheers from the crowd will root them on and spur them into that. But for Thomas and Tayson, it's all about not losing your cool. The zone isn't there, so you don't have all the time in the world to sit here at Rave Cave, but they will want to take this patiently, want to take it slow.
For this duo, they're kind of like, they kind of remind me of a Phoenix overall in terms of how they power up. At first, it might be a bad game before rebirth, but as a small little chick, they want to be able to rise, have their wings lit with fire, want to make it to the end game. That's where they really end up having so much control. That's where their defense really works. Off spawn, yeah, Kai, Draft, one good shot. They can snip those wings before they get ablaze. Hopefully, they'll be able to just stay hidden and get right by. Q-Jack, Nator, coming up against their first opponents. Looks like it's Steno and Lucia overall on the right side, but they don't actually see them just yet. Q-Jack, gotta be careful of that HP.
Yeah, they have opportunities here, but they need to stay more alert, like Pinken and Asso, when they try to take shots onto them. The Danes will be ready and waiting. But these are the sort of little engagements that happen all around, right? Teams just sort of taking little jabs and blows at each other. Not anything too serious, not breaking out into a full battle. But these are the potential moments that allow for full battles, right? Where Fahad just waiting here, knows there is a team, and knows that if he hits the right shots, things could go their way. But again, Seno and Lush having that sixth sense, moving away, and that won't be demise for them. But Mansour and Fahad again, will be a team that continues to be hungry. They know they need damage. It's been an issue for them in some of these games. And that could be all at the hands and expense of some of the teams higher up in the standings who need a good game.
It's all about where you're on those boards and how each elo kind of moves you up and down. Mac, when in threats, hasn't been looking too good for them overall throughout the day. I don't even see them in the top 20 so far. Yeah, 38th. They've been having some struggles inside the Battle Royale competition up against Blake and Scope. So it's an NA battle in and itself.
And an NA battle between two teams that just quite haven't, you know, managed to hit the park, right? They've just been below the average standard of what they would have come into the competition expecting to achieve. And in some ways, that's a good thing for both, right? Both sort of riding with that mentality of, look, we have to put our all into this. It's all we can possibly do. It can't get worse for us.
Still, for them, doesn't matter what happens. If they have one really good game, tens and thousands of dollars of a difference. Cammy, usually I'm worried in this spot, but my man is so just bent on getting the zone, getting to the best spot possible with Seti to set up. He always takes damage.
But this is part of some of the day two struggles they have had in the past, right? You're already seeing the timings are off for them. There are teams rotating into this area way too earlier than they're ready for. And being caught out is something that will continue to be a theme for that team if they aren't alert as to the threats around them. For Hard, though, a potential threat towards Pink and Anas as he looks to break into their box.
You keep mentioning threats. The scariest teams I'm seeing right now are coming in from the Middle East. It seems like they have less to lose. They're hungrier in these back three games. The rest of EU right now, the top 10, they're playing reserve. They're focusing on the trophy. Middle East, they're just rolling right in.
Yeah, clearly the ones who are feeling it right now. A bit more loose, a bit more freedom in the way they're moving around. And clearly the teams higher up in the standings, right, who maybe aren't quite there, are just a bit too tentative, right? Not wanting to make a mistake, not wanting to leave themselves exposed.
The pressure that Anas is probably feeling right now, stuck in a box fight, way towards the right side of the zone. Easy time for pressure to come in from a third party as well. He doesn't want to be in that spot. Rapid here as well with Peak, forcing another fight on another side, a completely different region. It's NA, it's Blake and Scope, but they will not go down easy.
Yeah, Peak gonna make it a bit more difficult for them, but as long as he hides around here, he should be fine if they don't find him too quickly. Scoped him, Blake, now scurrying around the builds in an attempt to find some breathing room. And that's a good thing to do because Macwood is very low and threats having to do quite a lot now if they want to have a chance of staying alive.
Okay, Fahad also active up against Anas and Pink. We blinked, we missed it. There was some type of pressure. Anas is like, wait a minute, I know who I am. Do you know who I am? You must not, let me show you.
Yeah, he's not been able to show much so far in the Battle Royale, but certainly showed earlier in previous competition. And I'm sure the Falcon boys will not be too happy about what they have seen out of him. It's going to be a big wrench in their backside. You can see they're hungry to close things out. They won't be satisfied with just the one. They want both, and both is what they'll get. And cheers from the crowd aren't going to be ones in the favor of the Falcon boys this time round, but for Pink and Anas, a good start for the rest of the game.
Really good speed in finishing that engagement as well. You end up with so much more loot to be able to use. The shield keg still intact, the minis as well. Straight into Pink's inventory. Knight and Rogue Shark, one of the more interesting stories overall here today. In all 4 days, they always seem like they have a sense of control. They're on a mission to get to a certain spot. The firepower might not be as good as their positioning sometimes. Other times, just surprised by a few teams that have adapted to many situations right now. They're always on the outskirts of the entire island, no matter what the zone is. Hopefully they can find a way in not only to the zone, but higher placements as well.
Yeah, and the higher placements aren't beyond their reach, right? They sit just outside of that top 10. And so just one or two good games here or there as we go towards the finishing line could make the difference between thousands and thousands of dollars.
And who are they looking at from the outside in? It's duos like Aquan and Edgy on screen right now who are nowhere near the edge of zones. They're looking to be almost that center. I say that though, and they are actually right on the edge. So we're chilling. It did update a little bit. We'll wait for the next one. I just like the way this team's playing. They allow everyone else to change their game plans and stuff, but they stay true to how they attack Fortnite.
Yeah, part of their fluid style and their fun style, it seems, is these cooler, more creative opportunities for Surge, right? Sitting in the bush, they know there's going to be plenty of players rotating in towards this side of the zone, and so they'll be ready and waiting to get a free beam. And whoever they do catch out certainly might be slamming some desks here or there. Very frustrating way. And if Milan and Mitra aren't careful and they go towards that side of the zone, it could be them. They do look like they are on the east side and so can potentially avoid that. But a team that they will 100% want to avoid will be the ones in front of them. Analyst and Scram, they have been so strong. They found a good rhythm. And that might be not the tone that Mitra wanted to hear. The shield's cracking. Milan now having to come to his teammate. Brother, you got to stay cool. You can't go down now. We still got a journey to get to the zone.
They play defense, and on the other side of the map, Maximum Defense is also active. Scoped and Blake take out Pink and an Os.
That is huge. But you're seeing it's not going to be a healthy situation for them. It looks like it's Bloomy and Arab who want to rock up in third party. These are the battles we talk about all day long. Scoped and Blake take out powerhouses in Pinkin, and that's only to be brushed under the carpet by the big Bloomy and Boomer Arab.
Arab basically saying there's a cost to be using my IRL stream equipment. It's not only getting thrown in a pool, it's also being taken out in the desert.
Yeah, that is definitely a way to cool Blake and Scope down, chucking them way in the deep end. But for Bloomy and Arab, can they be disruptors? We know their mentality going into these final games will be all or nothing. We have nothing to lose. And that is something scary for anybody below or above them in the standings.
Arab always finding the most creative ways to get into certain zones. Gentle and Phantom, their reign of interruption doesn't end either. Edge zone, perfect ways to fight for a long time, and they're locked into this one. So many heals to be able to use as well. Up against Cal and M7 as well. This is going to be just tough overall for both teams. You know that the crowd wants both sides to win.
The big thing for both these teams is that what are they fighting for here? Both of them very comfortably above Surge. Both looking good in terms of materials and resources, and I'm glad to see them sort of disengaging right now because neither of these teams need to fight each other.
It might just be a PTSD effect. I haven't seen those two teams specifically rotate with each other. If you're up against like Cammy and Seti rotating like that, you leave one wall open, you're based up a little bit. If you're not active and taking shots, your walls are getting torn down, so you can kind of sense, you know, the jitteriness, the struggle of these last 3 games. And we get even hotter and drier as we pull more towards Chonker Speedway.
Yeah, and that's going to be a rotation that a lot of these teams will be dreading to make as they move their way on in. So many good positions for teams to sit in and block your way to zone. For Malibuca and Epic though, not an impossible task, and Malibuca already scouting out the path towards the zone.
500 above. When it comes to games where the end game, the terrain looks a little bit more horizontal, Epic Malibuca are just so good at working so many different angles from boxes. I think that's been their specialty. They've been doing it better than any other team so far. If they get center-ish zone, build up a big base, they might just get too much control, end up winning this game. Already another vertical type diagonal angle, looking over at Vico and Jelty, putting up a little bit of pressure. These guys are never silent.
Yeah, I think if anything, right, Cammy and Seti's, eagerness to look for height has helped them out, right? We're so used to seeing Malibuca clashing with those guys on the mid-ground. It's always about who will be the more dominant mid-ground team between the two. And Malibuca allowing Epic to sort of sub his way on in and just cruise in some of these mid-game situations is definitely something he'll be very happy about.
I just think that pairing him with Epic well is just such a genius thing for the duo. It kind of puts a little bit of temperament on Malibuca. He makes some big swing calls sometimes. A new teammate, though, he thinks twice about a lot of things. They stay more consistent.
100%, especially with how great Epic's fundamentals are. Never straying too far away from his teammate, always right by his side. And that's exactly what you need from your teammate when the going gets tough. It's something that this team has lacked very much today. Cian and King have had some high highs, but when it's been low, it's been very low. Oftentimes, one of them playing as a solo, trying to clutch up in some way. But like you said earlier, Shayo, a solo in this lobby is not a thing you want to be.
Yeah, Cian and King, they kind of reminded me of 2 arms and a body, always working in tandem. Today, though, broken bones on day 2. It's so much tougher. The competition does not even let you slack for a minute. Edgy and Acorn will be the ones trying to operate on Cian right now, but my man's running away from the surgery table. He does not want anything to do with it at all. Bizzle and Dubs in the business. We saw them take a win overall, and they're still looking good now.
Yeah, I think they definitely need to pick up the pace quite a little bit. But for sure, a team to be optimistic about. This is not an optimistic situation, Shayo. Going down to Surge or going down to opponents when you're up above Surge is never ideal. But for Vico and Jelty, this is a team that hasn't performed at the level they would have wanted to. Vico known for his pop-offs, Jelty as well, a fan favorite over from NA West. And it's a combination that I was excited about but hasn't quite worked together. And both of them are feeling that, both of them know they have to step up, they have to get better in these last final games.
Try their best for now, and they are up and in. Every team that's struggling though right now, they're hesitant. They're not making one decision. They're thinking about 3 different ones at the same time and are not sure when to actually make the call to move in. As a result, Milan Mitro losing a bunch of their shields to get to this spot. They have to move once again, but they have to be decisive as they do it.
And we've not necessarily associated that team with being one that makes clean decisions, right? Sometimes, often being a bit too rash. And so with all these teams around them, all these prizes, which one would they put their eyes on? My goal would be to just get to the zone, but I doubt it will be that simple for this team.
I mean, you talk about decisiveness, Acorn, Edgy, they've told us in interviews, they share a brain. You can see it right now from Acorn. Does not care about any team even building beside him. He wants to get to a spot. Edgy will be there to support the decision. Ramps up on the right side to stop Macwood. Bizzle and Dubs, they're kind of going back and forth. You can just see the difference in decisiveness and hesitation. Acorn already in. Look at the spot. So great, taking 0 damage using 5 builds.
The setup is certainly looking good, right? The key now will be looking for opportunities to find some form of a refresh, to get their materials back up so they can continue to move as smoothly as they have been.
It's so tough though in a spot like this. No one really ends up basing so close beside you. There's no big mobility to get you into that portion of the zone. It's just a few grapple gloves in some inventories around this map. Dubs and Bizzle, they take the safer route. They're assessing each and every single box. They're choosing exactly where to set up, and it's the middle of everyone. That's actually really genius. Still on the outskirts, if any one person goes down, they can just start to rattle on the walls and affect the closest duo. Right now, that's Hen and Queasy.
And down below there will be opportunities for them to get shots onto Hen and Queasy if they are patient enough, if they do wait their time on out. Certainly not going to be a patient situation for Leleo there. Angrily taking shots towards those walls, as he understands that those players are incredibly weak, and it's an understanding shared amongst Thomas and Tayson. But if they're not careful, they'll be right in that same spot where everybody has their eyes on them. And this is perfect, right? Using that grapple glove just to take that loot. If they can't get the confirmation onto Rogue Shark, at least they've profited from the situation indirectly.
It's just nice that we're going back and forth between Polga and Thomas and Tayson. I mean, if Fortnite was a chessboard, these two duos would be the white pieces. They always make the first move. And you can see it right now. The 4 people who are active, actually stopping Rogue Shark from getting in to the zone, it's those 2 duos.
Yeah, and it's not just any sort of chess player. We're talking about grandmasters here. Players who will constantly make the right decisions when given the opportunity. And with a big distance to go to get to zone, I'm sure there'll be plenty looking to follow their right decisions. This is not great decisions, to be fair, I'll be real. Steno, it's not looking good, my friend. Has lost Lucia along the way, and now running out of materials as well. And with so many different players around him, understanding his vulnerability, it's going to make that journey to zone that much more difficult. He does have the grapple gloves if needed, and so topping up his shields will go a long way.
They struggle right now, but there's one duo not surviving. We called it out, the position for Bizzle and Dubs. They did exactly what we thought they were going to do. Hen and Queasy caught lacking in that low ground barn position. They will go down, and you can see how much space they control now. No one talks about this. When you get a kneel in, you not only get the loot, you get all the pressure that other team made coming in from wherever they were dropping on the map. They got so much room to move now, so much info, they're still rocking.
And the timing is perfect from this team. They are moving so swiftly. They know all the other teams have started to get in. And so now, opting to move forward, it's fine that they have to stop. That's cool. They'll continue to move, though. And a bit of wood being used along the way isn't too bad either. Bizzle and Dubs, can they continue to get into zone and get into the God's drop?
They need so much more in terms of even fights. I understand why they were going for Hen and Queasy. They're only 31 above, and they've got no match. Similar position for Milan right now. It is 357, but look at the situation for Mitro. Low HP, they have to bully Malabuka. Might interrupt second place in their game as they try to catch up to Seti and Cammy. Milan still moving forward, elevating layers. This will cost him so much. I'm not sure he has that in his map.
And I don't think Mitro has enough to even catch up to him and stay together. That duo is in disarray. And you can see Mitro has gone down in the storm. He wasn't able to keep up. It was just an impossible task.
Bankruptcy for that man. Fahad though running straight into the box. These men don't care. Still going for a few more shots. This late into the stage of the game, they're getting close and personal. Medmiss is what they have left after all these fights.
Yeah, but these guys have nothing left on our screens. And we know what that means in Fortnite. That means they're going to go all in for something. You cannot afford to be caught lacking. And for Tayson and Thomas, they certainly won't be. Already waiting for that zone, already understanding the position they have at the front side. And they hold the keys to the lobby as they continue to move on through. This is where they want to be, looking back at the breast of the players and taking shots onto everybody as they move on through.
18 points overall of a difference for Tayson and Thomas. For these two guys specifically, this game is so important to stay in that race. They trip a little bit, they're left in the dust. Chapix and Zandy, they're not done yet. Possibly even pushing for that back-to-back. They have that high ground. This is where they won before.
Another game where they want to play from height, and another game where they're playing it well, moving to that front side, but need to be wary of all the teams looking to try take it. Chapix already building up like it's playground here, and he will secure it, he will hold on, but for how much longer? With all these eyes potentially on it, it's going to be about moving through the rest of these zones efficiently.
Desperation running hot inside the desert, and that heat rises towards the skies. You can feel it from Chapix and Zandy. They want to seat back inside the top three. They're going to start to push for it, and their match tempered well. They have a chance to keep going. Meanwhile, down low, Analyst is just popping right now. Malibuca and Epic, perfect shots, perfect spaces to be at to stop everyone else from moving in. They're causing a traffic jam. Huge for these two, and Tayson and Thomas, they ignore everything. They want to play their own game.
They're at the front of the pack, and they're looking very comfortable. Bizzle sent back to the lobby by Seti and Cammy, though. And so for the team who really has pre-planned everything so well, they can now profit from their good work. Thatch now taking that pressure, and it will be Mustache maybe to take even more if he knocks on the wrong door. But for Zandy and Chapix up above, they can just sit here and wait, allow everybody to do the hard work for them. They still have a couple materials left, and so they should be able to get by, but it will be up to them to keep on holding on. Seti will hold on and pick up another. That's their second of the game. But who will they run into as they converse through low ground?
They're going to skip everything entirely. Another chance to maybe elevate their layers. Chapix with 8 builds just left. I'm not sure Sunny knows that the battery's running low on the top high ground technology team, but it's going to be tough overall if they go for the challenge. Tayson moving on the backside of zone, somehow lost a little bit of a solo situation. He's in a clash with Seti, going for every shot and every chance, wrapping all the way around, maybe even a 2v1, and it's from the one side. Going to be a pre from Thomas. They're both going to be side by side in desperation. 4 elims on the duel so far, but they don't want to stop up against the box. It's going to be Janice and Kanata. They're not going to find a single bullet. Tayson 1 HP, can't really take any storm damage either. He has to find something on this low ground. Wood builds everywhere. Thomas lost in the storm. Epic also trying to survive his own way. Every single top team having trouble surviving in the desert.
Stuck between a rock and a very hard place. Epic well now will have to put the team on his back as he moves on through. He's lost Malibuca now, and so all riding on the NA West player now to make a moment happen. And everybody else in the lobby looking to make these same sort of moments happen. Frex using the med mist. He does have a bit more charges left in it, but it's all a matter of time until he has to get into the zone.
Everyone's switching over to plan B, but Chapix and Zandy, they haven't even moved the blueprint. They're staying on heights. Metal Bill's looking all right. Nator, the man who can't go down, falls. More action on low ground as Threats is back. Inside play, another person dropping right in front of him. Janice gets taken down. No one sees Threats, but now he's found. Janice affected though. Him and Kanata, the last two left to stop the absolutely victorious reign of Chapix and Zandy.
For a team that definitely was not expected to be here together, but certainly one now that has the chance to vindicate those decisions. Zandy and Chapix, though, they've been so easy breezy here on height. Everything's fallen into place perfectly, and it looks like it's going to continue to go that way. Zandy drops down. Can he connect to the crew? All shots he can. Chapix looking to do the same, but he needs to be careful. It's Janice in his box, but that's no problem for Chapix. He picks up both of them. Zandy and Chapix again pick up the victory royale.
Snow or sand, no matter the terrain, these guys are just supreme. You love to see it from Zandy and Chapix, and now, after 2 games, you can see a celebration. They're feeling the atmosphere.
Embracing the love from all the fans, and they're putting it to good use. Definitely converting that energy all throughout the game. They make it look easy.
And it's going to be difficult for the rest of the lobby right now. These guys are quickly catching up. Seats in the top 5 getting filled out left and right. Seti and Cammy, they survived for a bit that game, but I didn't see them all the way towards the end.
Yeah, definitely a couple teams who stumbled over just in the final moments, but how could you not? It was so difficult, so congested, and with Chapix and Zandy up above, just pressuring everything as well, it was never going to be an easy situation to stay alive there for Seti and Cammy.
Yeah, the one statement for every team, Seti, Cammy, the top 5, top 10, even top 20 included, no one's giving up. Everyone still wants this. Even Arab and Bloomy, some people who are down in the dirt right now. Hey, boys, no offense or anything. You're still in the business. You're looking good taking out Titans.
Yeah, and for the Titans who are winning height right now, Chapix and Zandy, what is this going to do for them? Their confidence as they head in 2 victory royales in the day, looking very good in the standings for sure as well. these are the kind of things and the kind of memories we will remember when all is said and done, because if this now converts to them moving into first place, this is going to be huge.
Yeah, that might be the left turn, the pivotal moment for this duo in case of why they end up winning the entire competition here over the 2 days at Gamers8. Past that though, you know, like all these different teams who are kind of at the top getting affected, they're realizing they're all playing the same layer. They're all playing the same game. It's just Chapix and Zandy up top. They might go up to stop them.
Yeah, we're seeing so many of these teams in desperate situations where they're literally down to bare bones nothing, right? Having to rely on each other, where the thing is you ain't got no friends in this lobby, not one bit. And we saw that with all these teams taking each other out down below. It really seems like height is going to be the way for some of these teams who maybe just quite haven't been able to get a grip down below.
Yeah, some of the best height teams too. You see Hen and Queez, who are usually in the business. They're falling into traps overall now, Levin, right? There are some other teams who are not only getting their endgame prowess up in the plays, but Bizzle and Dubs knowing how to, you know, just assess their surge. That's going to be huge.
Yeah, and of course here, all the fans, Gentle on top. Not quite yet, but maybe on his way there in the last couple of games. You've definitely seen him have some good moments.
Yeah, on top of aggression. That last game, I think, could have been almost a Gentle highlight reel. Him and Phantom making it hard for some of these teams to come in early and make sure they have that damage down. I'm loving the chant so far. The crowd on this day 2 specifically changes the way we watch a competition.
And whether the chants are for you or not, as a player, you have to harness that energy, right? You have to take the vibes to a new high, because as these last couple games sort of roll on through, it is all about keeping your cool and playing at your very, very best.
Yeah, keeping your cool, playing your very best. Chapix is going to be that hot seat that exactly has to decide, does he stay the same heat or stay alive? And interview with him right now.
Well, that was quick. Back on the main stage, Chapix and Zandy, well done. That was an incredible performance. Once again, keeping that high ground, ensuring that you got that victory royale. The crowd is really vibing now. You are 2 points off the lead. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, but we need to stay focused. 2 more games.
زي ما احنا عارفين تشابكس وزاندي هذا ثاني باتل رويال لهم اليوم فقط غير الباتل رويال اللي جابوه بالامس. سؤالنا الاول لهم انه كيف تقدرون انكم تحافظون على تركيزكم وكيف تقدرون انكم تدخلون المباراه الجايه. فقالوا انه احنا الى الان لازم نحافظ على تركيزنا، ما نقدر نغير اي شيء ثاني ولازم نستمر على نفس الوضعيه هذه. اتوقع الجمهور بعد يوافقنا الشيء هذا.
You can see how much this means to this home crowd right now. Are you going to bring it home for them?
I'll bring it home for the boys over there. Whoa!
I'm not going to take up too much of your time, okay? I would know that you guys need to go and focus. So congratulations on this victory royale, and we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the tournament. GG's, well done. We're going to throw it back over to the analyst desk to bring us into the next game for the day, and we're going to keep this ball rolling.
على طول اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور نبي نروح للاستوديو التحليلي بعد ما خلصنا المباراه الرابعه. ما بقى لك جيمين فقط، نبي نعرف بعدها مين اللي راح يرفع الكاس، مين اللي بياخذ اللاين شير حق $1,000,000 جائزه الباتل رويال الفيتشرينج فورتنايت. خلونا نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يصير. على طول على الاستوديو التحليلي.
Thank you so much, Fancy and Barney there. And I love the crowd hype. And how could you not be hype getting a back-to-back victory royale with Chapix and Zandy?
That is what LAN momentum feels like. You get the victory royale in the previous game, the crowd goes wild. Then the crowd starts to realize you've got the high ground, you got the advantage. This might happen back-to-back, and then they're able to do it. That crowd, they are lit, and for a reason.
It makes it so much more special having the audience there to support you while you get your back-to-back VR. I mean, we didn't see that in Zero Build. We haven't seen it yesterday. And this is the first time we've seen it. It is incredible.
And to do it at this moment with just 2 more games remaining, $250,000 on the line, and of course, that beautiful Gamers8 trophy. This is what it's all about. This is what I love to see here. But can they do it again? Can they hold out strong? I don't know.
If they end up getting another victory royale in a row, three-peat, back-to-back, feeling like Kobe in 2002, whatever, back in... Man, listen, they are trying to do it, trying to make history. That would be absolutely incredible to do it on LAN. I don't know if that's ever happened. 3 in a row on LAN for Fortnite, that right there is a big feat.
Look, we were talking about MVPs. If they're able to make the comeback, they weren't even in top 10. Then they get 1 victory royale, puts them in 6th place. Get another victory royale, now probably going to be top 3. I mean, the momentum for this duo, it's scary.
And it wasn't the same VR that we saw from the previous game where they kind of waited until height looked a little weak and then stole it. They held height for many zones there.
And that is very, very impressive because so many times we've seen the team that has height end up losing it. A team will try to take it away from them, and that's what Chapix and Zandy were able to do in the last game. But this time they said, you know what, we're just going to take it early, and we're going to keep it. Nobody's going to be able to knock us off, and that was a beautifully executed plan.
They dominated it. They literally were so confident. They said, we're taking height, we're holding height, and not only that, we're going to finish it off with a few eliminations. So I am loving what I'm seeing from this duo.
But you heard it from Barney on the stage that they don't have that first place spot just yet, but it is only a 2-point difference if I didn't mishear that, which is crazy going into just the final 2 games right there.
Yeah, Chapix and Zandy are 284. Cammy and Seti are 286. But let me go ahead and make you a little bit more nervous. Epic Whale and Malabuka, 283. They are 1 point behind Chapix and Zandy. It is a 3-point race for first place right now for $1 million. 250,000 going to be going to first and only 3 points separating. This is insane.
It's incredible, right? We talked about this before. Once you get to these last matches and everything is on the line, we're going to see these top duos in the last moments of the match battling it out against each other, and it's going to be that one duo, maybe even that one player that has a special moment, makes a play, and has a chance of that $250,000. But looking at the match ranking here, Chapix Zandy, 8 eliminations with the VR.
Yes, this match ranking brought to you by STC. Grabbing 48 points is Chapix and Zandy, although hot on their heels is Kanata and Janice with those 7 eliminations. Of course, Threats and Macwood grab that 3rd place spot. Carrie and Fatchy finally jumping up into our top of our match ranking there, and a new team in 5th place.
Yeah, I'm looking at this right now. This is pretty interesting. Epic Whale and Malabuka, they had a pretty solid showing yet again, and that's really all they want to do. They are creeping closer and closer and closer. I believe they were down by 9 points. Now they're only down by 3. They are chipping away at this lead, and I mean, you stated it. It might come down to that final game to decide who's the MVP because it is so, so close. If we end up getting a final 2v2, literally to win the entire 250,000 at the very end of the game 6, it's going to be a dream come true.
That's what I love about Fortnite, right? Anything can happen, and those are the moments that we look forward to. But even looking further down this leaderboard, I saw Acorn and Edgy there. They weren't in the top 10 this last match. They lost a bit of that momentum, but that top 5 even on the leaderboard, it's so close, it's anybody's game.
What I noticed from the top 10 of just that match ranking is that Cammy and Seti, Epic Whale, Malabuka, as well as Thomas and Tayson all up there in our top 10. And here we have it, Seti and Cammy with 286 points. 2 points below them, it is Z, Andy, and Chapix with 3 victory royales. Malabuka and Epic Whale, the international team, with just 1 point below them. And then still, even Tayson and Thomas are only 9 points below 3rd place.
Exactly, and that's what's so scary is that we're sitting here talking about the
it's
top
exciting.
3 teams. It's scary for the players, it's exciting for us. We'll take it all day long. Tayson and Thomas, they are literally within an arm's length away from grasping that first place prize. This is literally anyone's game right here. All 5 of these top 5 teams can walk away with this in these last 2 games.
Look, these players have so much experience, but I guarantee that once we get into that last match, the nerves, they're going to be at an all-time high, and it's to see which duos can control that and use it to play even better.
Having just 22 points between 1st and 6th place, again, that's not even a victory royale. That's not even 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place right there. That is literally just making it to the end game, grabbing a few eliminations, and if a top team goes down, like what we saw happen to Thomas and Tayson in a previous game, anything can happen still.
Yeah, precisely. And I mean, in the last game, it ended up being Hellfire and Tripper, and that ended up getting taken out extremely early. So they're going to potentially be looking to switch things up, just trying to make it to that end game. Nobody wants to go out early, especially not heading into game number 11. Oh, man.
We also have to talk about Thomas HD and Tayson. They're in 4th place spot, so they're still very close to that number 1 spot, and they are dropping in the Rave Cave. They have a duo contesting them, and they've been getting close to having another engagement. They did go down early one of the matches, and it's up to them if they can come out on top in these next 2.
But if there's any POI that you're going to be contested from Takata, the Rave Cave is probably one of the better ones.
That's true. I mean, there's a lot of space and a lot of loot, but in these last matches, it's hard to predict what your opponents are going to do. Will they force the engagement? Will they loot their separate paths, continue for the late game? I mean, you never really know.
We don't know, and we don't know what's going to happen. Usually at this point in the competition, we can pretty much predict who's going to be 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, but We have no idea, everyone, and with just 2 games more to go here, it is going to be more hype than ever. But Rome, going into the next game here, what are some things you want to see?
Chapix and Ziandi going back to back to back. I want to see them do it in front of the home crowd. I want to see them make the crowd roar once again and take over that first place. Let me be honest, Chapix might be the MVP if they end up taking this one home. He's been playing out of his mind.
Look, Ziandi might have been asleep in FNCS, but he is awake today. He is wide awake with Chapix, and I'm with Rome. I want to see the back-to-back-to-back.
No longer ZZZ Andy, now fully awake, probably going to be taking that Z out of his name very soon, and joined by a player like Chapix, who has been such a top performer, a veteran in Fortnite. I mean, this is the duo to beat right now. Although I say that, Cammy and Seti are still in first place.
Yes, but it's not comfortable at all. It's only 2 points. Cammy and Seti are going to be loading up into this saying, guys, we had a 35-point advantage coming into today, and now it's down to 2, and there's 2 games remaining. So far, the odds, if you do the math, aren't in their favor to stay in that #1 spot. So Cammy and Seti have all of the pressure of the world on their shoulders. And you said Ziandi needs to wake up. If $250,000 doesn't wake you up, I don't know what will.
I have no idea what will either, but I can even feel it myself. I'm nervous, and I'm not even competing here. The leaderboard is so close, so much on the line. You said it yourself, $250,000 for that first place spot, that trophy that looks beautiful. You know that these players won it.
And you heard it from our casters that it's not even just the top 10 we're looking at. Everyone on the leaderboard right now is fighting for their life, trying to climb up as high as they possibly can, because it's then tens of thousands of dollars that separate these placements. Everyone, I know you don't want to break. I know you want to hop into the game, but we want to make sure that our players are ready to go. So we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to talk about Game 11.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Pull out the hoop, my boy. No. No, I'm choking. No, I'm choking. You'll pull out the hoop. Oh, how much was it?
welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Once again here for Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite, one of the largest Fortnite tournaments that we have had in many years. Takata stepping out, and we have Life with Panda stepping in.
Hey, what's going on, everybody at home? Super excited to join the Analyst Desk with Kelly. You know, we're kind of familiar with this kind of setting, but Rome, great to have you on here with us.
It's absolutely a treat. This is Fortnite. There is no other way to describe it. This right here is exactly what every single person watching, every single person in the crowd, this is exactly what we want. We want close games. Yeah. We don't want anyone just running away with it. No, no, no. We want a lot of entertainment, and that's exactly what we got here with only 3 points separating first and third.
I cannot believe this is what we're seeing right now, but Panda, I want to hear your thoughts on game number 10.
Okay, look, you know, it was an interesting game. Going into this, I thought Chapix and Ziandi getting that victory royale 2 games ago was kind of interesting, right? We haven't seen them really pick up the pace here until that game, and now to do it back-to-back is exciting, but it's also nerve-wracking because you see how much the leaderboard has shifted. Yes. So there's still 2 games left. That means there are still 2 opportunities for a team to do the exact same thing and dethrone some of these other players. So it's so hard to predict right now what's going to happen, but I cannot be more pumped here going into game number 11.
Yeah, I don't even really want to try and make any predictions right now because I feel like if I do, it's going to be a caster curse.
Yeah, that's the feeling right now. I was about to give my favorite heading into this out of the top 3, but I'm not even going to do it to those players. So I will say who I think might be able to go on a little bit of a run, maybe win a back-to-back. I think Hin and Queasy might be able to pull it off. They're currently at 244, which means that they're currently 42 points behind. So if they can have an extremely clutch game number 11, game number 12, they might be able to do some things.
Well, let me add to that. So obviously Queasy, very well known for high ground plays, right? His height takes are some of the best in all of EU. Now you haven't seen him on height possibly once. Yep. So he's definitely struggling to get there. So my question, I guess, more or less is what are they going to have to do that's going to change the pace here? Because they've been struggling quite a bit.
Possibly set themselves up for a high ground take, or honestly, if they can't take it right now because so many dominant teams such as Chapix and Ziandi are holding it out there, maybe just go for the low ground play, then try and make sure that their situation for the loadouts, making sure they have the right weapons, the right situation is the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think this straight up thing, it's one word, adapt. Simple as that. Yeah. We saw Chapix and Ziandi adapt. Like you said, they're not normally high ground players, but guess what? Now they're going for that high ground, going for that elevation and finding VRs through that, finding success. So if you want to win and you're not winning right now, you need to adapt. Something needs to change. You've only got 2 games left, as you stated.
Yeah, but the one thing about Queasy is he's a great player. One of the top, if not the top player looking into this FNCS on EU. However, when he doesn't have height, he struggles quite a bit. Even if he gets high ground 1 game and then comes out kind of semi-successful in that game, you'll see a momentum shift for him, especially with Hen, because he does have some great chemistry with Hen from past seasons. But regardless, the one team I really want to focus on, it's Epic Whale and Malibuca. I can't talk about them enough. Kelly, what are your thoughts?
I mean, they've held strong in 2nd place for the entire tournament. This is the first time we've actually seen them drop out of that 2nd place, but they're only in 3rd by a single point. So again, everyone, I know you're ready. You want the action, so let's head on over to the casters.
We're going to come straight to you, Kelly. How's it going? We're all on the desk. We can't predict what's going to happen with the players. We can't even predict what's going to happen with where we are, Levin. It's looking good.
Yeah, look, if I want to be anywhere in the arena, right, watching the players, because I'm sure the looks on their faces will just be so, so good. Because for all of these players, right, as you head into these last couple, everything is on the line no matter where you're in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, the momentous occasion of this tournament holds so much weight. This is the first major LAN that we have had since the World Cup. So to you guys watching this and to be able to cast it, what do you think it means to the players?
To the players, I think it just means the most. You can set legacies here, stories, for a bunch of people to move on to the next stage of competition, Levin. This is what they need to win. This is where we need to perform.
Yeah, and for a lot of these players, you know, they weren't here for World Cup. They didn't experience that. A lot of these players are new blood in Fortnite, players who are trying to solidify their legacies, and what a way to do it than here in this competition.
Absolutely. I think Taysom, we mentioned him before, that is the thing for him, right? The next step, the next win he needs to get is something where you can live and see everyone else around you playing in the same space.
Yeah, for him, he knows the moment. He knows how much it means for him in terms of not just his own personal accomplishments, but how he will be viewed by the rest of the Fortnite world.
Yeah, for Seti and Cammy as well, they're tired of being a part of the conversation. I feel like they finally want to lead it on EU. I think when you bring up terms like consistent or, you know, the good players, the greats here and there, that's good for them. They want to be legendary, though. They want to be the first name you think of when you think of champions on EU.
Yeah, and for sure, right? It doesn't imply or infer, you know, the dominant force in which they want to be, in which they have shown to be in these games. And so as we head into the rest of these games, for sure, a chance to show that.
Absolutely. Game number 11, the penultimate game of Gamers8 here on day number 4. And the action, we all know, will not stop. The majority of the lobby, more than 30 duos, are here to interrupt the top 10's realm of play. They have to survive this early and mid game, and then at the end 11, they're all playing in the same playground.
And with just how close it is at the top, there are no slip-ups affordable. You can't go into the last game not knowing in your heart that you are very, very close or within touching distance of it. And so for all these teams, you have to stay cool off spawn.
Chapix and Z-Andy, 2 people that always stay hot. 2 people who are 2 points away from Seti and Cammy up top, and who also have a 2-time back-to-back VR in the game. Bloomy and Arab, though, the second time as well. 2 eliminations off spawn. Bloomy's going for it. Spy down. Hero pickaxing around its desperation, and he's gone.
You need more than a pickaxe against these 2. Do not be fooled by the fact that one of them calls themselves the Content King. They very much hold power right now off spawn, and showing that off now. Over towards Loot Lake, though, Trippin and Hellfire. They've shown their power throughout this competition, but in the last couple games, the slip-ups just haven't been good for them in the standings.
It looks like they're just losing air pressure when it comes to their vehicle going straight towards the top of this competition. When it comes to their place being solidified in the top 10, something just happens every single game to cause a little bit of a ruckus overall for their competition. Right now, it's Malabuka with a DMR. Tripper in trouble. Hellfire already dropped down to half HP. 50 more damage straight to the dome.
And this isn't the first time at all we were saying Trippin is in trouble. The big problem for him this time is that if it is Malabuka and Epic World that are causing that trouble, it's very much less likely that you really have a say in what goes down.
They're gonna be fine though for now.
We know, picking up some of limbs in the feed, a bit of revenge there, right? Last game we saw them go down off spawn. They're another team that will certainly be hoping that they can have a say. So already we're seeing all around the map, things are going down, things are going off. A replay here of some of the off-spawn battles we saw though for Bloomy and Arab, the pair of eliminations they got.
They're gonna be unhinged, rolling all the way in towards any other type of engagement. That's gonna be so much fun to watch because every single team is going to be worried about some of these players who have nothing to lose. 2 games left, though. So even some of these aggressive teams who've been, you know, you've mentioned a bit, Levin, loose in these last games, they might start to tighten up as well and make sure they have a little bit foundation coming into these games.
Yeah, you definitely think about these things as a player going into the last couple games. If you're a team that maybe you're contested, even if you're not directly contested, you have a team that lands somewhere near you, right? You're playing the angles a lot more safer. You're covering every possible line of sight towards you in an attempt to keep yourself in this final game.
Okay, Duke's not going to be able to stay in just for now. Clicks is going to be able to pick him up. Going to be trades on both sides. He doesn't want to rest inside the same box as one person who's knocked, so takes care of that situation. Mansoor, so far away. He's not going to be able to affect what's going on towards the Joneses at Sanctuary anywhere on these islands, and that's going to be huge for Eclipse and Duke. That's trouble for the rest of the lobby, though, because you know they're completely influential when it comes to endgame, when it comes to height. And Austin Pink staying low-key so far. In that last game looking good. They were taken out halfway. Nator, an unstoppable, well, I would actually say an immovable object. He's actually going down pretty easy so far.
Yeah, and that's getting his W key on right now.
Yeah.
Using the grapple glove charges to push his way on forward. He's hungry for this elim, and he might just get it if he keeps on pushing his way on in, making the smart play to just chop it down now. And a free shot that won't connect, but the intention was there. But he can't afford to be overzealous as Pink now enters the fight. And so things are just very much looking dire for Nator now. Both of these players very, very hungry to pick him up.
He packs a bit of a kick, though, because we've already seen shields knocked from one shot to an os. Nator needs to play this perfectly if he wants to just keep just his team's chances of rising in these rankings alive. Once again, $1 million up for grabs by the end of these 2 games. Even though that's $250,000 for first, for everyone else below, the better you play, the more money you get, and it's huge in increments over here in Gamers8. Thomas HD, he has a chance at that big 250, and he doesn't want to slow down.
The problem is, just like him and many others in that top 10, they do not care one bit about the other money you get. They just want first place. They want the 250K, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
Right?
When it comes to Tripper, when it comes to Thomas as well, you've seen it on social media. They walk away with $150,000. They're disappointed. It's been a bad day. I'm pissed off. I want to be better. And they're rolling in with that right now. That's exactly the difference that's going to be here on this day. Leshy and Swilliam, they'll rock with it too when it comes to getting those pocket games, lots of eliminations as well. It's looking really good for them. They have them those types of games here and there overall, and that can really influence their overall standings, especially in that 20th to 40th place spot.
Yeah, definitely a wild card team, right? Currently in the top 20, right? Which means that they are always a big risk because we've seen games, maybe not an abundant amount of times, but we've seen games where Lecce will just have a crazy pop-off, have 8 eliminations all to himself, you know, doing things in the mid and low ground that we didn't even know were possible. And so for this team, can you be a team to disrupt the apple cart and even push yourselves in and make some more money for your team?
Absolutely. But that requires them getting to one of the most pivotal portions of the game. It requires them to do things like Steady and Cammy right now. We know they're capable of that. They're not consistent with it though. Steady and Cammy are still online.
And what I love to see about the positioning here from Seti, a hill that he does like to sit on quite often, but making advantage of the fact that there are more teams in this general mid-map area than what we saw in previous games, and not allowing himself to be caught out sitting up here. For the likes of Dubs and Bizzle all around trying to move through, you will just be put to a halt by Seti. His burst assault rifle does serious damage, and he's no stranger to hitting big shots.
Cammy will be down there to be able to bait people to move forward. Maybe Seti can get a few free shots. Gonna be tough from this angle though. Yeah, on that side, no one's sleeping from low ground. Click's still on the hunt, but not gonna commit to Mansoor too much for now. This is just, I think, tough for this squad overall when it comes to mentality. They've been stopped by many different teams. If one isn't going to be affecting them off spawn, another shows up. Alive right now, they need to come back in these last 2 games.
Yeah, but it's not an easy, you know, journey back to the top, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of titans in your way. And Trippin and Hellfire, they might figure that out real soon if they aren't able to stay in the game. The more they drop, the more likely it comes that they will not be within a chance. And with Hellfire going down, Trippin all alone, what can the Dane do up here against King and Siyun? It's not looking good for Trippin whatsoever.
He needs to get active fast right now from 3rd place overall, starting the day in even moments in yesterday. 2nd actually rocking in. Down now to 10th. The double digits being there as a part of your overall placement when you were so close to 6-figure prizes.
And we're going to start hitting the 20 soon if Trippin goes down now. So they really have to be careful. Trippin has to be at his best. And we're seeing him use the grapple gloves just to get out of dodge.
It's going to be good, but I'm not sure if he got that card from Hellfire. That's the quick question. If not, he'll have to revisit that gravesite of a location.
Do you want to go back there?
I do not want to go. Personally, I do not want to go back there myself.
Yeah, I'm sure he will not at all either. So definitely an uphill battle for the rest of this game, but a mountain he'll have to climb because ultimately you have no choice.
Not at all. Cian and King, they understand as well the ebb and flow of aggression, how a fight might just fizzle out, disengage, but might come around again. They might even stay in that spot. I believe, yeah, it is in zone, so they're really just camping that card. Smart, because guaranteed elims, big points, the swings, it'll push you up those standings.
And a good position as well, right? A position where you can sit comfortably as players will rotate in towards you, especially if the zone continues to pull towards that side of the map, which it seems like it will. Not the most comfortable positions, though, for Arab and Bloomy.
I mean, this guy's used to staying across different places all around the world, and if it's Storm, I think that's fine for them too. Just wants to be a nuisance. Lecce, though, he's played this game for different seasons for a long time before. He's been born in the Storm. He knows about it. He's not going to stop that fight now. Circle comes in. It's going to be even further for Lecce and Arrow to move into. They're so far gone on the map, I don't even think I can see their arrows right now. Nah, it's over at the islands. It's going to be going up towards the sky now to Bloomy. He's committed to this, but he's also slightly uncomfortable. He don't want to join the fight. Lecce is going to be starting to burn down a bit. finds Bloomy and doesn't miss a shot.
Cold-blooded is Lecce in the storm. He doesn't hide in it, he is the storm. And Bloomy and Arab going down. We saw them looking decent, right, last game. And so going into that final game now with quite the long wait, everything on the line for that team. Yandy and Chapix, a team that has very much impressed everybody watching around the world, and currently not too far behind Cami and Seti in first place. Can this be the game where they now push themselves into that pole position and hold on to it in that final game?
Fizzled out to 8th, climb back over to top 5, and then push themselves right there at the pinnacle of the podium, close to first. Every single win pushes them forward. They want to just tip the scales of balance now with this one.
Yeah, a team that, you know, was formed as sort of an experiment, right? Chapix, one of the more established players in Fortnite history, playing with Ziandi, who at the time was considered more of an up-and-comer, someone who had a lot to prove. And even though they ended up splitting up and things didn't go their way, for them to come now to this competition and dominate the way they have, what a story that would be. But again, we can't get ahead of ourselves. They still have to get the points on the board with this game and another remaining.
They still are, I think, my favorite team to watch so far. Absolutely loud when they go for high ground. 4th, 5th zone is where they base up for it, and they hold it to 9th. That shouldn't be possible, sometimes even in the easiest games, and they're doing it on the biggest stage.
And they don't know any other way, right? That is just their style, and it has worked so well for them. They've shown that prowess off so many times already in this competition. 3 victory royales in these kind of lobbies is not an easy feat whatsoever.
They're gonna need it if they want to win overall, though. If they want to be champions, Vico and Jelty, it might not be absolute prowess, you know, the biggest performance that's in their eyes for the prize, but having a better overall day 2 than day 1. They want to make sure their story doesn't end near the bottom, near the middle of the standings. They want to keep rising up.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate situation for them. It seems like no matter what Vico does, he will always be contested off spawn. No matter what POI it is on the map, there is always just somebody there ready to take his loot. And this time round at the Bugle, Dukes and Clicks being the ones to be a thorn in his side. But in this clinical fight, and a fight that they won't shy away from with just being 100 above, the damage will go a long, long way for them. For Dukes and Clicks though, not a fight they need to take, and we're already seeing the effects of that, them opting to run away, leaving Vico and Jelty in the dirt.
They have a huge bank account, 1,000 damage, 1,009 actually, I'll be specific, right? We have the numbers. Above Surge. They just need to chill for the rest of the game. Duke and Clicks, them getting to just play on their own, that's going to be a huge change.
It gives them so much freedom, right? It gives them that peace of mind that they don't have to take some sort of silly fight to get their damage dealt. They just need to prioritize staying up in terms of materials and continuing to move into the safe zone where possible. That's the ultimate spot any team in the lobby wants to be in right now, and they have it.
Who doesn't right now? I think that's Thomas and Tayson. Even if they are in the best position overall, their minds, you talk about peace, it's a brainstorm about what to do next. Is this a good position? Who's beside us? Always active. And because of their play styles, it's also just so individualistic, I feel like. Both players, although very good and have synergy, always on opposite wavelengths, right, towards the end of the game. And if anything happens and it goes wrong, it's not like an Austin Pink where you stick together. It's not like Chapix and Ziandi where you have support. They go their separate ways. They perform, but that's scary to do alone.
The big problem is that they can afford to do that at times, right? When you pack a punch the way they do, literally, we've said it so many times in the past, Thomas HD counts for 2 players at times, right? When he's feeling it. The same can be said for Tayson as well. We literally saw it earlier this day. But when they can be on the same page, when they can be together in tandem, we get moments like this where they put themselves in favorable positions, having their eyes set, and Thomas doing it right there, picking up the finish onto that player.
It's too good. Vault whatever weapons you want. This man will still find a way to show how precise he really is. Bradley, Frosty, they're not done being a part of these conversations either. Frosty with a huge push inside the box. Rapid is going to be on the backside. Peak also losing all his shields. This is towards the edge zone, so in terms of position, in terms of timing, this fight really matters for this duo. Bradley and Frosty all throughout the day, they do pick up Peak. All throughout both days, actually, have been a big force, a big enforcer, I feel like, on the lobby. They always have high bases, they're rattling people down, and they're picking up elims as the days go on.
And they do such a great job of controlling the pace of fights like these, forcing their opponents just to scurry away, look panicked, And Rapid certainly is that right now, as he will be forced back towards the lobby. But this is a team that certainly has made their mark on the lobby.
Yeah, look how calm that entire fight was. Everything very composed. Nothing like how it should be. Their situation right now, absolutely dire. You have half inventory slots. You have minimal mats. I hope they're able to come back. You also have, give it a second, Chapix and Zandy fine on the threshold. It takes a while to update when it first tunes in.
Say we're fine, right? They've dropped down, right?
Oh,
they
wait.
need to start dealing damage.
Yeah.
They won't be fine for much longer, and it looks like they do have their eyes set on a team, but they have to connect with those shots and quickly.
It's Froster and Ledley. We just saw how this fight goes. These guys kind of absorb the pressure, the damage another team does, and dishes it right back to you. A mirror force. It's going to be interesting to see exactly if Zandy and Chapix can pierce the defenses of Frosty. Already a little bit of damage. They're just so accurate. Even though they're just kind of in the same angle side by side, they have so much coverage. Forcing a team one way, watch out for the boulder. Thomas HG might be waiting for it on the other side. We don't see the effects of it just yet. I don't hear any shield cracks, so I guess it didn't do that much damage.
Yeah, that's always one of the scariest parts of the lobby. We literally saw some logs in previous games causing issues. Can never be too comfortable in these. But with so many of these players all packed around each other, and so many top dogs in the lobby close by side each other, these things get very difficult. Thomas having to hit that shot to keep them up above Surge. You can see just how much they're struggling with it. That's not something you associate with this team.
With Cian and King, it's going to be slightly the big opposite. You wouldn't assume that they'd actually be ahead of Surge. They've kind of swapped roles completely with a team like Thomas and Tayson.
We've seen just how they've been able to do it, right? They're hitting big damage in big moments and stealing opportunities away from the likes of Tayson and Thomas as they rotate side by side. And that might happen just again because they both have to make a journey to the zone. And there'll be other teams looking to get involved in that journey as well. Acorn and Edgy standing in the way. The Falcon boys, Yonks and Fahad standing in front of them as well. So for Tayson and Thomas, they have a pathway to the zone, but certainly not a clear one.
Usually they're in situations where they can just get into a jack-in-the-box dynamic. They can base up somewhere very low-key, surprise the team if they roll by. They have the surge to be able to do that. They have the timing and position to be able to do that. They don't have that in this game. Every time we see that for them in this position, they end up falling in those rankings. So we'll have to break patterns now. Scoped and Blake survived all the way to the back of this game. Chapix and Zandy still up, still good on surge, but have a ways to go.
Yeah, and they do have a pathway, but they're going to have to roll through this team maybe to get there. And you can already see the walls being broken, the damage looking to be dealt. And for a team who at one point didn't look too good when it came to damage, certainly now looking far more comfortable in that regard and now have their eyes set on getting to the zone.
Let's talk about volume. I keep mentioning that this is a loud team. What's the difference between loud and quiet? Well, let's just look at Chapix and Zandy and Seti and Cammy. Chapix, Zandy, when they win games, they're just so active on high ground. They're doing so much. They get so many more elims. A win for them means something close to 60 points. For a quiet game like Seti and Cammy, they can be involved, but not too many elims. They just live. They're around library style. Make it in the end is just 30. If Chapix and Zandy get to play their game while Seti plays, right? Loud versus quiet, they might just win the tournament here if they win this game.
Yeah, for Seti and Cammy, they like to lurk in the shadows, but they have to make themselves more visible. They have to be more of an obvious point in this lobby because, like you said, if they aren't able to pick up their limbs along the way, they will quickly fall behind.
Yeah, we talked about it on the desk, though. A lot of teams who try to shape and just differ the way they play the game towards the last two games, that's where they mess up. That's where they trip and fall. Sometimes you need to be louder, but with a whisper of a voice, Cammy and Seti trying to have one in this conversation. Mustache going to be affected, almost taken down. That'll be huge in terms of how the rest of the game is played. Chunk splashes to save his HP, though. Redley won't make it. Thomas HG is looking for a shot. This will be huge in terms of swings of points, but he doesn't find it.
And that's why you can't leave it too late. If you are a team like Mustache and Bad Sniper, you just have everybody watching you as you look to get in, and that trend will continue. Zone pulling towards the east, and Thomas and Tayson having to figure out how to move. They cannot afford to be like Bad Sniper and Mustache, the last ones to get into zone.
Yeah, grapplers. Possibly an option if they pick him up off a body. At the same time, imagine if zone pulled to them, how different the story would be. The pages, though, ripped apart from the book of Zandy and Chapix and their run to possibly even win everything. It will not be an easy read because now it's all down to Zandy.
And it's the zero build champions who are the ones to put a chink in the armor. And Nas and Pink take down Chapix, and for Zandy, this is a moment of a lifetime. This is going to have to be one of the greatest endgames he's ever played in his life.
We've seen one instance of this before. It was Hen in the final game instead of an FNCS that stretched everything from the 5th zone. For Z-Andy, I don't think I've ever seen him clutch this early in stakes like this. It's never been done for this man individually. We don't even have tags. We don't even have a legacy for this player in terms of how he looks in competition. It could be right here, right now.
The one silver lining is that the one time we have seen him have a crazy clutch, it has been back in the day in a reboot round. So he's no stranger to pressure, but this is a whole different level of pressure. There are hundreds and thousands of dollars on the line here. And so he has to make his moment. For Pinkin and Nas, who may have stolen the moment away from them, can they now convert that energy, convert their power into a good game? 600 above gives them that comfortability, and the grapple gloves will go a long way. This might be an opportunity for this team to start pushing their way back up in the standings.
Anas and Pink keep toppling this Jenga tower across the entire board, up and down. Okus inside that top 10, just holding on. Also now affected their base, breaking down. Andalex in trouble as well. Cammy will be able to help Anas up top and apply even more pressure. And as all of this goes on, Thomas HD and Tayson Lion waits.
They still are a threat to everybody in this game. They may have dropped a bit in the standings leading up to this game, but you can never count this team up. No matter how many hurdles you put in their way, they will just keep on leaping over them. And that's exactly what they'll look to do now. As the zone will begin to move. Who will be able to stay ahead? Who will be left behind? It looks like Okus and Nut might be the first team to go down. Okus certainly struggling for HP, and the lobby is not going to let him forget that one bit. He goes down. But for Pinkin and Nas, they cannot afford to now be put in that same position.
Absolutely great shots from the duo. The zone will start to move. Hen and Queasy are here. They're ready to play. Basing up and making sure everything's bolstered. They control height for now. Thomas HD, Tayson also alive. We know their style though. They'll have one shot at height. If it gets denied, Hen and Queasy win.
The silver lining for Hen and Queasy is that Queasy looking a lot stronger in materials and resources than we've usually seen when they've taken height. And so it's all about making sure they don't make any mistakes, not getting overzealous, staying together as a team.
Sadi and Cammy also on that second height will be a rock that can't be moved. So maybe good for Hen and Queasy that we have such a resilient team separating any up-and-comers trying to take that high ground, but it's not over in terms of the team that can possibly seal the win. Chapix still down. Z-Andy has the seat in that clutch driver spot.
And both of them move into similar positions. They might end up running into Z-Andy if he's not careful. But even as a solo here, he's still trying to put pressure onto teams. He's still looking to pick up a limbs, and that might just be what he does here. Dukes will fall, and Z-Andy is pucking. He's pushing so much into this right now.
It's just huge for him right now. Inside that box is a whole vault of loot, of mats to be able to use. Seti and Cammy, though, are not going to stop. This is two people who are active and alive. Jelty's going to be moving over on one side. It's not about clutch for them. It's just about performance. And they're still reigning strong. High ground hasn't done too much in terms of racking up eliminations or being an influence. It's Anas and Pink who are giving them trouble. Maybe they're going for a few retakes.
But we're seeing these teams, right? Players looking to put themselves in positions for height, but they just can't hold on to it. They can't take it away from Hen and Queasy. They're doing such a good job. Queasy staying ahead, Hen in the back applying pressure. This is vintage Hen and Queasy.
Macwood also alive all the way down low. He can be a nuisance. Somehow Z-Andy has not fallen, and he's cracked the vault. This man is rich with mats. Cammy affected, down. This could be it for Z-Andy to keep moving forward. Epic and Malabuka can also clutch and stand by. He's got one more opponent to fight in the ring.
No matter how light the lights are, he continues to shine. He will keep on moving. He will keep on giving himself points and moving up to first place. Epic, well, and Malabuka, though, they could be the ones again to spoil the party.
It's going to be a complete role switch. Once loud, Z-Andy and proud. He's always looking to deal damage down on the server. He's not able to use his voice. He can't get as many elims. Epic and Malabuka, they are shouting at every single team. 5 for them inside the box for Z-Andy. He almost goes down. Malabuka falls. Epic Whale has to be able to do this clutch. Z-Andy with 2 elims. He's only just escaped. He's done no damage, and he's out of mats.
Z-Andy, my friend, you have to stay alive even longer. Your opponents might just be crumbling beneath your feet, and if you can stay up, this could be everything for all the other players of the game. They might be the ones to spoil that for him, but for Epic Whale to go down, it means Z-Andy can continue to rise, and he picks up a Nas along the way, but can he stay alive? He can. He gets to Siphon, and he's in the zone.
Big shot, 105, the spray from Z-Andy connects. Another another one, but it's not enough. He will go down. Fadil and Amar, they're ready to even seal a game. Talk about content, talk about damage. They've got it all locked down.
Queasy and Hendo, they realize the timing is right and the opportunity to strike might just be now. All these teams fighting below them, they can put their pot in the pot. And Fadil,
it's just huge for him so far. Fetz and Macwood, they're going to keep moving forward too. Rocks in the middle of the way, they're going to get absolutely mined down. Fetz is starting to move back and forth. Queasy also ready from height. He's going to be dropping down very soon. Lexi, though, still alive. Absolutely zero builds. Solium, though, he's there to protect. 8 eliminations. We talk about their big game. It's still here. And Queasy and Hen will be the next competitors in the final 2v2.
They've had all this time to wait, to ponder on how to approach this final 2v2. And for Lexi and Swilliam, they've done everything we said they can do, but it's all about converting now. Can they make their way up the hill? It doesn't quite look like it. Lexi the only one to get his way up, not, but his HP is dwindling, and now he will fall, and Hen and Queasy will close things out. The victory royale in 5 eliminations to boot.
The duo that always survives. When they're both alive, nothing can stop their momentum. Hen and Queasy, the Des asked, where are they? How are they looking today? Mighty good, Levin, mighty good.
Former FMCS champions showing up when it matters. They were starting to fall in the standings, but now they will rise towards the top. Hen and Queasy have a chance going into this final game to make history.
And that was just a toe dip in terms of how things are looking for them on height. They rise all the way towards the top for just one game. They look so good when they're there. Absolutely natural. It's like when you visit your hometown, every shop's in this position. The weather seems absolutely nice. It's just huge for Hen and Queasy.
I don't know what season we are in right now. I know it is chapter 3, but what season is this? Because Hen and Queasy up on height, looking so sharp.
It's just, I was wondering where they were in all the other games. It looks like everyone else is really feeling the pressure when it comes to day 2s, when it comes to Hen and Queasy. That's where they like to have that little bit of a comeback overall. When it comes to clutches as well, when they're really feeling that pressure level, they turn into diamonds.
Yeah, look, some of the analysts were saying if they ain't on height, it ain't looking good for them. That won't matter, right? Because they are on height and they are winning games. And if they can do this one more time, it's going to be huge.
Yeah, talk about one more time. If a game like that happens again, in my heart, I don't know if it can handle it. The big one in that was Chapix, Seti, Ziandi, and Epic Will Malabuka. That 3-way type of battle that was going on of survival. Ziandi being the one to live the whole way through and still doing damage, affecting the game before he goes down.
Ziandi has ice in his veins. To stay alive for that long and all of his competition just falling by the wayside as well. What a game he just had. He didn't even have to get a bunch of eliminations and pop off like crazy, but just staying alive in that game goes so much far.
Yeah, the fact that he's alone, does what, almost 1,000 damage on his own as he's walking around these endgame builds, and he just went, or he survived so long after Seti and Kemi went down. You have to assume, although he didn't get too many eliminations, he should hold that top spot for now. We were asking for a win, though. I think it'll still be close with every single team. None of these top 3 really did enough to separate themselves apart.
Yeah, if they are able to get a victory royale in the last game, that would be insane, right? 4 out of 12, to get a quarter of the victory royales in a competition this big would just be something we've never seen before, but definitely something that is not off the cards for that team.
No, absolutely. For everyone else, too, that's kind of surviving and thriving towards the bottom, Hen and Queasy, who are kind of in that top 10, that'll be huge coming all the way in. Okus and Nutify kind of falling down. At the same time, I want to see exactly what Hen and Queasy are feeling like. After that win, we got to tune in.
Now, a lot of you might be interested to hear this, okay? About 5 minutes before we went live with Game 5, I passed Hen in the corridor, and he stopped me and he said, we're going to win the next game. Hen and Queasy, GG's, congratulations on getting the 5th Victory Royale. You were true to your words. You told me you were going to take that Victory Royale. What's next? You've got 1 game left. What's it going to take?
Bro, I can't lie. We're going to have to win the next game. That's the only thing we can do.
15 kills at least. خلصنا 5 مباريات، ما بقى الا اخر مباراه فقط نعرف مين بيكون البطل في الباتل رويال، لكن سالناهم سؤال انه خلاص ما عاد صار في جيم واحد، كيف تجهيزاتكم للجيم الجاي؟ قال الجيم الجاي احنا لازم نفوزه، لازم ان نجيب اقل شيء 15 elimination عشان نقدر اننا نتاهل، ولا ما راح يكون عندنا فرصه نجيب المركز الاول.
Now, competing on stage in front of a crowd that's this hype, try to put it into words for us.
I mean, it's very exciting to play, a little bit nerve-wracking, and it's kind of hard to play when you just hear the whole crowd going crazy, especially that Team Falcons. That support goes crazy, you know.
سألناهم عن شعورهم تواجدهم معنا في المسرح، هل هالشيء هذا بيخلي عندهم صعوبات انهم يقدرون يدون اداء متوقع منهم؟ يقولون فعلا مع الجمهور ومع الاداء حق اللاعبين ومع صعوبة المباريات اصلا ما احنا قادرين نركز في المباراة، لكن جالسين يحاولون بالذات جمهور فريق فالكونز اللي قاعد يعني يولع المسرح صراحة.
I'm going to keep things short and sweet before we dive into our final game of the day. But have you got any words that you'd like to say before we go into our final match of Championship Sunday?
Hopefully we win. It's good to play with my friend Queasy again, so you know, just gonna have to win.
سألناهم عن شعورهم قبل ما يدخلون الجيم الأخير، هل في شيء معين يبون يطبقونه؟ وقالوا إنه إن شاء الله إحنا بنحاول إن نفوز، وبنفس الوقت أنا جدا مبسوط إني ألعب مع الدو حقي اللي هو كويزي، وإن شاء الله نقدر نأدي أداء كويس في المباراة، والتوفيق لهم إن شاء الله.
We're just gonna have to win. Simple thing to say. I know that they have the capability to do it, but we're gonna have to dive into our last game of the day to find that out. Congratulations, Hen and Queasy. Everyone in the Gamers8 arena, please give it up one more time for Hen and Queasy. This crowd is electric today, believe you me. If you can't hear it on stream, believe me when I say it is crazy. Right, let's go back over to the desk before we dive into our final match of the day, so we can give this trophy out.
كلنا متحمسين وننتظر اللحظة هذه من أول، مين بيكون بطل الباتل رويال الفورتنايت في جيمرز 8 بالتوفيق لهم. الجيم الأخير راح يبدأ أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، خلونا على طول نتوجه لسد تحليلي، نتكلم عن الجيم الماضي وندخل على الجيم الأخير على طول بدون ما نتأخر عليكم.
Welcome, Fortnite fans from around the world. This is it. Only one more game remains. $1 million is on the line, $250,000 for the first place team, but who will it be? With how close our leaderboard is, only time will tell.
This one is coming down to the wire in exceptional fashion. I called it. I said if any duo is going to make a miracle run, it's going to be Hen and Queasy picking up the back-to-back victories. They just picked up the first one. They called it themselves, and now they weren't just saying, oh, we have to win the next game. They understand with the points, they have to win the next game if they want to get first. They're currently down by 32 points. They're in 5th place. They jumped all the way up from 8th, I believe, to 5th. So that's a good start, but they definitely have high aspirations to keep this one going. If they can pull this next one off, that's going to be a miracle.
It is going to be a miracle, but here's the thing. We talked about it literally just moments before the game started. If Queasy and Hen have high ground, if they take height, they win.
Yes.
That's how they win games. They struggle to win games on the low and mid ground, but when they have height, it is almost guaranteed to go in their favor, and we saw it happen literally just there. So I'm definitely confident into them going into this final game. The momentum, the excitement coming off of that VR is going to be huge for them. However, we have to talk about it. That final push from Zandy as a solo player to save what could have been potentially the difference between second and third, massive.
We have to talk about it from the beginning, though. Zone 5, Chapix goes down. Zone 6, Zandy is 200 damage below Storm Surge. And somehow, time and time again, he is able to grab a solo clutch elimination, grabbing those much-needed siphons and putting him up the leaderboard.
Zandy was literally the most clutch player in that game number 11 right there. That was absolutely beautiful. Chapix went down when there were still 25 duos remaining. So the fact that Zandy was able to survive that long was absolutely incredible, and they only find themselves down by 4. I know that this was a 3-duo race at the start of last game. It is still a 3-duo race, in my opinion. These 3 duos are only separated by 9 points, first and third, and after that, 4th place, you're down by 17. So there's a big gap that's going to be coming in from 3rd to 4th. So it's still going to be between these top 3 teams. The MVP, it's going to be decided in the next game for sure.
It definitely is, but I mean, there's a good argument. We got to talk about who's in first now. It's Epic Whale, Malibuca, and there's a good argument for one of them to walk away with that top spot. Honestly, I've talked about it when I was casting. Now I'm going to talk about it on the desk. You know, Epic Whale's got a special place in my heart. NA West is always going to be special to me, but even from an unbiased perspective, it's hard to argue that one of these players, especially Epic Whale, has not been some of the most consistent across the board across the 4 days.
Oh, I mean, one of the most consistent players in the world. There is a reason that he has the 6X in his name. Not just a trio champion time back to back to back to back, but also an incredible duo run as well.
And now the big thing is that this duo right here, they might be walking away. People forgot this duo right here. They just got 3rd place in the 0 build. Now coming into this, they're in 1st place. If they walk away with first, that's going to be, what, $300,000? They're going to be feeling very good about that.
Well, yeah, so I mean, it's going to be a huge split for them, a huge opportunity for them if they take it. But realistically, we saw what happened in the Zero Build. This was kind of a very similar setup here going into the final game.
Yeah.
They were in a nice spot. They had what it took to take the top spot, but unfortunately fell just a little early. So I'm confident that Epic Will Malibuco are going to do big things, but after that game, we got to talk about it. It's Hen and Queasy.
Here we have our match ranking brought to you by STC. Hen and Queasy in first place, grabbing 5 eliminations, 42 points. But I'm looking towards Lecce and Swilliam, grabbing 9 eliminations in that second place, getting them more points in the first place team right there. Pink and Anas, though, showing up once again. Threats and Macwood grabbing 4th place. We have Vadil and Amar grabbing that 5th place spot.
Yeah, really all these squads are just clawing up, trying to get up, whether they're in the teens. Like, there's still a lot of money on the line. Even if you're on the second page of the leaderboard, you're still going to be trying to absolutely try your hardest to get as many elims as possible, survive as long as possible. But I'm going to be honest, all I'm looking at right now is the top 3. Epic Whale, Malibuca, Chapik, Ziandi, Cammy, Seti, who is going to be showing up in the final game of the $1 million Fortnite tournament.
Look, I'm going to challenge you here a little bit, Rome.
All right.
You're forgetting Thomas HD and Tayson. And we've seen time and time again these top 3 teams go down early, and all of a sudden this massive shift takes place. So anything goes here, especially with Tayson and Thomas HD being how good they have been today.
They can definitely have a pop-off game. This duo right here, they are exceptional, as you stated. Thomas and Tayson, they're currently down by 16 to Cammy and Seti, and they're overall down by about 23. So if this squad can have an absolutely pop-off game, like you stated, they can end up being our champions today. It is really, in my opinion, between these 5 teams. Hen and Queasy might be able to do it. It would take perfection, essentially. They would need a lot of the top duos to drop early, but I still think they can make it happen.
Here you have it, our overall rankings, just 4 points separating first from second place. Beyond that, it's just 5 points that separate second from third. But don't count Tayson and Thomas out just yet. No, they don't have a victory royale, but what they do have is 42 eliminations and the champion of the heart of a champion right here going into this competition. Of course, we still have Queasy and Hen, Andalex and Scram, Acorn and Edgy, Bat Sniper, Mustache, Aquavino, and then rounding out our top 10 is Nutify and Ocus.
Yeah, this top 10 really hasn't changed all too much throughout the day, but still, I will say that that top 3 is so important as we look at the prize pool. The big bucks are going to be rolling out. Someone's going to be getting some life-changing money here soon.
I mean, look at it. Between first and 5th place is $200,000. You don't want to get second. You don't want to get third, although that is still a lot of money. You want to get that first place spot, Panda.
You definitely do. Listen, again, for these teams that have been consistent day to day, this is their last opportunity. The last moment for these players to step up and take their chunk of this very massive prize pool.
The lion's share goes to the winner, and that's what you want to see. You want to see these teams fighting for it, and of course, going for that trophy as well, and of course, going for the pride and the bragging rights. With this being the first major Fortnite LAN that we have had since the World Cup, this means so much more than the money.
This is literally everything for these players, not just pride, not just money. It is all of the above. Everything matters right here and now. The eyes of the world are on these players, and all the pressure right now is on Epic Whale and Malibuca. They're finally able to claim that #1 spot right before the final game. Now, will they be able to clutch it up? That's going to be the big question.
And here's a little sneak peek to that question, right? So let's give you a little bit of history about Malibuca and Epic Whale for a second. So Malibuca is like a Chapter 3 champion. He has been absolutely dominant as an IGL here throughout all of Chapter 3. Epic Whale is a seasoned veteran in the space and still shows that he has the absolute capability to fight any of the other players here on this leaderboard. Now, the difference is Malibuca really doesn't have the LAN experience. Epic Whale does. So them coming together is actually so exciting to watch. And for this being a new duo, they have just blown away expectations.
And it's almost serendipitous, this being an international competition, having an international duo on top. You love to see it, but honestly, any of these top 10 teams, any of the teams that we have here today deserve to be in that spot. Everyone, I know you're ready for game number 12, but I'm gonna make you wait just a moment because we have a quick break. But grab a snack, grab a drink, because you're not gonna wanna miss this.
Aqua? I actually don't know. He looks like Aqua, but maybe it's an NA player. Yeah, I think it's an NA player. Oh, yeah. What? I don't know. Impossible. I think even with the real thing, I don't know.
I'm gonna tell him that.
King? Yeah, it's King. Oh. I don't know. How could he find this? It's so hard. It has to be you to find it. Zayd? It's him? Oh my god. It's because of the shirt. Oh, it's scented, I think.
It's Arkham.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, he's contesting us. Oh, naps. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Analyst desk here for Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. We just have one more game to go, one more opportunity for these teams to get as many points as possible and to climb our leaderboard. Joining me once again, we got Spaceman and Takata. And gentlemen, what an incredible Game 11 it was.
This is esports being esports. All of a sudden, it comes down to one game, but a phenomenal finish in the end and just more chaos being thrown into the pit. Roll your dice. It's anybody's game.
Look, Chapik, Ziandi, they got the back-to-back, but they weren't able to get the third one. But I think, you know, it might have been on purpose because now it's that much more intense. The top three is literally any of these duos are taking home that trophy, and I can't wait.
Listen, they might not have been able to get the 3-peat, but Andy definitely deserves some credit to that performance he had, losing his teammate early, being below Storm Surge, and somehow still able to come out at the very end with a bunch of eliminations.
And he was low on health for what seemed like 4 or 5 engagements, and he was walking away with big chunks of damage, but also eliminations to boot, and that was huge. You could hear Shio getting a little bit nervous, like how is he going to pull this off in the zone? Not a lot of mats, not a lot of resources, not a lot of field to play to work with. He made the most out of it, and those 2 wins back-to-back at the most opportune time is massive right now.
Just to set the stage, everyone, Epic Whale and Malibuka are in first place, Chapik and Zandy in second, and Cammy and Seti are in third. Only 9 points separate these 3 teams. It's time to head on over to our casters for the final game of the day.
4 days of competition. Thank you so much, Kelly. All come down to this. It's a standard battle royale format. 11 games passed so far, 11, and now it's a 3-way race.
It is literally all on the line for so many different teams in this lobby. So many GOATs in their own rights, all having to clash heads with one goal in mind, that first place spot.
$1 million on the line, 250K for first place. That is just huge. Titles, legacies changed after the results of today, and that just happens in the next 30 minutes.
We said it so many times, a lot of people don't get the chance to even compete for this kind of money. For a piece of silverware like that on the stage there, this is a huge moment. All these players have it all riding on this as we head into Game 12.
No delays, we're jumping right in the game. One more, And it's 3 teams with a 9-point difference up at the top. Epic Whale and Malabuka leading things, leading the charge, leading the whole lobby ahead. And this is their first time in that top throne, the big chair. Chappers and Ziandi right there afterwards.
The curse of third place. Everyone thought maybe Epic Whale would just stumble at the last hurdle, but putting himself in pole position going into this game, can he hold on though and break history?
We saw Ziandi with that clutch as well, no stranger to it. He got into a finals by being great. This time he has to win more than that, a champion type ship to be able to be the big captain. Cammy and Seti as well, they've held on so far. They've been at first, they've been kings throughout the entire 2 days. Now in that third place, they're behind the most when it comes to all 3 teams, and they still want that prize.
Mr. Consistent themselves, it's really hard for them now. They have to go out of their comfort zone to push their way back in. They can't be complacent. Even though their regular style of play is so effective, it's so magnificent to watch and impressive on the eye, they really have to step it up when it comes to elims this game.
Epic, Malabuka, already up into a fight. Any elims makes their lead that much longer. And Malabuka, he wants to lengthen, extend exactly what he's got, and he's gonna go for it still. Up towards the moat, 1 DMR shot, it's good. Huge for Epic.
The biggest off-spawn fight of Malabuka's career, and he's staying calm and collected. Epic Whale understands this moment, and both of them rising to the occasion, but plenty more fights for them along the way.
So much more to go. We have to tune in with some other of these teams just to see if they're in that same spot. Gentle Phantom, they're being affected off spawn. Chappers and Ziandi, usually they're fine.
And Gentle and Phantom, very much a team that could have been an issue, but so far being quiet. For Thomas and Tayson, they've had issues here against Kai. And so if they can't fix up, and if Drafter walks into the right spots, it could get real messy. Thomas already starting off things, but needing to finish things.
He needs to do it at some point. The big thing for this team, I mean, we talked about the top 3 up in the castle. There's about a 16-point moat, a little bit of a river right in between them and everyone else. The people trying to cross that drawbridge first is Tayson and Thomas. Right now they're sitting at 293 points overall. Cammy and Seti ahead of them are at 309. Once again, 16 points of a difference. And if they don't make it off of spawn, if they can't stop Kai right now, with all this pressure, keep in mind he's barely even taken any damage. Thomas has been the one to soak up a lot of it so far. If they can't beat this first boss, their run is over.
And the thing is, this team has faced more difficult challenges, right? But the problem is have they faced them in moments like these, in situations where so much pressure, so much eyes are watching them? They haven't. And so this will be a big test of who these guys are. We know the GOATs they can be, but they have to step up and fill that mantle right now. And Tayson looking to do that, pushes his way closer, but now trying to create some space as he drops back. There's a player in his box. Can he get out of the way? Kai now coming in and drops Tayson, and Thomas now will fall as well. Thomas and Tayson fall here off spawn. Kai and Draftel have upset everybody.
That is the most surprising battle off spawn to go down in that fashion. Tayson looking surprised up inside the box, missing a player up and around him. That will be their run here in Gamers8 inside the final game. Legends stop before they can acquire that greatest of all time status.
This was the crowning moment potentially for both of those players, and to go down like that is crushing for their spirits. It will just have to be back to the drawing board for that team. But what a way to spoil the party from Kai and Draftel here at the Rave Cave.
That's just huge. I don't even think it's dropped down like that before throughout the entire tournament. Usually these guys clash like spinning tops in a bowl. They just battle and tipple each other a little bit back and forth. The issue is that fight never really finishes. This time it's an all-in. Every team now slightly more desperate. They want to be able to make up the difference in points with people ahead, and they want to be able to just leave everyone behind them in the dust. And Austin Pink, they've been taste testing a few duels when it comes to damage. They go for a few pot shots, right? But they never actually eat the full meal. Never actually dive in and take that full fight. That's very different in this game, and us getting close and personal, being the aggressor inside the box.
And it's not like these guys aren't hungry. right? We know how ambitious they are, not satisfied with just picking up the Zero Build Championship. They want it all, and it hasn't quite been that story for them. But this last game is a chance to keep moving their way on up the ladder. For Rogue, Shark, and Knight, though, an opportunity to do the same as they stay alive in this game, picking up both eliminations and getting the revive as well.
So now, with Thomas and Tayson down, who are the next people who have a chance to upset the podium, to really push forward? It's those on your screen at the moment, Queasy and Hen. Slightly a little bit more behind. It's 6 more points of a difference, so they're 22 away from third place. This means Cammy and Seti, they get to have no pressure. That's where they love to operate as well. Very low stakes for them against people who are trying to take their spot. They get to have a little bit of breathing room.
And that's the problem. That's the challenge for Queasy and Hen. As much as we've just seen them have such a strong game, to really do what they want to do, they're going to have that kind of a game again and even better.
Yeah, the big thing for them when they won, when they made that big point gap close, they had height. They had a minimal amount of elims. They looked good overall when it came to how they played that game of theirs overall when they had the Victory Royale. 5 eliminations in total. That will not kind of fill that 22-point gap. They not only need to win, they need to be on every single layer, every single time, and start on height. That's too much to ask at this stage of the competition.
The good thing is that that's not impossible for this team. We've seen them have crazy comebacks in the past. And so for them, everything will be riding on this game. A chance to make history. Vidil and Amar looking to maybe do the same, not quite on that level, right? But we saw them deep in last game. We saw them making a run. And it's in these last 2 games that it really counts. And here in this last one, the opportunity certainly is there.
Don't get it confused between Amar and Arab, although both create content. Start with A, I guess. Sometimes maybe slightly look the same. At the same time, they're rocking in. They're both doing the same amount of plays when it comes to the actual game, right? These guys are rolling, and although they might not have as many stakes on the line, as much of a legacy, they're affecting many others, especially in these last 3 games. Absolutely active. You were surprised at Vidil and Amar's performance in that last game, making it all the way to 4th. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah, it's not something I'd expect to see, or I expected to see coming into the competition today, especially in some of the latter games, right? That's when you really expect, you know, some of those teams to sort of witter out of the way. But if they can keep on being a team to spoil everything for everybody around them, you know, that makes it just more entertaining for us, right? So Joti and Vico, not where they want to be. And that's been a repeated theme in plenty of the games. Now trying to get into the zone, but they have somebody in their way there as well.
Nice, okay, so they turn speed bumps into just flat concrete. When it comes to Ronaldo, this man just gets rolled over by Vico.
Yeah, Ronaldo back to wherever Ronaldo is nowadays.
Come on, man.
I don't really
He's
know
trying his best. You know, this man has so much on the plate to play with. He's here. He did a little bit better in Zero Build overall. He had a lot of fun in that Standard Battle Royale. The man's tried his best, put everything on the line. Him and Creo struggled off a spawn a couple of times. Their reign ends now. It's all good. We'll see what Vico does with that power.
I think he spent too much of his change on the payphone. It will be the end of the run for them. For Lecce and Swilliam, can they do it again? Another game where they just make it to the end game and start picking up players like it's nothing. Second place with 8 eliminations in game 11 was huge. Doing that again in game 12 would be sensational. But they have to go up against Pink and Anas right now if they want to do that. It's not an easy battle.
Not at all. We know they like to start things off in their hot games with a nice mid-game engagement. Will they have the chance? Will they have the time in the room, as we see with the zone? Looks like yes. Not that much of a big move for everyone else, but Lecce and Swilliam specifically. I feel like if the end game is kind of, files organization overall, they're a computer virus. They get in, they mess up all that organization, everything that's supposed to happen. They steal away, this is the most important thing, up to 12 elims every time they're in an end game. Elims are how you kind of differentiate yourself inside that top 3. If you are Epic Will, Chapix, Cammy, Seti, Ziandi, Malavuka, you don't want Lecce surviving at all in this game. You're rooting for Anas to win that fight if it happens.
Especially for those teams who will be operating in similar spaces to where Lecce and Swilliam will probably be looking to be. It's a very dangerous game if those guys are still in the lobby. And I think for the most part, if they are able to deal with this fight relatively quickly and get to zone, there's no reason why they can't put themselves in that position again. A very similar zone to the one we saw last game. Well, 2 games ago, down south.
We know how difficult that desert can be. There's no mountain to be able to just claim first. That's usually what Malabuka and Epic strive to do. But trading Surge as they go all the way towards that south, they're not content with just being in this spot towards the north. Many teams in about a minute or two will be exactly where Malabuka and Epic Whale are right now on your screen. Absolutely boxed up with no freedom whatsoever. The fact that they're here so early and are still trying to move from mat to mat, from refresh in terms of being able to just mine it up again to the next refresh, it's huge. And leave this entire snake of a build behind. M7 and Cal have to be careful as they follow it. It slows down everyone behind them. It's huge.
Yeah, for Cal, Nima, if they aren't careful, they might end up running into the wrong place. You can see they are aware of their surroundings, which is a minimum start, right? That's what you want to have at this level. But it's about now how you traverse this zone with your surroundings being made aware to you.
Yeah, Malabuka and Epic, they see their surroundings change. Very good for them to just be able to just get out of that box completely. They had half their vision blocked. It seemed like it's almost planned. They wanted someone to base up right there. You had Cal base up here, it causes CM to base up beside them. They created an entire traffic jam and a protective shield as they rotate. And then they're gonna be good for the rest of the game. That's just absolutely cerebral for Malabuka. I don't see that happen, just one player making one box have that much of an impact.
It's that domino effect. He does it so well and typically does it with Mustache by his side. But when another top player steps in Epic Whale, still able to make the magic happen. But it's really the angle. Even at times where the chemistry's been a bit off, understandably, with them not competing with each other, there being a bit of a language barrier, they are still able to make things happen. And if they're moving into good positions like these, we certainly will see them in another endgame.
The operating word that they share, no matter what language it is just domination. Look at Epic Whale on West, his entire reign over all the seasons. When he's not even trying sometimes, this guy just straight up wins. Look at Malabuka and Mustaches, this chapter overall. I think just shoo-ins to any type of invitational that can almost ever exist, any type of conversation this chapter of who's the best, they have single-handedly changed the game.
Yeah, I think it's really special what we've seen from Malabuka so far. Taking somebody new, leading the team to victory, it seems, or potentially, right, on the way there. Can't get too ahead of ourselves.
Okay,
That's huge. This is huge, though. A nice knock there from Hen. Huge in terms of damage, and also just making their life easier as it heads towards the safe zone. They have such a journey to go, but that elimination is a nice step in the right direction.
It's just unfortunate that knock body is right beside the foundation. There's not an easy way to be able to get all the loot without flying way up into the storm. They don't have time. The one big thing we've seen from Hen and Queasy, the guys who land all the way somewhere towards the north, I believe Sleepy Sounds. For these guys, rotating in all the way towards the south zone, that has been their curse. That has been the thing that's just impossible for them overall when it's all the way towards the desert. They took out cars, they took out launch pads, they've left these guys with nothing but their feet, and they're still trying their best to make it into this game.
Yeah, in previous seasons, it certainly was not the best of zones for them. In fact, it literally was their main crutch, right? It was a thing that was constantly a thorn in their side, something that they complained about timeless amounts of weeks and seasons, it seemed. But if there's ever a time to stop complaining, it'd be now. Save that for after and just make it work if you can. Ziandi will be trying to make things work. Him and Chapix on the right path towards success. And after that solo clutch from Ziandi, a chance to really staple themselves into that first place slot if they can both be together as a duo.
You can see the difference time makes inside the north side of the zone. Right here moments ago, 3 teams. You had King, you had Cal, and you had Epic Whale just kind of moving close by. Everything looked peaceful. A minute passes now, certain chaos, a different side of Surge, a loss of control, and now Refsgaard, he's gonna be able to take him out.
Vadil, he couldn't hold on to the floor. You don't have your German ping here, my friend. Your walls can be taken now. And Refsgaard and Kovacs, the Danes, who, to be fair, have some nice ping themselves at home, will be the ones to snuff him out. And now actually have quite the path to zone, right? You see using all these old builds to make their way on in. And so an opportunity for that team now to keep it moving. Malibuka and Epic Royale, you talked about cerebral positioning. You're seeing the effects of that here. They can sit here and hold all these teams and stop them from getting to zone as they now make their way into the safe zone. Easy breezy, no one even there to cause them any issues.
Yeah, those medium bullets are laced with something, Levin. That's hesitation. Every shot Malibuka lands, even if it's not to the body, to the builds, it makes people second guess. People like Seti and Cammy who are following that rotation. Are we going fast enough? Why is this team shooting us? They send question marks with those bullets. Everyone else slows down around them. This is a duo that bends time.
But you're seeing how safe they are being in this game already, using the grapple glove charges to guarantee their position in the zone. They don't want to take any risks running their way on, then saving the charges for later. They just want to get them out of the way now so that they can have a shot at making it and playing in the end game.
They're going to try for it. They're going to be further off now and a bit better off than Malibuka and Epic, but this is a position that Malibuka's chosen. What can he do from here?
He can get eliminations. He can hit some shots, that's for sure.
The big thing we've seen so far from people making bases at this point is that if your back is exposed and a beam comes through, your chance is done. It's happened in many regions before. Malibuka choosing a cliff to block any pressure behind him. Scram still active as Nator goes down. Bizzle also picking up peak every time we see him lay a trap and it's sprung. He has a good game and he's taken a win so far today. If there's a non-top 3 team that is looking so good on height and steals a win away from the upper echelon, that would be huge. See Andy, he's still online.
Is this the Andy or is this Thomas HD? Down below on Surge and just hitting headshot after headshot.
The crazy thing too, it's not with Chapik's pressure. A lot of the times Andy can operate because Chapik's finding all the angles and he's there to be able to complement the shots. They're both playing there once, and he found that himself. That's big props.
But the key will be sticking together. We saw what happened last game. It's the reasons Andy had to solo clutch in the first place. They got caught out, split up apart, and that can't afford to happen in this game. They need both of them, the powerhouse together, looking for high ground if they have a shot at solidifying their spot in first place.
And Austin Pink always want to make things complicated for teams. And right now, have the information, have the blueprint on the entire lobby, where they are and how they want to move. They're going to be jumping right in and doing just fine. Using that bush to be able to decline any type of fall damage. Looking good.
That always scares me when I see players do it. I know they're not going to take 4 damage, but it does always scare me. Nevertheless, Pink and Anas in a position now to start making things happen. Ziandi, Chapix trying to stop things from happening, stopping teams from getting to the zone. And they are positioned well to do that. But the likes of Blake and Scope to use whatever materials necessary to get into zone. And looks like he's trying to get into a box right now. They want to fight, something they've become a lot better at doing as a team. But just charging their way through these builds and hitting the shots to match the armor will slow him down. But Anas still looking for these limbs.
Oh, it's tough though. This puzzle of a challenge turns into a labyrinth with no exit. It's up against Queasy, and him and Hen are taken out.
Hen and Queasy go down. Pink and Anas have done it again. They are actively just ruining the hopes and dreams of all these teams who want a chance at first place. Hen and Queasy was always going to be a difficult road to doing it, but the chance and the opportunity was there, and it's been snatched away from Pink and Anas. And then that's actually going down in the feed as well.
It's gonna cost them. Sion still alive, still active, and with so many of these teams who are right outside that top 3 going down, we have to focus in on who's actually still on that podium. Pink though, still alive. His story.
No, Matt, sir.
Not over, but basically done.
It's only a matter of time, right? If somebody spots him, even gets a whiff of him in the lobby, it's gonna be pretty much over. Taking shots onto Cammy. These guys are obsessed with the players up in the standings. Cammy having some shield knocked off of his bar, but for Pink, eventually you'd expect to see him go down in the feed.
But this is it right now. We're swapping between the teams.
Oh my goodness.
Cammy Seti, they have to be trying for a comeback. They're in the top 3, 9 points away overall from first. Ziandi, no eliminations. They're 4 points away from Epic Whale and Malibuka. Big opening as they get to upgrade some of the shotguns. That's a gray one in Chap's inventory. Now all the way up to Epic status. Speaking of which, 2 eliminations for Malibuka and Epic Whale off of spawn. We saw it happen, and that might just be the difference maker. They're gonna be all the way up. So far ahead in terms of points. It's a 6 differential now for the team. Actually an 8 if you add it all up. They have so much of an advantage. It's a catch-up situation for these teams behind. Pink finally down. It'll be Redley and Frosty that pick up the scraps. Steno also active. Every single elimination that comes in from any one of these players, it doesn't even have to be top 3, is going to change the end of their destinies here at Gamers8. This is the final game for Standard Battle Royale, day number 4. $1 million on the line, and with the 5th zone locking in, we're moving into those moving circles. We're moving into endgame. None of our top 3 have control. It's Rogue Shark and Knight that have the pilot seats.
It's no time to mess around. For any of the teams in this lobby, you really do have a shot to make history, to change your legacy. And for Rogue Shark and Knight, a team who very much had their chance seasons ago, they're looking to now get back into the party, join the fun in this final game. Chapix and Ziandi trying to keep their game alive, and Blake is the one that they see as a potential opening. And with Scope not being in the game anymore, that opportunity certainly is there. His armored walls, though, will cause some issues, but they don't care. They will keep on moving, aggressing onto his box. He keeps moving out the way, but they will keep knocking on his door.
Zandy and Chapix just don't want to let him survive. While this goes on, though, there has been a silent struggle across the map that's found some peace. Endelix and Scram. I think I've seen them pick up 4 eliminations so far. They now take the spot of the Titans we saw fall before, Thomas, Tace, and Henqueezy. They might be gone, but Endelix and Scram were the ones who were next up. They're kind of closing the gap. They're finding some control inside this endgame. They might be a contender if they do so well. They have a long leg to go, though, and people like this on screen to take over. Look at Chapix and Ziandi with his rotation. Absolutely bare bones and free. Finally starting to build. Cammy and Seti, though, up inside a little bit of a situation. Ziandi with another big knock, and he finds the finish. He gets the crucial refresh brick back in the build.
Ziandi's on fire right now, and not just right now, but throughout today in all the games, and he keeps his team in it. And now trying to keep moving forward, but needs to be careful that somebody, a stranger, doesn't run into his box. He's trying to stay in the game, and he'll have to, because Cammy and Say are looking so strong down below.
Top 3 looking good, but talk about popping off from a pedestal. Bizzle and Dubs up on height. It took one refresh, and now they see the lights. Ziandi, though, and Chapix still operating through the shadows. Look at the options they have. Gentle and Phantom, their feet knocked beneath them. Wind out of their lungs. They're going to be looking for any sort of breath to stay alive. King, Steno, down. Drafto will not stop. Stealing the power of Domination E off of Spawn. They're in this endgame. Scram, still alive and active. Seti finds another one. They edge even closer. All 3 teams still alive.
All these teams, they realize what it takes to win the whole thing, and they're putting in their best stride. For Cammy and Seti now, as they move their way on backwards, they're having to break through old builds, but the pathway certainly is there. Dubs and Bizzle above have the opportunity to really make their mark. But all these teams below that have so much on the line, all having to play at their best.
Seti and Cam need to just break their mental completely down. I know you're really good at playing passive, my boys, but you need eliminations to catch up. Epic and Malabuka, they're way out of the way, and now they're actually in your box. Malabuka looking to stop the 3rd place team in their tracks. They split apart both players. Cammy on one side on the left. Epic looking at it, but doesn't see anything that much. And now they're going to prio position. Back all the way. Cammy stuck in jail for the moment. He is rattling the bars up inside his box. This duel will not stop. He's going to go down to Vico.
Vico takes him out. Seti will get some revenge, but for how much longer can he stay in the game? The German will do everything he can to disturb him, but if Cammy's and Seti go down now, it could be wraps. Epic Well and Malabuka will certainly be hoping that can happen, and Dubs and Mega will try and do everything they can to stay up above. Seti using the grapple glove to stay in the game. Bizzle armored walling up to protect his high ground lead.
He looks good for now. A pause in the pressure for so many of these teams. Seti still alive as a solo. Malabuka right beside him. Chapix now down to low HP. It's up to Ziandi. They're going for another type of clutch. Scram and Endelix finding even more. They're catching up, and they're doing it in long strides. How many eliminations do they have? Bizzle off of height. He's going to affect one of these players. Kanata is not able to land the big shot this time. He needs to siphon and finish, and gets to Janice Actor, takes out Dub. So that duo is split apart 2. Epic Will finds even more and takes his lead higher to the skies. That might almost confirm him being this deep in the game to stay in the lead.
Ziandi and Chapix need a lifeline, and they need it soon. They have their eyes set on something, but they need to start connecting with shots, and soon up above there is a battle going down, but down below it's Seti who's fallen. Bizzle's also joining him. Malabuka and Epic really doing everything now in their power power to solidify their lead.
Bounce back though through different builds in that low ground, also tricky to navigate. Malibuca and Epic stuck in a spot where they're choking, have no air to breathe. Janice, from one build to another, connects. 3 builds left in his inventory. Malibuca, Epic Whale, 4 eliminations and a lead, but they have to work through the storm now. Malibuca by himself finds a way to mantle all the way up, and up to a different team. Who's this now? A big knock onto Endelex from Chapix. A huge one from him. Scram now moving. The Chapix is down. Ziandi is gone. Malibuca and Epic Whale, they survive.
Scram and Endelex have been so powerful in this lobby, but do they match the power of Malibuca and Epic Whale? No, they do not. Scram will fall. Malibuca and Epic, how have they managed to do this? A duo that really even shouldn't have been here has managed to keep it going, keep it pushing, and move to first place.
NA and EU will have to take down Asia to be able to be champions of the world here in Gamers8. Malibuca has lost Epic Whale, and he's down in the dirt. 1 build left. He's gotten the split from Epic, but the shots are raining true from up above. First place coming into this game, surviving the whole entire time. 12 games of pressure, and now using that bed miss. This might just be enough for Malibuca. He might not win the game, but he's won our hearts, and it looks like he might have also won Gamers8 here today. That's 12 games. That's Muffin and Doggin with the win. It's huge. Look at those 2 players, the brain and the brawn. You love to see it.
They aren't even sure yet themselves because of how close it was, but with how well they played, you've got to think they've held on to it, eagerly waiting to see if the leaderboard is refreshed, as we all do as well. But what a game, what a day it's been for this duo. Genuinely one of the most impressive performances I've seen for a team that is literally new. Their first competition together, Shayo, and you would never even have guessed it.
It's just absolutely huge. A huge sigh of relief for Epic World believers and haters alike, right? They're playing on the NA West region. It's not the same. You come to international competition, you pop off like that. That's huge for the man. Big props to him and Malibuca to be able, you mentioned it, with the language barrier, play like that, have moves like that. Epic keeps up with it. Unfathomable the way these guys play.
This is one of the best moments in Fortnite competitive history. A team being led by Malibuca. His chapter, his year has been so phenomenal, and the history behind the name of Epic World being added towards that, it is a match made in heaven. I want to see if these guys stay together. I want to see them play with each other more. I'm so sorry, Mustache, but genuinely, this duo is such an exciting duo to watch, and they've proved that over 12 games today.
It's just huge. The big question mark, though, in that game, Endelex, Scram, on that treadmill at maximum speed. These guys were moving, but you can see it there in front of your screens. Epic Whale, Malibuca, the champions of Gamers8.
The biggest event we've had in so long, and the duo that wasn't even a duo is the ones to take it away from everybody with top-level gameplay and so much finesse along the way. They will be crowned champions, and rightfully so.
Just huge to watch them from the start of this day struggle a little bit off of spawn, be there in the top 5, never really hit first. The one game they get it, they don't want to let it go. This last one, what a definitive DMR hit from Malibuca to basically solidify their lead. They took it to the end game, they survived, took out 3rd. What a story for these guys.
They landed at Loot Lake, and they will take the ultimate loot today. They will be the ones to lift the trophy. And what a journey it's been for both of these players. For years, we saw Epic Whale regretting, thinking back to what he could have done more back in the World Cup times to be the one to lift the trophy. Malibuca trying to make his mark his legacy in the Fortnite history books, and now a chance to do that.
And they're up there on the big stage. It's just huge. Give it up for your winners, Epic Whale and Malibuca. Huge, absolutely huge. And you can see the confetti too. So nice from these two. You can see the confidence ooze from them as well. This was all according to plan. They had this locked down from the start of game 1 to the end of game 12.
They can enjoy this moment. They have deserved it. A phenomenal performance from 2 phenomenal players. And we want to hear right from them, so we're going to throw it down to the interview.
The word of the day, consistency. Congratulations, Epic Whale and Malibuca. Let's make some noise for Epic Whale and Malibuca. Bringing it home, congratulations. Try to put into words right now, how are you feeling?
It feels great, you know, especially being a West player. I mean, obviously my teammates from Europe, but it feels good being a West player, winning this event with all the Europe players. It feels good to prove that it's been a while since it's been in an international LAN event, you know? So it feels good to prove that the top West players or the top NA players can still win an event with all these EU players in it.
اهم شيء نركز عليه من فوز ماليبوكا وابيك ويل هو الاستمراريه عندهم في الاداء، وفعلا استحقوا الفوز. سالناهم عن شعورهم، كانوا يقولون انه احنا مبسوطين جدا انه اثبتنا الكثير من الناس انه اللاعبين اللي موجودين من نورث امريكا هم افضل من اللاعبين الايوس، مع انه اللاعب الدو اللي هو ماليبوكا هو اصلا من لاعبين اوروبا، فكان هذا الشيء الوحيد اللي كان يبغى يوصل رساله، وهو جدا مبسوط انه هو اثبت الريجن حقه مره ثانيه.
The expectations were incredibly high all the time for you guys, especially from the crowd and from your fans. How did you manage to stay so calm in moments like that in Game 6? Or Game 12, I should say.
I mean, you know, everyone's feeling nervous, you know, for whatever reason, whether they're up and coming and this is their chance to prove themselves, or they've been, you know, on top for a while and they want to stay on top. There's a lot of expectations. So everyone's nervous. You just gotta do your best to deal with it. You know, it is what it is.
كثير من اللاعبين كانوا متوترين في المباراة هذه، وهم أصلا كانوا من ضمنهم، بس كان التركيز إنه كل لاعب متوتر لسبب من الأسباب، سواء كان لاعب جديد يحب إنه يثبت نفسه في المسرح في Gamers 8 Featuring Fortnite، أو حتى يكون عنده فرصة إنه يثبت إنه هو إلى الآن يعتبر من اللاعبين الأفضل، لكن كانوا هم من ضمن الناس اللي كانوا متوترين، بس بنفس الوقت لازم إنك تتعامل مع الشيء هذا بطريقتك.
Well, last but not least, I'd like to offer you the opportunity to say thank you to any of your fans, your supporters, family, people at home that are watching, and people that are here supporting you right now.
Shout out to my friends, my family, and shout out to TSM, my org. Shout out to Sven. He's the best coach. And shout out to the Mousepad company.
Well, you are the Gamers 8 Featuring Fortnite champions. You are going to take home the lion's share of $1 million, which is absolutely amazing. Please, everyone in the Gamers 8 arena, give it up one more time for Epic Whale and Malibuka. And before I throw it back over to the analyst desk, I just want to say thank you to everyone who tuned in to the stream, everyone that was here in the arena, all of the production, everyone on the desk, everyone who contributed to this absolutely outstanding show. And of course, to my co-host, Fancy, you're a legend.
شكرا لكم على حضوركم اعزائي المشاهدين، وايضا الحضور، وشكرا على كل الناس اللي متواجدين اليوم للتشجيع، كل اللاعبين المحترفين في انحاء العالم. فعلا استمتعنا بهالبطوله، وفعلا اثبتنا مره ثانيه مين بيكون الافضل في فورتنايت، بالذات في مود الباتل رويال. خلصنا من الزيرو بيلد، خلصنا الباتل رويال، استمتعنا باربع ايام كانت جدا جميله، والان جاء الوقت نودعكم ونشكر كل الناس العاملين على هالبطوله العظيمه صراحه. بس اخر شيء لازم نروح استوديو تحليلي نتكلم عن ايش اللي صار قبل شوي، ونتكلم كيف قدروا ماليبوكا وابيك ويل انهم يفوزون في المباراة. شكرا لكم مرة ثانية، على طول على الاستوديو التحليلي.
Welcome back, everyone, for the final time here at Gamers 8 Featuring Fortnite. It has been 4 days and 24 games. Wow. And what an incredible run it has been. From zero builds to now Battle Royale, being claimed by an international duo. It has been an absolute pleasure to be a part of this. And a special shout out to VOV for bringing this final segment of the day. Spaceman Takata, it has been just an absolute pleasure working with you guys here, and I am proud to be sharing this final moment with you.
Kelly, it's been a phenomenal weekend. It's been a phenomenal series of matches. The players that have shown up internationally, the first international event since the World Cup, which was like 20 years ago. It's absolutely insane that we have all these players descending on Riyadh, and we ended in spectacular fashion.
What a run from day one, Seti Cammy dominating, to the almost comeback from Ziandi and Chapix with the back-to-back VRs, but ultimately it was the consistency that mattered, and that's why Malibuka and Epic Whale took it away.
I'm almost at a loss for words right now, what it means. And I said this before, it's almost serendipitous to have this international event, to have duos that were once separated join once again, to have duos that have never competed together, such as Epic Whale and Malibuka. But there's a reason that people say Malibuka is one of the best players in EU. There is a reason that Epic Whale has that 6X in his name from winning back-to-back-to-back-to-back FNCS champions. They deserve it. And I am so excited to see what they're going to be doing with their $250,000.
I excuse the pun. It's an epic storyline all throughout, man. Like, how can you not love what these players did the entire weekend? And just by eyeball test alone, we're watching them compete and saying, when's it going to happen? When are they going to make that last push and really capture that first place finish? Finally, it all comes together here in Battle Royale, and they get it done against the top 3 teams in the final zone. It's just absolutely fantastic.
They made it happen, right? From 3rd place in Zero Build, $100,000 to now $250,000 in the Battle Royale mode as well. Epic Royale and Malabuka without any previous experience. They didn't have that duo synergy or time to really build the chemistry, but it didn't matter. They still made it happen.
We always love to say, you know, there's a lot that matters for chemistry, for synergy, but when it comes down to it, being 2 of the best mechanical players, being 2 of the best players of game sense and awareness shows up more in the very end.
And trust was huge for this duo. I mean, it seemed again that the synergy was almost palpable. They didn't have to talk often, but when you see them in game, not only the comms were fantastic, but just the way they're moving, the way they're rotating, and the commitments they had together as a squad, it paid off in the long run. And when they needed to make late pushes, Takata, they did absolutely that.
Look, looking at the match rankings, after every match, it looked like they finished within 6th to 9th place. But they did that literally every single match. And in Game 11, it pushed them into 1st place. Game 12, they took that crown in the last moments when it mattered the most.
Yeah, they were pretty much in 2nd place the entire competition. I think dropping down to 3rd once, and then making their way into 1st place, like you just said, Takata. And let's remind everyone what these players are going to be walking away with. Reminder that all 44 duos competing today is going to be walking away with some money, but that 1st place spot, that $250,000 is what we are looking towards.
All these players getting a bonus. It doesn't even include what the teams are giving them as they send them out here to support these players, but you're getting a minimum of showing up to the event. It's a vacation, $5,000 just for being here, but it all comes down to who was able to walk away with that top prize of a share of $2,250K for 1st place.
I mean, it's ridiculous just to say it, but looking at these overall rankings, I mean, you can see it here. It was a close match.
10 points that separated 1st from 2nd place. And you can even see it in the stats there. They may not have had more VRs. They may not have had more eliminations, but they had that consistency, just like what you were talking about, Takata. But big shout outs to Z-Andy and Chapix grabbing the back-to-back VRs on the final day here, grabbing that 2nd place spot. And then, of course, Seti and Cammy playing out of their minds throughout all 12 games.
And I think what's nutty is it quite literally took everything from Seti and Cammy and Z-Andy and Chapix to be in that position. They had to win back-to-back games just to be in the top 3, and it all came down to Malabuka and Epic Whale just needing 1 victory overall, but closing it out in the end and staying alive long enough. This duo was so consistent the entire weekend. They had the book in front of them, and they followed directions to a T.
And that's a great point, because Z-Andy and Chapix, they were not at, this high up the leaderboard until the last half of Day 2 Battle Royale, and just with that back-to-back VRs, they clutched up the 2nd place, which is $150,000.
And, you know, again, I just want to give a shout out to all of the teams coming here, showing up, playing their hearts out. And for those that didn't, hopefully they had fun, right? We kept hearing it from all of these interviews that just being here, being able to meet everyone, being able to hang out, it has been something that they have been waiting for since 2019.
The atmosphere certainly helps, but also being able to reunite with your fellow competitors. Like, granted, a lot of players walking away probably upset this weekend. Like, look, we had a chance to really make a run. We didn't get it done. But for a lot of these teams, this is practice moving forward. Like, this is a free event to come hang out, earn some extra cash regardless, and in the end of the day, get some good reps in on Fortnite, and it certainly worked out for some of our teams.
You really love to see it, right? An in-person event where the players are competing next to each other. You just saw the excitement from the audience, the crowd, everybody when they were lifting up that trophy. It's really an experience that you don't get to witness a lot.
And for the final moment of the show, everyone, we're going to be giving away a special MVP prizing to the player that was the best out of both tournaments, and that player is going to be Malabuka. Congratulations to Malabuka. There is a reason that everyone regards him as one of the top players in the world.
He was fantastic all weekend. I mean, if you literally just watch the way he's playing, the engagements he's taking, the wins he's getting, to keep Epic Will involved, to keep Epic Will alive, it was so often that he was the reason why.
And this MVP is brought to you by MasterCard. Thank you so much for providing this because we want to showcase not just the tournaments, but the individual players as well.
Malibuca playing as the IGL in this duo with the language barrier, communicating in English and still being able to be at the top. Playing with a player from a whole different region, Epic Whale and Malibuca, it's very hard to give an MVP. I mean, I wish I could give MVP to both of them, right? They're the best of the best in the world, and they showed it here.
Well, you know what? I think by getting first place, they do both get kind of MVPs just a little bit. $250,000 for this tournament is such an incredible, life-changing amount of money.
And it doesn't even include the fact they already got third place in just the zero build. But what I think encapsulates how good this team is consistently, they got one win the entire weekend. And that one win was enough for them to get first place. They're so consistent. Their average placing is second, like between first and third. It's nuts.
I mean, that's what you have to do. When you're playing these 2-day tournaments with 12 total matches, you can't just take it home with a big VR. You need to play well throughout the whole day, whole 2 days of tournaments without slipping up once, and that's exactly what they did.
This is always such a bittersweet moment for all of it to come to an end. It's been an incredible 4 days, and we really appreciate all of you at home watching this tournament, being a part of it as well, because this wouldn't be anything without you. But on behalf of our entire cast and crew, on behalf of the production company here, we appreciate you all so much. And stick around for a moment because we're going to be having an incredible highlight reel brought to you by Dr. Suleiman Al Habib. Once again, everyone, thank you, and we can't wait to see you on the Battle Bus.